Hello and welcome everybody to the third workshop of making historical dress. So welcome to those of you online. I can see that we have lots of you with us today. Hopefully you can hear us all. If you can pop in the chat, just make sure that the tech is being kind to us today. And we've got some microphones throughout the room, so hopefully you'll also be able to hear any of the questions and answers in our Q&As later. So welcome to the third workshop, our final workshop for the Making Historical Dress Network. Today we're going to be thinking about what we learn from making and the different methodologies and approaches that we all take, because I think we're all agreed that this is a very diverse field and we all approach it in very different ways, and we're learning a really sort of myriad of different things from learning, but how do we articulate that and how do we sort of come together and find out all of these different fantastic projects that people are doing? So we've got a fantastic array of speakers today and 3 keynote papers, so it's going to be a very, very packed day. So we would ask that all of our speakers keep as closely to time as possible. So other than our keynotes, that's 10 minutes, remember, so nice concise papers. We're going to have lots of time for Q&A as well, so we can hopefully keep the conversation going. For our attendees that are online, if you can pop your questions in the Q&A function, then that would be fantastic. That'll just help Sarah and I manage the flow of questions really nicely. So without further ado, I am going to pass over to Sarah, who is going to introduce our first keynote speaker.
Hi everyone. Hi everyone online. So our first keynote is Alka Rahman. So Dr. Rahman is a historian of technological change in global economic history. So she holds currently the Halsworth Fellowship in History at the School of Arts, Languages and Cultures at the University of Manchester. So Alka's work explores the transnational roots of technological change by examining the influence of pre-industrial Indian cotton textiles on industrialisation in the British and European cotton textile industries during the 18th and 19th centuries. So prior to her Halsworth Fellowship, Alka held the ESRC Fellowship at the London School of Economics in 2022 and the Economic History Society's Postan Postdoctoral Fellowship in affiliation with IHR at the Victorian Albert Museum in 2021 and 2022. She's also a guest lecturer at the Victorian Albert Museum and Royal College of Art in London, as well as at the Department of Economic History at the London School of Economics. So she's currently working on her first book manuscript, which is provisionally titled From Muse to Machine, Indian Cotton Textiles and British Industrialisation. So we're really pleased to have Alka with us today, and I will let her take.
Sarah. Hi everyone, in the room as well as online. Can I put this slightly this way so I can? Yeah. Okay. Brilliant. I'm Alka Rahman. I will be talking to you about a project that I've very recently finished called Charting Chintz. It's basically the historical reconstruction of Indian chintz making techniques to try and understand what knowledge transfer took place via the written word and via the emulation following, examination of Indian chintz textiles, traveling all the way from India into Europe. So the key research questions that I will be looking at today are: what did the transfer of cotton painting, dyeing knowledge from India to Europe look like? What was within this knowledge? What was the knowledge required that was going to be useful to be able to replicate the Indian cotton goods in Europe? If knowledge of calico printing and painting already existed in the world, like it already existed in India, it was codified, it was brought into Europe, then why do we need the scientific pursuits of dyes and dye processes? What was the need for all of this exploration, investigation in Europe? And did knowledge transfer from India lead to the development of commercially viable science in Europe? So that's So I'm going to push it a little bit further and see if we can make that kind of a connection. And I'm going to try and answer all of these questions via historical reconstruction. And I will show you why historical reconstruction ended up being the only sort of option remaining in this particular study. So the main findings, so there's no suspense at the end of it all. The main findings that I will show you today is that geography determines the growth of knowledge and absorption or rejection of new knowledge in a location. The breakthroughs in bleaching were compensating for the strong Indian, it's not moving actually, sorry. Technology always throws up challenges is what I have realized in the last several years of working with technological change. So, we are here. We are with the literature. So the main findings that I'm going to show you today, very quickly, are that geography determines the growth of knowledge and absorption or rejection of new knowledge, that breakthroughs in bleaching within the European calico printing industry were compensating for the strong Indian sun. Madder as a substitute for Che was crucial to determining subsequent processes that were developed in calico printing in Europe, such as discharge technique. That the growth of chemistry as a body of knowledge and calico printing are synergistic. They contribute to each other's growth. The bridging the gap between codified, transferred, and empirical knowledge necessitates the need for science as a framework to understand what this new knowledge means in a novel new environment. And therefore, the role of the gatekeepers or the experts or savants or entrepreneurs who are experimenting with all of this new knowledge, that becomes crucial in developing commercially viable modern science in the European context in the early modern period. So very quickly, since we have lost a little bit of time already through technological challenges, I will go very quickly through this whole literature on knowledge, science, and how it is connected to industrialization, which is basically what I work on. The idea is that science, however revolutionary, is not enough. It must be commercialized to create wealth. So it's stemming from this idea that one wants to understand. So what does, okay, fine, wealth creation, fine, it's there. It's the ultimate aim for a lot of the entrepreneurs. However, what's the passage to getting to that ultimate aim? That's what I'm trying to understand. Now, a lot of amazing work has been done in a lot of different disciplines, not only economic history, global history, textile history, but also history of science and technology. A lot of work has been done on this. Maxine Berg has done a lot of work about the transfer of Asian knowledge in Europe and the fact that this knowledge is located within the objects and within the processes. So the challenges within the objects and the processes. Carol Davids has talked about the role of gatekeepers already within the literature. We have heard ideas of adapted and translation of adaptation and translation of new techniques. We know about the idea of overlapping disciplines morphing into science. There's a recent paper by Paola Bertucci, which I absolutely am very much fond of, which talks about useful knowledge residing within not only the bodies of the artisan, but also within the environment, within the local environment within which these knowledges develop. Connected to this, from a more economic history perspective, Kaoru Sugihara has talked about the fact that there are different models of industrialization that we might visualize. There is the capital-intensive one that is the norm, that was led by the first industrial revolution, but then there is also the labor-intensive model. And a paper of mine currently under review talks about geographically specific knowledge-based skill from a labor-intensive setting not being quite transferable or translatable, if you like, in a capital-intensive setting. And I will give you a brief sneak peek into that paper also today, because that is the paper that motivated the paper that I am discussing here today. Within the history of textile dyeing, There's a lot of amazing work out there, and I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with this already. Maxine Berg, Beverly Lemire, John Stiles, they have all talked about the significance of the imitation of Indian cottons and the significance of that imitation in leading to the development of the calico printing industry. Giorgio Riello has talked about useful knowledge from India and early imitations. Thompson has talked about the early connections with Armenian printers. So Armenian printers are acting as conduits, bringing this knowledge in from Asia into Europe. Alexander Engels has talked about the scientification of this knowledge. So that's something that I'm also looking at a little bit more today. And in my doctoral work, I showed that the increase in the number of colors to match Indian color repertoire led to the growth of the British calico printing industry, and that there was an overlap with the emerging discipline of chemistry within modern science. Now, today what I'm going to ask is there more than just an overlap? Is calico printing informing growth in applied science, and can we pinpoint this via historical reconstruction? Very quickly, the literature on what the textbooks tell us about the history of textile dyeing, that there is imitation of Indian cottons. There's great interest in being able to replicate these multicolored, brightly colored, fast-colored chintzes from India. In 1785, we see some new developments kickstarted by bleaching, of all things. Every time I opened a textile printing, dyeing textbook before I did this reconstruction, I was like, why is everybody starting with boring bleaching? It's only after I did this that I realized, oh, without bleaching, nothing else is going to work. So, so bleaching kickstarts all of these new ways of printing and dyeing. We see an overlap with chemistry. We see commercialization of knowledge, giving chemistry respectability. There's this anecdote about William Perkins. I think everybody in this room is familiar with him. He's the guy who invented aniline mauve. And he is a chemist by training, and his family is very unhappy with him doing chemistry. Like, what's he going to make of himself with doing this absolute nonsense stuff? And then he, spills something on a piece of silk cloth, finds, oh, this turns purple, and this purple color can be used for printing and dyeing. And then suddenly the family is backing him, like, let's go commercial, like we can make money out of your knowledge. So chemistry as a discipline is earning respectability via commercialization of the knowledge and via the ability to pursue the wealth that we talked about right in the beginning. So, okay, so moving on, 1844, mercerization of cotton, 1820 to 56. This is what happens when you to follow. And we have 1856, where mauve is discovered. Aniline colors are discovered by William Perkin. I need to do two of them. So what's the motivation for this particular paper where I'm charting the transfer of knowledge from India to Europe? How much do we know about this knowledge from the East to the West? I think that's fundamentally the main question. Its form, its impact, what were the outcomes? What would early modern European printer dyers be facing? What are the obstacles? What are the, oh, this was easy and this was really difficult. Oh my God, how am I going to do this? What are those kind of questions? Manuscripts will tell us something. So there are codified manuals about how printing and dyeing was done in India, but they don't tell us everything. So historical reconstruction is used here to bridge the gap between codified knowledge and experiential knowledge. And the idea is, can we unpack import substitution in the process of chintz printing and dyeing? Let's see if we can. The rationale is a previous paper, which stemmed from a very, very, very microscopic question, a question about painting with indigo on cloth. So the historiography says that nobody in the history of textile dyeing, printing could paint with indigo onto cloth because it's a technical problem. Indigo has to be in its reduced form when you have to print splash dye with it, and to be able to take it in a brush and then apply it onto the cloth by the time it comes out, it reoxidizes with the oxygen in the air, and so the application is going to fail because it's going to just leave a goopy mess on the cloth rather than the reduced indigo, which can actually bind onto the cloth. The problem with this narrative, which is continuing in the discourse even today, is that I have seen and curators are aware of Indian textiles from as early as the 10th century, where indigo is deemed painted on. But because we don't know how the Indians painted this indigo on, this sort of erroneous historiography continues. And the credit is given to English artisans who very wonderfully discovered the technique of mixing reduced indigo with arsenic trisulfide to create the pencil blue technique sometime in the late 1730s, which allowed the application of indigo, because the arsenic would delay the reoxidation of indigo when it comes out of the vat and onto the brush, and then can be applied to the cloth in desired patterns and formats. So because we have no surviving accounts of how the Indians painted with indigo, so there's a problem. So I remember talking to so many curators and conservators about this, like, you can see this is painted on, and they're like, yes, but you're the historians, how can we change the historiography? I was like, but I don't have access to this visual evidence that you have access to. So there's these two disciplines not talking to each other, and therefore the gap persisting. So I decided I need to figure out how this indigo painting was done. The material evidence before you right now shows two different shades of indigo. So there is blue one. As you can see, I'm very creative, yeah. Blue two. There are two different shades of blues. I was trying to figure out how are these. So, and this one is the one that I'm saying is applied directly. Here you can see this is applied directly. Here you can see this is applied directly with either some kind of a brush-like instrument or like a wad of cloth that's being used to apply indigo directly onto the textile. And so I did this historical reconstruction, and I came to the conclusion that actually, application of indigo is not a technical problem. You can apply indigo fairly simply directly onto the cloth, and that the two shades that we are seeing here, this is over-dyed. This is indigo applied to the cloth that has been dyed with myrobalan, and in this instance, the myrobalan has been removed from the base of the cloth, and then indigo has been directly applied. So there's a completely different shade of blue emerging in the second one. So the historiography does need revision. There's transfer of knowledge, which is environmentally constrained because there was this knowledge which was in India. It traveled to Europe, but just never got picked up, just never got understood and translated or even experimented with. And so therefore, of course, we need to revise the historiography, but we also need to be very cognizant of the fact that geography is determining how knowledge is traveling and how new knowledge is being absorbed in a new location. So now, given this background, I was wondering if a small little technique can give us so many insights, then what happens if I reconstruct the entire chintz making process and then see what kind of insights can I get from there? So the methodology for the chintz paper is as follows. So I reconstruct the chintz making technique that's there in the Beaulieu manuscript created by Antoine Georges Nicolas de Beaulieu sometime between 1726 and 1729 in the south of India and brought into France. And this manuscript was repeatedly copied and circulated within Europe, and all the expert dyers, printers had copies of this knowledge. The information in this manuscript is used by several European printers and dyers all over the world. So the methodology is to try and recreate, but also use the knowledge that is there in existing volumes of printing and dyeing, so that I can bridge my own gaps, because I have no printing dyeing background. So I needed to learn first and foremost how to make an indigo vat. And making an indigo vat is no simple task. If anybody here has tried that, all the literature tells you to look for a sweet smell. And that smell, I can tell you, is not sweet. that is a nasty smell. So that was basically knowledge building within myself as the actor or the reconstructor, if you like, but as the historian trying to understand what kind of knowledge would have been required to understand this. Like, who has the ability to interpret this knowledge of smell? What's the smell that tells you the vat is ready to go? So bridging these knowledges, identifying knowledge and skill required to replicate, what obstacles would early modern European printers, dyers have faced while import substituting Indian textiles, and findings are compared to the evolution of calico printing and dyeing in Europe. So now at the very outset, I must flag up, as I'm sure everybody in this room knows, so this group does not need reminding of this, but I must say this, that it's impossible to do an exact reconstruction, replication of any historical method, process. The water is different, the weather is different, measurements. So the manuscript tells me, take 2 pots full of water. Like, what do you mean? Your pot is this or your pot is this? I don't even know how much water I am supposed to begin. So there is a lot of calculated estimation, supported by modern dyeing manuals, supported by so much good work that's out there on natural printing and dyeing methods. So there is all of that calibration going into it. Che, as the red dye that was used in India, that is used in some of these textiles. That the red there is using is Che on the textile. Che is no longer available, and it is suspected that it is extinct. But there are rumors that it is available in the forests in the south of India somewhere. And at one point, I had these wild ideas like, go explore, find some real Che. And I was like, no, you have to draw the line somewhere. So Che is not available. So I substituted Che with madder, which was the one that was available. However, the recipe does say, oh, if you don't have Che, just use madder. So I'm thinking I'm slightly safe there. Now, there is a whole lot of dunging involved in the process. Kid dung is recommended. Now, I will go to a lot of extents to find out answers, but there are some bits that I will not do, and also I had no access to kid dung. So kid dung has been the dunging process has been replicated by the modern version of using wheat bran and calcium carbonate, chalk solution, and I'm using soy wax instead of the regular beeswax that probably would have been used. And I will tell you this in detail in a little bit of time as we proceed, because beeswax is a total nightmare to work with. And it's very much likely that Indians had some special recipes where they mixed beeswax with some other materials, but these recipes are closely guarded. I have spoken to several artisans who are practicing this kind of stuff now, but they are unwilling to share these recipes. So I at least had no access to these recipes. So I decided to make life easy for myself and use soy wax. And there's another reason for that, to which I will come to in a minute. So the main substitutions, as I just mentioned, madder instead of Che, and for dunging, I'm using the modern chalk and wheat bran solution. The cloth is prepared in the way in which the manuscript asks me to, and this cloth I'm calling PC1 because it's prepared cloth 1 with myrobalan on it. So this is what some of the reconstruction looked like. This project, I must say, was generously funded by the Winterthur Museum, and the project will be exhibited at the Winterthur Museum from June this year until January next year. This is what some of the reconstruction looks like. So there's the soaking with the myrobalan, there's milk involved, there's sunlight, and lots of sunlight is required. However, the sunlight I had access to was not ideal. And so I compensate using two sun lamps to try and mimic sunlight, full spectrum sun lamps. That's first stage of some of the outlines. This is one of the madder baths. This is some of the painting with hand. All of this indigo, anywhere you see indigo, it's been hand painted. It's not been that dyed, just to, proof of concept that it can be very successfully done. And that's what the final cloth looks like. So the reconstruction has total 25 steps. So to make a chintz of the kind that the Indians would have been able to very successfully make, 25 steps. Each step requires between 3 and 4 sub-steps. So it's extremely labor intensive, skill intensive, and knowledge intensive. So I'm going to try and break the knowledge required and the skills to execute this knowledge required. So how much bleach and how much to bleach, how much to clear the background, there's knowledge required there. How to prepare the cloth using tannins. So this is also, there's a lot of estimation with the measurements here. Modernting using metallic salts for different colors for same dyes. So with madder, we can achieve several different colors with different metallic mordants used on the base. How to starch. I remember speaking with someone who was also interested in this, and the recipe says use rice water. So what she did was she soaked rice, like raw rice, in water, and then she dipped her cloth in that. That is not the rice water that this recipe is talking about. And the only reason I know about that is because I grew up starching textiles in India in rice water, where you starch it in boiled rice water, where rice has been boiling for a good hour or so, and then in lots of water, and then rice is drained and water is drained out, and then you dip the cloth in that water, so the starch is already on the cloth. So that kind of background knowledge, which is unavailable if you're not familiar with it. I mean, I was able to bring some of it, and I'm very much happy to confess that a lot of it I also probably missed because I just don't know. How to wax resist. Waxing was very difficult. How to paint directly with dyes, how to use madder alongside beeswax. There is a problem here, and I will come to this. Madder and beeswax do not go very well together. So this is very knowledge intensive, this entire process. Painting with dyes and mordants requires a lot of skill. Applying dyes, mordants without brushes, that requires a lot of skill. So I used bamboo brush. So luckily there was a bamboo plant in my house, and a friend pointed this out to me that you can use this. You can actually make your own quill from the garden. You just use the garden. So that was fortunate. Cooking with dyes, like what you saw here. This is basically for 2 hours. The cloth is in a pot on the hob, cooking. So it's really what you're doing is cooking with dyes, and what that means in terms of the knowledge you require for how long, how much, all of that. And removing and using lime for stain removal, which I will show you also in a bit. It's all very labor and skill intensive. What are the identifiable gaps? So the conclusions I came to with this is most colors are applicable with mordants after trial and error based verification. So you will require several attempts to figure out, oh, this is the amount of madder I need for this kind of color and for this long on the heat, whatever. So that's with trial and error easily possible to ascertain. However, adjacent processes leading to obstacles in easy replication of entire chintz making process. So knowledge combination of materials. So I mentioned this earlier. Madder and beeswax do not go together very well because beeswax needs a very high melting point. So once you've applied it as a resist to the cloth, you need very high melting point for it to come off. If it's just beeswax, not mixed with anything else. Madder, if you heat it for more than 60 degrees, it's prone to browning. So it gets spoiled. So you will not get the red, the nice, pretty reds that we want on our textiles. We don't get them if we heat the madder for over 60. So you have to be very, very careful to not go beyond Like I at no point went beyond 57. I was so scared. But it's possible that I also still made mistakes. So the skill for the whole process is impossible without knowing this geographically specific knowledge. Like these two cannot go together. And so therefore, to reduce the melting point of the beeswax, I need to mix it with something else. So what I'm arguing is that there's a new framework required for the knowledge to be translated for import substitution, which is the scientific method, or modern science as we know it, and that for three processes, bleaching, mattering, and wax resisting, there were the biggest knowledge gaps that were there. So let's look at each one a little bit more closely. Obstacle 1, natural bleaching. The traditional methods are basically bleaching with sun and then washing, yeah, a whole lot, clearing with milk, soured milk and soap. But however, we are all very aware of the fact that the sun here is less than ideal, or nothing to compare with the mighty beast of the sun that is there in India. So we know that historically cloth was sent overseas for bleaching, and then it would take up to 6 months for it to come back. So the time involved and the quality of the bleach, both quality and both productivity. So both are issues in the existing processes. So we know that chemical bleaching was invented as the solution. Several attempts were made to find alternative ways of bleaching with kelp, with potash, with sulfuric acid also, and then faster with which was faster than all of the others. In 1774, chemical chlorine was discovered by Wilhelm Scheele in Sweden. 1785, Berthollet applies chlorine to cotton bleaching. And there's overwhelming focus on cotton above other textiles in his work. So cotton is directing the speed of scientific investigations on bleaching. And how can we sort of prove this, that why cotton is directing this advancement in bleaching? So I did digital text analysis of Berthollet's very famous work on bleaching, and I was very surprised actually with the finding that the 5th most frequently used word in his work is cotton. So his work is basically focused on bleaching and commercializing the knowledge of bleaching for cotton. He doesn't even take out a patent. He wants everybody to be able to use this, apply it for commercial gain. So it's very much connected, this pursuit of knowledge for bleaching to calico printing. Waxing and resisting, which I said was the second big obstacle. It is extremely skill and knowledge intensive. Hot wax had to be applied skillfully, speedily onto cloth. Removal of wax is a genuine nightmare, as I mentioned earlier. Prolonged boiling is necessary, which spoils the madder. So therefore, in order to circumvent that problem, I used soy wax because I had no access to the secret recipes that are used. And the third obstacle is that of maddering or reddening. Madder was used as the substitute for Che, I mentioned earlier. Madder cannot be heated beyond 60 degrees, difficult to use alongside beeswax. There were attempts to grow Che in France. Che is concentrated alizarin, which is the compound that gives the red to the cloth. Whereas madder is composed of alizarin plus purpurine, pseudopurpurine, and other additives that are there. So it's not concentrated alizarin. So significant quantities of Che were imported into Europe to try and cultivate Che within Europe, but unsuccessful. There is at least one surviving textile from the Oberkampf factory, which uses Che for a high-end textile, which was given to the king. But then in subsequent prints of that textile, he uses madder. And Edward Bancroft, if some of you might be aware of him, he is this expert of calico printing at the time. He talked about the fact that Che got spoiled in transportation when it was coming from India to Europe. So experiments with Che were not very successful in Europe. So what's the solution for the second obstacle with madder? Is the development of the turkey red technique. Now, this was originally called the Indian red or Eridrine red because it's from Adrianopolis. 1746, it came from Smyrna to France and brought by Greek dyers. Turkey red works were set up in Scotland. In 1785, from Glasgow, Pierre-Jacques Papillon set up the Dalmarnock works, and it is highly labor-intensive. This Turkey red manufacturing process is highly labor-intensive. There you go. Could dye only whole skeins or then whole cloth. So you can only achieve one color with this process. Now, if we want to be able to obtain textiles like this with several different colors on it, you have to be able to incorporate Turkey red with other colors. But we all know that boiling is a problem with madder, and so therefore discharge printing is the solution to be able to incorporate new colors with the Turkey red method. So red must integrate with the other colors. Chemistry is coming to the rescue in that instance, again, using chemical knowledge for scientific explorations. So first printing black pigment onto Turkey red cloth, next discharge print white out of the red using bleach to get white on red prints, and followed by many other colors for discharge using different chemicals. And you can see there, several colors are now possible alongside red, so bypassing the obstacle of resisting and boiling. That is a crucial obstacle with wax resisting. So the implications, I'm going to close very quickly now, are that geographically and materially specific knowledge not easily transferable, skill development constrained by non-transferability of geographically and material specific knowledge, and that new knowledge from India required new framework for understanding properties of materials and why and how they work in very specific ways. The implications also are that science, if we understand science as a systematic knowledge of the physical or material world gained through observation, experimentation, or knowledge gained by systematic study, then Indian textiles are providing just that stimulus to try and understand why certain colors behaved in certain ways, why certain materials behaved in certain ways alongside each other. And so we're bridging the gap between codified and new knowledge and its adaptation in a new setting. So science becomes this explanatory language or framework for understanding how a knowledge from an external setting might be understood within a new one. So this is where the connection between science and commerce comes via import substitution, via unpacking the Indian methods. And for this, as I mentioned earlier, the role of the savants and the gatekeepers of knowledge is specifically relevant for them to be commercially orienting this knowledge towards wealth creation, wealth generation. And there's overlap between chemistry and calico printing, which is synergistic, and scientific explorations led to the discovery of hitherto unknown properties of materials that could be commercially viable for calico printing, such as synthetic alizarin and the aniline dyes. And in conclusion, I will only say that historical reconstruction, we can look at it as a vital tool for understanding processes and techniques to understand the trajectories of economic growth. So I'll stop here and I'll open for questions.
Great, thank you so much for that. Do we have any questions in the room? Yeah.
How long did the process take you? All these sort of 25 steps and sub-steps? And obviously you were learning as you went along, and it's somebody who was already skilled, they know what they were doing. Yeah. Roughly how long?
So I did 3 whole sets of reconstruction. So one I did last summer, so about 2 months in 2023, the summer. Then I did another round in the autumn, about 2 months again, and then I did another round January and February this month. So this year. So it took me about that much time each time to do it, because for instance, the dunging takes 3 full days. So you have to dung overnight and then let it out in the sun for the whole day, and then dung overnight and let it out in the sun for the whole day. So it took that much time to be able to do it. As I went along, as the third time it was lesser, so it took me about a month and a half to do it. But by the time I was also tweaking it to like, okay, this is what I did differently last time, so I'm going to try and do this. At no point was I trying to achieve the beautiful chins. I think I should clarify that. The aim was not to produce a pretty object. The aim was to understand what knowledge you need and what kind of gaps are there to be able to bridge that gap between like the very beautiful Indian chins and the very nonsense product that I was producing. And what's the gap in the middle of all of this that the European printer dyers would be very successfully bridging, which me with my limited knowledge, I was not also doing, and I was not even aiming for. I was just trying to identify where are the potential, holes in which you can fall and never come out.
I was wondering, does altitude make a difference in bleaching?
It probably does, because of the way the sun is coming or impacting. Even on a very sunny day in Britain, for instance, I mean, this is very anecdotal, but you tan very differently from the way you tan. From like 5 seconds in the Indian sun, and so I think the strength of the sun's rays is definitely something that's impacted by the
Yeah, I'm in 3,000 feet up. Don't leave things out in the sun.
Yeah.
I mean, in Australia anyway, often you have to. I hang my clothes inside out on the line because otherwise they get bleached.
Yes, exactly.
Naturally in the sun.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Liz, did you have a question?
Yeah, I have a question about people in terms of moving. Do we see people going to India, learning there, and then bringing back, or do we see people coming from India in that kind of, or do we know?
That is a really good question. So there is one instance, and there might be more that we just don't know of, but there is one recorded instance of the French government inviting Indian artisans to come and live in Marseille and set up workshops there and spread this knowledge. That is an abject failure, that experiment. The Indians just cannot acclimatize. They can't find the the products that they need, and a lot of them die, and a lot of them are lost, if you like. So they disperse within the population, never to be seen again. So that experiment does not work, but the idea is there. The idea is also there to learn from Armenian printers who've learned from Indian printers, to learn from Greek printers who've then learned from Armenian printers. So there is that the idea of knowledge transfer via direct, passing on of knowledge. That's very much there. But the way I'm seeing it, I'm seeing there are certain parts of this entire jigsaw are just not transferable, like the sunlight, like Che. As a dye matter, and like some of the techniques that just don't get passed on, like these recipes for wax resisting, all of that. Yeah.
I have a question about modern artisans and practitioners in India.
Yeah.
You said that you spoke to some of them.
Yeah.
How has because I found it really interesting. It's something that comes up a lot, that has been coming up a lot, is that one of the valuable parts of Reconstruction is it makes you aware of what you don't know.
Yeah.
Not just as a practitioner yourself, but as a whole. Jane Malcolm Davies talks about pulling Tudor caps, and we just don't know how to replicate or recreate that process because we've lost a lot of knowledge.
Yeah.
What in India, the practitioners that are still, or firstly, I should say, are they still sort of dying in this way? And if so, how has that evolved over time, and has there been knowledge loss there as well? Because I know you said sometimes they also have secret recipes that they don't, want to share. So I'm interested in knowing more about that.
Yeah. So there are two types of these traditional printer dyers in India today. some who are carrying on this legacy work within family systems, and so they've got knowledge from that pathway. The other who are recreating the ways in which printing dyeing would have been done in the past, and a lot of that is stemming from people who have a chemistry background themselves, who want to understand how some of these techniques were used in the past, and in ways in which they could perhaps redevelop some of the techniques that are lost. However, there are limitations to that, because Che, for instance, is no longer used. So when alizarin was discovered in France, alizarin is the concentrated artificial red. The Indian printers and dyers were the first to very enthusiastically adopt it, primarily because I think they're used to Che, which is the concentrated.
And is Che now extinct? You said it.
Che is extinct, yeah, or it is understood to be extinct. Nobody uses it. So
until you re-find it.
Well,
rediscover it.
We must apply for a grant. Trekking in the hills of Ooty. Yeah. So the idea is that there are bits of knowledge that are no longer available to us. So we could recreate some of this process. The process is there in the manuscript. I have recreated it with madder, but I would imagine with Che, the color is probably going to be deeper, redder, more crimson than orange, as the madder tends to be. So those who are going down the family traditional route of continuing with traditional techniques are increasingly now becoming open to sharing some of this knowledge. But as you can understand, this is their, bread and butter. So they also are hesitant to share. Those who are doing this from a scientific pursuit are more willing to share. But then there are limitations of the kind that I have also faced in the reconstruction.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Thank you.
We have lots of questions online, so maybe I'll pass them on those. So we have a question from Jordan, who says, you mentioned how difficult the process of applying indigo was because of the oxidization and the issue with maddering. Was there a historical correlation between difficulty to produce a dye, as you have found it, and the cost?
Yes, that's a really good question. And with indigo, so in the indigo paper, that's one of the conclusions, that the application of indigo directly onto cloth is not a technical problem. It's a skill, labor, time, and cost-based problem. So it is an economic problem, not a technical problem. So you need skilled artisans who can do it super fast before the indigo oxidizes, with techniques that will allow you to get 2 different shades of blue, and with the knowledge that certain materials will allow you to have those different shades, will facilitate the application of indigo onto the cloth. But equally with indigo, and this is with indigo dyeing any which way you do, indigo needs several repeats of application to build the color. So every single time that you have to then wait, pause, let it dry, you're losing, and then reapply, you're losing time, you require more skilled labor, you require more materials. Indigo is an expensive dye as it is. So my conclusion with that is that it does end up becoming an economic problem, not a technical problem, as the literature tells us it is.
Did they have issues in terms of arsenic when you mentioned that? Are we losing the labor force as we? What's happening there?
Yeah, so arsenic is a completely different story. Yeah? So the pencil blue technique is also not successful. Yeah. It's not successful because suddenly you'll find that your pencilers are losing their fingers and losing and getting breathing problems and basically just falling very, very horribly sick. Having said that, the technique itself is not entirely sound and successful. I'm not sure if I have an example of a pencil blue here, but the existing sources that are showing pencil blue on textiles, they're also very they're not very they're splodgy and they're splashing, and even that has to be done very quickly, and it is being done by children, by unskilled women sometimes who have not been trained properly in penciling. So the final product is not necessarily something that you can sell for high value within the market. So that technique also is not very successful, though it is marked as a technique within the historiography. Yeah.
Shall I keep going with the online questions? So Janet Wood asked, did you consider different water quality between India and Europe? And did you use tap water or rainwater?
So I did use tap water. I did measure the pH of the water, and I noted that for our reference, but we don't have any way of knowing what the pH of the water would have been back then. So a note was made of the pH. Having said that, some of the accounts mention that in India they would have used rainwater, but also a whole lot of, so the manuscript itself is talking about use the water from the pond. So I mean, like, I had access to a pond, but I decided too much frog spawn there. But the rivers are known to have been used extensively, and rivers are flowing over strata of, shells and minerals, and so this water is. It's virtually impossible to replicate the quality of the water that would have been there. So the best I think I could come close to in discussions with the scientists at the Winterthur laboratory was that we note the pH of the water we are using, and so that anybody who wants to replicate then has that information at hand. So then
was the pH always the same during your
Yeah.
investigations, or because if it was different, did you notice a difference? Or
Yeah, no, it was same. It was same.
Yeah. And are the manuscripts that you're looking at that say like get the water from the pond, are they European authored or are they Indian?
So this is a Frenchman observing an Indian artisan and then asking the artisan to cut a piece of cloth at every stage. So doesn't want to move.
Maybe you got them.
One move. We'll just pretend that this is the textile, but it's not. But so what he is doing is he's asking for every stage of the process to have a sample. It's like a visual material piece of evidence. So this is what it should look like at this stage. And at no point does my recreation look like that. But I'm jotting that down to A, my total ineptitude, and B, the fact that reconstruction itself is what the European printed dyers would have been doing in the very first instance, and probably facing similar obstacles as the ones that I'm facing, but of course coming to it with more knowledge because they are printed dyers and I'm not. But then having to overcome those and in quite a few instances, probably quite successfully, quite quickly, because they would know how to calibrate much better than I would, for instance. Yeah.
We have a question from Emma Slocum. We'd like to know, how has the knowledge gained from your research changed your observational encounters with surviving 18th century chintz?
Very interesting. There is a chintz on display at the South Asia Gallery at the Victoria and Albert, which has got, I wish I had a photo of that here, which has got these, so the cloth is I'm struggling for a word to describe it. It's almost eaten away in parts. And it was only when I started working with the mordants and with the amount of iron mordant on a cloth that I realized that that is a very significant issue because iron you have to use very, very carefully. And if there's too much iron on the cloth, it's going to result in exactly what happened to that particular fabric. It's almost a pattern. It's actually really beautiful to see like parts of it almost eaten away in very specific design forms, because those are the parts where the iron would have been applied. So, and now the iron's gone, it's taken away the fabric with it, but it's left these like almost cutwork type shapes in the, but that's the significance of the technique, and perhaps someone who wasn't so skilled at understanding how much iron should go in the process, who put it on the textile. It's a beautiful textile, and I highly recommend seeing it just for that. So yeah, so I'm now a lot more aware of seeing how textiles, of understanding how textiles degrade over time, based on what has been applied to them.
I'll keep, if there's more questions in the room, maybe we can ask those in the break. So I'll keep going with the online ones. So Lawrence asks, did you plan on reconstruction from the start of your project, or did the need for it occur after you started investigating? And do you expect to incorporate the methodology of reconstruction into your future project?
That's a really good question. So the short answer to that is no. I was not going to go anywhere near historical reconstruction. I did not know what historical reconstruction meant. I did not know what this methodology entailed. All I wanted to do was find out how the indigo was painted onto cloth by Indian artisans. And there was no way of finding it out. I had the most supportive group of scientists, conservators, curators at the Winterthur Museum, who helped me in any shape. Can I do this experiment? Yes. Can I do this? Yes. So we did Raman spectroscopy, we did X-ray fluorescence, we did destructive gas chromatography mass spectroscopy on some of the textiles that had natural wears and tears in them. So we took like microscopic bits out of them to test, can we find anything in the surviving Indian textiles to guide us, like how they would have done it. So we did all of this. We exhausted all possible scientific methods available to us in the lab. And the results were all inconclusive, including the GCMS was inconclusive, because we came to the conclusion that because there's so much washing involved, if it's a natural material, it's probably just got washed off in the process, leaving absolutely no traces. So therefore, the only way to do it, to prove the hunch that I had, was to recreate the process and start from scratch. And I can tell you the beginning was like absolute nightmare. I did not know what to do with this indigo in front of me, but we got there in the end, and that was good. Yeah.
I think that's probably a good place to leave it, which I think is why, we were so excited to hear you talk today, and what today's session is all about. It's the so what of why do we reconstruct, and not just what we do and how we do it, but why do we do it and what do we learn from it, and then how does that inform our wider knowledge and research. So thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
And if anyone has any questions for Alka, then I'm sure we can ask them in the break, and if there's any more in the chat, we can sort of pass them on to you as well. But yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all your brilliant questions.
So thank you for allowing me to be here today. I'm so grateful to hear everybody speak, and I'm very interested to hear everyone's presentations today. But hello, my name is Laurie, and the project I am presenting today is my replication of a sunbonnet made by Lydia Lawrence, the mother of acclaimed author D.H. Lawrence. I completed the project last summer of 2023 between my second and third years of my undergraduate degree in Conservation and Cultural Heritage at the University of Lincoln. The idea was first broached to me by my tutor and supervisor, Leah Warner Wood. As well as a talented textiles conservator, she's also a researcher and historic sewing fanatic. After discovering I had an affinity for embroidery and sewing, she contacted me with the concept of replicating a highly degraded bonnet, very different to my conservation work that I'd done prior, and unlike anything I'd ever done before. Although I'm very new to the world of historic dress, I hope to bring it into my work into the future, beyond undergrad and into my future career and research. So the goal of the project of remaking the Lydia Lawrence bonnet was for the D.H. Lawrence Museum in Nottinghamshire to be able to display a key element. So I'll start again on that. But so the goal of the project of remaking the Lydia Lawrence bonnet was for the D.H. Lawrence Museum in Nottinghamshire to be able to display a key element of Lydia's story. By undertaking an experimental conservation approach to caring for an original object in the museum's collection, remaking by melding modern day and historic techniques to produce both an authentic and visually accurate end product. A little bit of background on the woman herself. Lydia was the mother of notable author D.H. Lawrence, hailing from Eastwood, a small town in Nottinghamshire, where she raised D.H. Lawrence and her family. She sold clothing that she made herself to support the family, and one of these objects was a sunbonnet. The historic textile was allegedly sold to a local woman by Lydia herself, where it was later sourced by the D.H. Lawrence Birthplace Museum, which opened its doors in the 1970s to welcome visitors into Lawrence's historic home and tell their story. A plain-style working woman's bonnet, similar to popular during the mid-19th century, but believed to be made and sold by Lydia in the 1890s. As for the technology of the bonnet, it's made up of lines of cotton cording inserted into a patterned brim of lightweight cotton, and the crown is rounded and shaped with sequentially spaced pieces of cording as well, and two capes come down to protect the wearer's neck. Unfortunately, I couldn't bring one of my replicas here today, even though I wanted to. But over the past 130 years, the cotton has deteriorated due to light damage. As seen in the photo on the left, the fabric has become highly fragile, faded, and discolored. Display of the textile in the parlor window of the house was no longer possible for the museum, limiting their ability to tell Lydia's story in an authentic way, as she used to sell her clothing within this parlor window. And there was no possibility of properly handling the bonnet, as the fabric was so fragile that it could just fall away in your hands. The bonnet would need to be stored in dark storage in a controlled environment for its own protection. This form of preventive conservation is so important for historic textiles, but the problem is no one can see it. The story is lost and the ability to allow for tangible historical connection is diminished. Replicating the bonnet was as much an act of preventive conservation as it was heritage craft. However, the option to replicate objects in conservation, it can be a contentious idea, with some thinking that it should be an integral act of preserving history and others steadfastly against the practice. Often the conversation tends to the authenticity of the replicated object. In a museum space, visitors expect to find authentically historical objects and artifacts. What are replicas but sometimes seen as a poor replacement for the real thing? But the difference between a good and poor replica is based around craft, research, and skill. Realistically, replicating every historic object is an unnecessary extreme and impossible because it takes so much time, as I'm sure you are all aware. Replicas have the possibility to become important objects in their own right, requiring conservation and upkeep in and of themselves. And in this project, and indeed my future projects, I'm interested in the idea of a felt relationship. So often in museum spaces, the objects are untouchable. This is important to protect their value, their condition, and reduce the risk of damage over time. But replicas have the potential to provide a more intimate, tactile experience with a historic object. The ability to pick up and feel an object as a direct connection to the historic original is such a powerful thing. As humans, we are designed to feel, and I feel this is especially true for textiles, which we are in contact with physically every day of our lives. Physical replicas can provide a tactile, felt relationship with history that digital replicas can't always achieve in the same way. As for the processes, I didn't have a lot of time to complete this project. I had 2 months, and without prior experience of replicating a textile, this was highly challenging. So the process was quite erratic and very experimental. So I have a background in sewing. My dad taught me when I was younger, and I have an A-level in textiles. It was very arts and crafts based and quite rudimentary. So when it came down to research, visual observation and measurements were key in the success of replicating this object. But first I needed fabric. To reproduce the fabric, we used a digital reactive dye method instead of a roller printing, like historical method. As you can see here, and more in the next slide, that slide, is that the fabric had become so degraded from light that the indigo and the black had faded to a light brown and a dark brown. And we attempted and were successful in recreating this vine using digital methods, so that even though some of the replication process was aimed to be authentic to historic methods, to recreate a visually accurate bonnet, we wanted to colour match via digital methods. And this was very successful due to the tools that we had at the University of Lincoln, which included a Mimaki digital reactive dyeing machine. The only resources to begin the process of replicating the bonnet were measurements and visual observation. Deconstruction of the bonnet was not ethical or possible, as the museum still obviously wanted Lydia's original bonnet intact in their collection. Patterns of the kind we find today, with the conventions and full detailed instructions, were not as common of a resource in the 19th century. Skills were passed down through maternal figures. Skill was assumed. So the instructions and resources of the time, such that of Bodley's latest book, were lacking, to say the least. As your knowledge was tacit, it was hard to write down. People would learn through demonstration of their maternal figures. So a short paragraph would be enough and someone could recreate a bonnet. But that means that these processes and the specifics of this process has been lost to time, often, because these figures die and do not pass on their knowledge. To recreate the bonnet, I used a 1950s Singer hand-cracked sewing machine, which was my nanny's. And although it's a lot later than the 1890s technology, it is mostly unchanged, so it felt authentic to the process to use. The machine became an extension of my ideas and process, and my modern machine sat untouched for the full extent of the project. I began making pattern pieces from the measurements taken of the bonnet. This proved to be quite a complex puzzle, especially as I'm a baby in terms of historical dressmaking world. But I felt that it was important that I was learning to make Lydia's specific bonnet, not just a sun bonnet from the time period. For example, I came across problems like, how do I make a square bow correctly? And through close observation, I found that Lydia Lawrence didn't really know either. So I laughed at myself watching YouTube tutorials, trying desperately to find a way to properly make this squared bow. And through close observation, I found that she just made the general shapes and sewn them together. So these kind of learnings from an original historic object allow for a remaker and a replicator to not just make a sunbonnet of the time to display in a museum, but to make the specific object that that person made. And although authentic replication, like fully authentic replication, is not possible, you can get very close by just observing an object from the time. And the resulting replicas, these are the images of my working process and my partner modelling my toile bonnet for me. But the replica bonnets in the end showed a successful replication of the original bonnet and allowed for the museum to display the bonnet that would be unseen because the bonnet to tell Lydia Lawrence's story would have needed to have been displayed in the front window where light was coming in. The degradation from the light damage meant that it was unhandleable, undisplayable, so it had to be kept in the dark. And only through replication in this sense could the story of Lydia be told in the same way that it would have been back in the day. But yes, I wanted the process also to be repeatable. And although I do not have experience in pattern creation, I did my best to recreate a principal pattern and a pattern guide using engraving style drawings that I made on Procreate and guides for cutting and sewing that would be suitable for a layperson, not just a historic dressmaker to understand. I found it incredibly difficult to translate my process into words. The tacit process of crafting is something very difficult to quantify or put into writing. I want to acknowledge the people who yours, which is Lincoln's undergraduate research opportunity scheme, for funding this process, and also my lecturer Leah Warriner-Wood at the University of Lincoln, who supervised my project, and Celeste Surgeon, my senior technician at Lincoln Conservation, which I did a placement for. And finally, I wanted to finish off with a quote that I found while I was studying for my dissertation, which is from a D.H. Lawrence poem, Things Men Have Made, though I thought it would be appropriate to edit it to honour his mother. Things women have made with wakened hands and put soft life into are awake through long years of transferred touch and go on for glowing for long years. And for this reason, some old things are lovely, warm still with the life of forgotten women who made them. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. We're going to get everyone to come up at the end
Yeah.
for a combined question time. Great.
Thank you so much.
That's okay. Thank you. Okay, so Annie Shepherd is our next speaker. Annie Shepherd is a doctoral researcher at the University of Turku and a museum professional who has worked and volunteered for numerous museums in both the United Kingdom and in Finland. Her research centres on various aspects of 18th century women's dress and recreative practices within the field of dress history. So many thanks.
Go Turku.
Well, hello everybody in the room and online. Thank you very much for having me. This paper is going to be quite a quick run through of a petticoat recreation, replication-ish project that was made a few years ago. It started in 2019, before I even started doing my PhD, while I was still working at the Maritime Museum of Finland. It's part of the National Museum group in Finland, and they have some really, really amazing stuff in the storage. And one of the amazing things that they have doesn't actually look very amazing. But these are the remnants of an 18th century women's quilted petticoat. And I got very enthused about the whole thing when I was looking through a book which was about one of the past exhibitions that the museum had. And then when I was being enthused, our conservator said, you know, that thing is literally just in our basement. And I was like, oh my God. So that's how that got started very, very quickly. What we're looking at is an object which, again, just like with the previous paper, cannot be displayed. It is very, very fragile because what is left of this petticoat is just the middle layer, so just the wool wadding. It's very, very badly deteriorated. You can't really touch it. It's stabilized between some conservation grade netting, but that means that you also can't tell what it is. It has to be on one of these light tables with light coming in from underneath as well as above at every possible angle for you to really see what it is. If you just unroll it and have a look at it, it doesn't look like anything, it's just brown mush. But I knew it was something much, much more exciting. When I started thinking about replicating it, these artists' interpretations, so these drawings were what we were working off of. And as you can see, the presumed pattern on the garment is wildly complicated and would take a very long time to try and even partially recreate. But I thought, why not? We'll give it a go. So I approached this project more through enthusiasm than anything else. I do have quite a lot of previous sewing experience. I was involved with a recreation project at the Castle Museum in York when I still lived in the UK. And I just kind of thought, well, we should try it and see what we kind of come out with. I did have some more scientific facts in mind as well that I was more or less trying to prove and or disprove. But really it was a case of trying to see if we could make an object that could somehow tell the story of the original object that was kept in storage. Making the recreation or replica, as I'm used to call it, I've now swapped to recreation just to confuse everybody. But trying to make a version of it turned out to be a really, really complicated process. And it had a lot of different levels to it. This was a community engagement project as well. So all my sewers who were involved with the project were all volunteers. And they were all mostly coming from different cities in Finland, not from Kotka, where the museum was actually based. So it always required quite a lot of scheduling and kind of trying to get people to show up and then say, oh, and I cannot pay you for anything and I cannot compensate your travel, but I would love it if you could show up. So, you know, I was very much banking on the goodwill of people and for the enthusiasm of people to get involved with something like this. So I contacted people through a reenactors Facebook group and kind of went from there because I wanted people who had some kind of previous sewing experience as well. And people who might be excited about being able to work on something that would eventually be on display at the museum. So we met up not as frequently as I would have liked. And we did our best to first trace out this pattern and then try and get to quilting. So because the original object was a quilted petticoat, we had 3 layers of stuff to try and stitch together. So the bottom layer, which was unusually made out of silk for the original garment, usually they're linen or sometimes cotton, but this was silk on both the kind of the lining as well as the fashion fabric, the top layer, and then we had wool wadding in between. I did my best to get my materials mostly from normal kind of sewing shops in Finland. We have a very big chain store called Euro Fabrics, and that's where I got some of my supplies from. But the fabric itself came from the UK, from the Whitchurch silk mill. I've written an article about this, so if anybody wants to know more about this, just have a look. It's called The Petticoat Project, and it was published as an open access article in October 2022, I think. But it's available online for anybody who wants to read any of the specifics. But what I really wanted to get into today was the aspect of, if I were to do this again, how would I approach it? Enthusiasm is a lovely thing, but it would pay off sometimes to plan specifically the scheduling maybe a little bit better than what I did. I had misjudged quite a lot how long it would take to try and make even a partial recreation, because that's what we did. We were basically aiming to get more or less 1 panel of the petticoat finished. The whole thing was over sort of 3 meters wide with a hem that would have been less than 1 meter long, but it's a really big garment to try and do. And for people who haven't quilted at all before, and people who were using a very makeshift quilting frame, I think it's maybe in the, ooh, I've done a thing, I've messed it up. It's not moving anymore.
Okay.
Never click things. Let's see. Yeah, the quilting frame that we were using is not very luxurious. It's a couple of pieces of wood that I just kind of used those, I can't remember what they're called in English, but they just kind of screw together and hold everything tightly in place. But the one reason Thank you, clamps. The reason why I went for those was because I needed something that I could dismantle really quickly, because I had to take the project to Helsinki on a bus, etc., etc., etc. So it was all a little bit of a mess. But if I could, I would have had a proper 18th century quilting frame made, because it would have been much easier to always have the same fabric on there, be able to tighten it properly and keep the tension right. This time around, we were doing it all over again every single time, and we were just using pins to kind of keep it all in place and to try and keep it nice and tight. So I made it all very complicated for us by trying to keep it very simple. The stitches had to be teeny tiny. They do measure quite close to the original garment, so between 1 and 2 millimeters each, despite the fact that I had a multitude of hands working on this. But when you have a multitude of hands working on one thing, one garment, one project, you're always going to end up with quite a lot of differences. And I wish we would have had the time as well to kind of have little sort of like lessons on what we're doing before we actually attacked the project itself. Would have been very useful. But what I really would have, if I could, I would go back in time and I would tell myself, just believe in yourself, you can do it. Because the more I waffled, the harder it kind of became, because the project seemed so big. So belief in my own convictions and just kind of telling everybody else in the museum as well a little bit more that what we're doing actually matters and is very, very important. But here you can see a couple of the stages, a couple of my lovely seamstresses in costume working on the project in the museum. The last and final thing that I could change if I would be no pandemic, because we were doing really well in February 2020. And then the schedule, obviously everything went to what it went to. So it became quite difficult to safely work on something like this when you needed to squash people around the embroidery frame so tightly. But there we go. That's pretty much a very, very fast run through on what we did. Hopefully, if anybody has any questions, we have time to maybe get into some of the nitty-gritty details more. But we did end up making something that was really, really beautiful in the end, and that's what I'm very, very proud of. So thank you for having me, and thank you to all of my makers who were involved in the project, if anybody is maybe online somewhere. But thanks very much.
So Anna graduated from the University of Art in 2022 with first class honours in costume for theatre and screen. So her dissertation project in independent research practice focused on historically accurate reconstructions of 18th and 19th century regional Russian headdresses made using pearl work techniques. As a costume designer, Anna is interested in how the study of historical dress and construction methods can inform the design and costuming fulfillment stage. So thank you so much for coming, and
thank you so much for having me, and I would like to thank my tutor from Wimbledon College, Amy Hare. I don't know if she's probably online watching us, for encouraging me to apply and speak at this conference. So my introduction project follows my dissertation conducted in 2021, in which I studied an ethnographic 18th century woman's headdress from the State Historical Museum in Moscow and a group of similar objects. These headdresses are usually described as 18th and 19th century wedding or maiden's crowns and are attributed to Arhangelsk province in the Russian north. The initial research focused on the headdress used within ethnographic context. While working on the project, I consulted with the State Historical Museum curator of the traditional costume collection, Tatiana Ivanova, regarding the object's provenance and construction. A practical recreation of the headdress was one of my research methodologies. This process provided me with a comprehension of materials, construction technique, and design features. The final piece was later used for my final project in university. So the shape of the headdress resembles a half circle with 7 14 to 15 centimeter long scallops on the outer edge and a round cut on the inner edge to accommodate the hat. The motifs resemble flowers connected by a wavy line. Photographs of item on display show that the headdress has a slight curve, and 2 ribbon ties are pulled through through the holes in the bottom corners. The headdress is embroidered with small mother of pearl beads and decorated with brass ouches and glass beads. And the raised pearlwork embroidery overlays what I speculate is a repurposed gold work or an applique of passementerie. The pearlwork embroidery employed in this headdress is called white planting. This style of ornamental embroidery dates to the 14th century and was predominantly used for ecclesiastical objects. From the 15th century, we have records of pearlwork decorations on festive secular garments and accessories. But in the 18th and 19th century, the demand for pearlwork decorated garments declined, as most of the Russian society adopted European style of dress. And the spread of pearlwork was reduced to peasant women's headdresses. Pearls were often substituted with more affordable options, such as crushed mother of pearl or glass beads. And in this case, the pearls or the beads were not sewn straight onto the fabric, but planted on a base layer created from bleached linen cords. The headdress discussed in this study belongs to a group of bridal headdresses from the Russian north. It is widely believed that these wedding crowns appeared as a result of synthesis between the folk cut pieces and the crowns worn by princesses in the late medieval and early modern periods. But frankly, it's difficult to draw any conclusions as none of these early headdresses have survived. I was able to identify around 20 of these wedding crowns in different museum collections. Most notably, an inaccurately attributed headdress in the V&A collection, and potentially several crowns in the Moscow Art Theatre archive, which were altered and used for their 1898 production of Tsar Fyodor, starring Olga Kniper-Chekhov, the wife of the famous playwright Anton Chekhov. The only records of these type of headdress being used within ethnographic context come from the district around Piniga River in Arkhangelsk province, dating to the second half of the 19th century, up to the 1920s. In the recorded cases, the crown was worn during various rituals preceding the wedding ceremony in the chapel, and it was worn on top of a cylindrical headband. However, according to the museum curator, this type of headdress was much wider spread in the earlier time periods, yet no record exists. When I inquired whether my particular headdress had originated from that district, the museum curator responded that the museum was certain that it did not. So the origin of my headdress is very obscure. The museum acquired it from the collection of Natalia Shebelsky, a Russian noblewoman and a 19th century collector. And today her collection is split between the State Historical Museum, the Museum of Ethnography in St. Petersburg, and the Met Costume Institute in New York. I shall come back to Shebelsky later, and I'll be talking about my own recreation. So my first challenge was the unavailability of certain materials, in particular mother of pearl beads. Modern, perfectly polished and round mother of pearl that you see in the center do not resemble the historical type that was very rough and angular and uneven. So in my recreation, I decided to use 2mm freshwater pearls, which was one of the options historically. And I thought it was appropriate within the context of reconstruction. However, it affected the final appearance of the headdress. Simultaneously, I created a cardboard mock-up, which made me realize that the original headdress was too narrow to fit on a person's head. And one of the desired outcomes of this project was a wearable headdress. So I had to make...
Sorry, my computer's being weird, it's not you.
So I had to make alterations to the original shape by slashing and spreading the pattern, which ever so slightly distorted the original proportions. The next challenge was, I'll just go on. The next challenge was developing the guidelines for the embroidery. And one of the key premises of this pearlwork technique is that the base layer has to be one continuous cord without any cuts. And a careful examination of the photographs helped me to eventually figure out how to draw up the pattern.
Bear with.
Should I?
I'm just going to stop sharing. Okay, it's done. Right.
So historically, this type of embroidery was completed on linen canvas stretched tightly over a rectangular frame. So I built 50 by 50 centimeter frame and additional small frames for the samples at the wood workshop at Wimbledon College. When stretching the fabric, I referenced this this extant unfinished embroidery sample that had wooden dowels on the edges for reinforcement. The background fabric was another artistic liberty. In my interpretation, I decided to use a blue grosgrain silk instead of the pessementrier because I liked the way it complemented the white pearl work. Transferring the pattern was another challenge. I found references and evidence for two methods of transferring the pattern onto canvas, one of them being for the design to be traced straight onto the fabric with ink. So I've done this with pencil. So the next stage was tacking all of the decorative elements, brass ouches inlaid with colored glass that were custom made for me by a jeweler, and glass beads. The next step was creating the base layer following the pencil drawn guidelines. I used 3mm cotton macrame cord, and the stitches were worked into the twist of the cord so they were invisible, and the cord had to be twisted as I worked so the base layer retained its firmness. Then the pearls were strung on a separate thread, and the string was couched in the crease between the two cords. The couching stitches were made discreetly after each pearl in between the cords. Once the needlework was complete, I moved to the final stage. Historically, this type of embroidery was stiffened from the backside with wheat or bone starched, and layers of fabric and paper also pasted with this glue. I did not find any exact recipes, so I decided to use rabbit skin glue that is naturally and is commonly used for oil painting. I tested the water glue ratio and optimal amount of additional fabric on my samples. The dry glue granules were soaked in water and melted over a bowl of hot water. And then this hot paste was brushed onto the back of the embroidery, followed by 4 layers of calico, also pasted with this glue. The final layer was patterned chintz, which became the flip side of the headdress. According to the museum curator, my original headdress was painted red on the back. I tested this option on one of my samples and did not like it, so instead I referenced a similar headdress where the back side is covered with block printed chintz or patterned paper, and I thought it was more interesting and sophisticated. The paste was drying for several days, and then I cut it from the frame with a scalpel. I made 2 holes in the bottom 2 corners and completed the headdress with 2 jacquard ribbons. Looking back on this project, I'm not satisfied that my headdress deviates from the prototype, so I'm hesitant to call it a reconstruction, moreover a replica. Nevertheless, the process itself can be considered successful because I replicated the historical methods and techniques as closely as I could. Design variations and materials, albeit different to the ones used in the original, were period appropriate. I'm going to come back to Natalia Szabelski collection, where my headdress used to belong. She began building her collection of ethnographic costumes, embroidery and textiles in the late 1870s. And by 1904, the collection included up to 20,000 items. She was assisted by her 2 daughters. And alongside archival practice, Szabelski were also interested in proper attribution, documentation, textile conservation, and developing methodologies for researching and reproducing extant objects. For these purposes, Szabelski established a needlework school for peasant girls in their countryside estate in Kharkiv province, sort of similar idea to the arts and crafts movement in England. In the 1890s, the costumes in the collection were photographs for catalogs, and these images became quite influential for the early 20th century art and costume design. I'm just going to briefly mention this and show this poster for the Belarus Australia New Zealand tour made by Van Bilibin. So this image of a woman in the snowflake-like headdress with the front lens is very, very reminiscent of the reminiscent of the photo from the collection and was most likely inspired by it. I have not yet found any verified information of how Przybylski school functioned and what type of projects they undertook. However, it is speculated that extant objects were used as an educational resource for the students to carry out practical reconstructions. I came across a quote from 1890 in which Natalia said that alongside extant objects, her collection included some 400 of her own embroideries. For instance, this embroidered or reconstructed bed edging that has her signature. In addition to that, within the Przybylski collection exist several bizarre objects executed in a historically accurate method, but not found in any other collections and not referenced in any of the secondary sources. These headpieces appear to be a compilation of different design elements and motifs found in genuine ethnographic objects. These examples allow us to speculate that creative reconstruction was used by Przybylski to investigate, research, and document the historical dress and techniques. It becomes particularly relevant to my headdress as it stands out from the other headdresses of this type, which led me to think that it could have been one of these objects produced in Przybylski workshops in the early 20th century. However, the museum curator strongly believed that the headdress is of ethnographic origin. So, in my research, I was not able to identify the exact provenance of my prototype as intended. Moreover, my investigation raised further questions regarding objects' complex history. Learning about Przybylski collection and her research practices revealed layers of authenticity and made me reflect on the difference between reconstruction, replication, and creative interpretation, and the value of these practices in the context of studying historical reality.
One more speaker, and then so our next speaker is Emma Treleaven. So Emma is the collections manager at Amersham Museum and a trainee bespoke shoemaker. So she is also currently studying for a practice-led PhD about women shoemakers in 19th and early 20th century London, including how new technologies such as the sewing machine impacted the British shoemaking trade. So without further ado, I'll let you go.
Great, thank you very much. Hi, everybody online as well. Today, I'm going to talk about a very sort of tiny part of my PhD, which, as you mentioned, looks at kind of women shoemakers in London between 1815 and 1914. And making methodologies is a really big part of my research. So the first thing that I kind of wanted to talk about is historic shoes and shoemaking are really annoyingly difficult things to research. I think the primary reason for this is shoemaking is a very, very specialist set of skills that are really hard to learn, definitely not impossible, but it just takes huge amounts of time to be able to make a decently wearable shoe and to get to the point where you're sort of not just making something basic to making something of a professional quality. It's also really expensive to learn how to make shoes. The tools are very specialist, they cost a lot of money, the materials can be really pricey and quite tricky to find. You know, leather is not leather sort of thing. Finding someone to teach you is also really, really hard. And, you know, if you do find somebody, that's really expensive too. So basically, when I decided I wanted to become a shoemaker, I didn't quite realize I was going to be giving all of my money away for the next, you know, at least 5 years, pretty much. So it is just as a baseline, much more inaccessible to learn than, say, sewing. Whereas if you have, you know, needle, cloth, thread, bit of practice, you can come up with something pretty decent. You can get an idea of it pretty quickly. Shoemaking, unfortunately, is not like that. I was a shoemaker before I started this research, which is kind of what led me to it and sort of is what has enabled me to do this. And And it's really kind of the basis of my PhD. But the shoemaking I was doing before was kind of modern, glued together shoes, sort of, rather than how most historic shoes are made. So that's been a bit of a learning curve. Another barrier for researching shoemakers through shoemaking tends to be the nature of the objects themselves. Many shoes have a lot of internal layers, as you can kind of see here. This is sort of just a typical welted construction. And these all get covered up when the object's finished. And you don't get a lot of surviving shoes, historic shoes, that are in poor enough quality that you can see, but complete enough that you can see all of these layers within them. So shoes are really secretive, you know, they don't like telling you how they were made by any means. And sort of the last barrier I wanted to acknowledge is the lack of available tuition and resources about historic shoemaking specifically. If you want to learn how to make a modern shoe, there's places you can do that. But, you know, apart from sort of very specific pockets, like places like Colonial Williamsburg, the skills to make accurate historic shoes from most periods using correct materials, just, you know, they just sort of don't really exist widely. There's kind of nobody practicing it, so there's nobody to learn from. You know, they are very sadly just plain extinct in a lot of ways. So this is kind of when I decided I was going to research shoemakers through shoemaking, some of the things I came up against. The part of my research that I want to talk about today specifically is women hobbyist shoemakers in the latter half of the 19th century, specifically those who made Berlin wool worked embroidered slippers, like these lovely ones in the middle. Those are the uppers, the tops of the shoes. I think we all probably in this sort of situation are aware of kind of the popularity of Berlin wool work, which is a very common pastime for women in Victorian England. And you get countless patterns for, you know, objects from kind of cushion covers, footstool covers, lots of slipper uppers, being regularly printed in ladies' magazines, amongst other literature as well, from the 1840s, actually all the way up into the 1920s. The first thing that I kind of found a bit tricky when I started researching this was actually the name. The term sort of Berlin wool work is actually sort of very much from kind of the 1870s on. If you kind of are trying to find things about this specific technique and its use on shoes earlier, you know, you get canvas work or worsted work. If you're looking at North America, needlepoint. It sometimes even gets called cross stitch, you know, which it is, but, you know, because it's using different thread, it kind of gets classified as something else too. And it just kind of got a bit complicated. But basically, I'm talking about the filling of an entire ground of fabric using wool thread, using a repeated stitch, usually a very small X, in different colors to create a pattern. But for the ease of this presentation, I'm just going to call it Berlin wool work because we've got to pick a name. But these sort of different names made it really sort of tricky to sort of trace this technique and its relationship with shoemaking when I was starting out. Instructions for working these patterns are basic at best, you know, as you do with historic embroidery patterns, lots of assumed knowledge. And if you get any, you know, you just don't get much at all, which I had kind of expected. But it also occurred to me as I was sort of looking at lots and lots of things like these two images here, not only are the instructions for working the embroidery almost completely absent, so too are any instructions for making shoes that fit a particular size or for turning these embroidered uppers into shoes. So, you know, you do all your beautiful, beautiful Berlin wool work. What do you do next? Or what do you do before that, even when you're planning the project? If these slippers were supposed to be gifts, as is often suggested in primary and secondary sources, like this one's called a gentleman's slipper, but it's from the Young Ladies' Journal, for example. The embroiderer would have to have some idea of fit and scale in order to adjust the pattern, as I've never seen a pair of these made up where the pattern's cut off or incomplete. So you wouldn't sort of get that, you know, if you'd embroidered this too long, you wouldn't sort of get that flower cut in half. They always seem to sort of somehow work out. So they were embroidered to shape really successfully, which is what we can tell from surviving objects. And after quite a lot of reading, I haven't been able to find any suggestions or instructions of how you go about this. So I decided to put some experimental archaeology methodology to use and give it a go to prove my hypothesis about just how skilled the women who were making these things were, and what they would have had to have known in terms of shoe pattern drafting and pattern adaptation to be able to make these to fit. So I know we're only talking about slippers here. So fit wouldn't have to have been as exact as something as, you know, let's say a riding boot. But shoe pattern drafting is really hard. All of our feet are drastically different. Even like your left foot and your right foot will be different, as I was talking about earlier. We all have really, really different opinions about how we want our shoes to fit. That is absolutely not a universal thing. And that's before we get onto things like, you know, bunions and high arches. So shoe pattern drafting and fitting, it's a really, really complicated thing. And then you kind of throw sizing into the mix, and it's really tricky. So this is a modern slipper embroidery pattern from 1992, and you can see just how drastically the angles even change. So how do you kind of have the knowledge to take this and kind of turn it into something like that? So I started with a pattern, specifically this one here, which was published in the Ladies' Portfolio in March 1853. And the accompanying text of the pattern doesn't mention sizing, doesn't, you know, basically just says Berlin wool works popular, that's why we're publishing this. Great. So I picked this thinking, oh, well, that's kind of pretty. It should be kind of interesting. You know, it's a bit detailed, but that'll be fine. You know, I've done a fair amount of this sort of embroidery before. It should be okay. So I moved on to choosing my materials. I ended up using 100% wool crewel weight embroidery thread and 13 stitch to the inch cotton canvas. And I based those decisions on a pair of embroidered slipper uppers I have in my own collection and other uppers and complete shoes that I was looking at in museum collections. They all seem to be about that kind of gauge. So then I mapped out the pattern to sort of see what size it was going to be if I stuck with that on this canvas. And I ended up with a slipper that was way too big for me. But it would, I put it kind of on my husband's foot as well, and it ended up being closer to his size. So I determined all of this by making kind of a toile, which is kind of the picture in the bottom corner there. So cutting out will be the finished shape and sort of draping it on my foot. And that mock-up really led me to believe the pattern was either meant for a man, which isn't mentioned anywhere in the Ladies' Portfolio, or it's meant to be worked at a much smaller gauge than examples that I had seen. And I had no way to determine which was which. So I decided to just kind of go for it and start embroidering it with how it was. There is a lot of criticism from Victorian men and indeed later textile historians of both genders about how unskilled Berlin woolwork is and how it's basically the equivalent to paint by numbers. It's got no artistic or, you know, merit. It's not worth any serious concern. Just ignore it. It's boring. It's useless. It was silly. You get a lot of words like mindless, hideous, crude, and waste of time when describing Berlin woolwork. And this project has really shown me that how utterly ignorant that is. These patterns are not on printed canvas, although you can find secondary sources saying, you know, you could buy kits for embroidered slippers, but I haven't been able to find any primary source material showing that's actually true. So these patterns were worked from a chart, which sounds straightforward enough until you actually try it. If you look at the pattern, it's far from obvious how many colors are intended to be used. The pattern's got whack loads of shading in it. And 13 stitches to an inch, you don't realize how small that is until you try to stick crewel thread through that canvas. It's not easy. Color-wise, I came to the conclusion that this pattern actually has 9 colors in it, although it could be a bit more or a bit less. And the more color changes you have, the more difficult it is to keep the tension even. It can look an absolute mess very quickly, and the back is, I got better as we went on, let's say that. Despite being fairly experienced at this type of embroidery, I was really surprised at the challenges that this shoe upper has brought me. And I have a whole new respect for those people that were working on patterns like this in the past. Embroidering these shoe uppers is not paint by numbers mindlessness. It's a very skilled and purposeful thing. Next part of the process is taking the finished shoe uppers and turning them into wearable shoes. And my research has led me to believe there are 2 options for this. The first being that you would take your embroidered uppers to a shoemaker where he, possibly she, more likely he, would kind of turn them into shoes for you. And the other option is you would do it yourself at home. There's been a fair amount of research about middle and upper class women taking up shoemaking as a hobby in the 19 teens in England and Ireland. And there's different sources that I'm kind of pulling to get in the middle of pulling together to show that this actually kind of continued on through the rest of the 19th century. It wasn't a super common thing to do, but women definitely were making shoes at home for themselves and their families. And the main evidence for this are publications like there's a book called Every Lady Her Own Shoemaker, and I would highly recommend you all have a look at it because it's free online and it's absolutely hilarious. And, you know, the Workwoman's Guide actually includes a section on shoemaking. And, you know, there's various kind of other publications that go through how to do this at home. Surviving objects like this slipper table here from the Discovery Museum in Newcastle. That was I figured out it was used kind of between the 1850s and the 1870s based on its contents. And the quality and the construction methods of a few different pairs of shoes in different museum collections also show evidence that women were making these uppers into shoes themselves. You do get some slightly dodgy construction, but also very, very skilled construction as well. The next steps for this project is to finish embroidering a couple uppers, so the one I talked about earlier, but I'm also doing just a much, much simpler sort of pattern that I found suggested in another publication. I then need to carve some wooden lasts, which are the thing that kind of give shoes their shape, because you can't buy 19th century shoe lasts anymore. You can't get anybody to replicate them accurately. I have tried. It just does not work. The technology just kind of isn't there to understand that kind of geometry anymore. And then to use methodology suggested in Every Lady Her Own Shoemaker to try to put these together as a woman would have done in her own home in the 1850s on. And knowing what I know about shoemaking, I've already got a lot of questions about how that's going to work out. But my plan is to just sort of kind of go with how I've been going with the embroidery, is just try it, come up with a roadblock and try to figure out how to move past it. Because this is all sort of knowledge that is pretty much extinct, unfortunately. So that is thus far my experiments in embroidered shoemaking.
But stay up front, sure. And I'll allow the speakers to come up the front. That was a great way to end, because one of the themes of our workshop today is what type of skills are required, or I think we soon find out what type of skills we don't have any knowledge of anymore, or cannot get training in.
Yeah.
So I've got questions, but I might open it up to the room first. Dustin.
I have questions. I have a question for Laurie, Annie, and Anna, if I can.
Yeah.
Laurie, your question is fantastic, and I liked your idea of the digital use. My question of the digital printing process, was there specific patterns and specific historical sources that you used to be able to create those?
What I didn't say was that a UL graduate, Pepe Lee, actually used Adobe Suite to create a pattern from the degraded fabric. And we found a small section of fabric underneath a hem of the inside of the bonnet, where the original colour had been retained. And we held that using digital techniques to then print the fabric with a digital reactive dye.
Fantastic. I can talk to you about doing a chemical or doing a color test and figuring out what color historically you need to create the digital format as well.
Yeah, it was the meld of trying to use more historic techniques and then the very modern technique to create a visually accurate end.
Ani, the question that I have for you was, it basically is based on those patterns and how do you know, the whether historical sources and similar examples of the petticoats that you could have imitated or emulated?
I had a look at a lot of petticoats, and that's that's really something that's been taking over my PhD quite a lot now. So I know so much more about them than I used to. But as much as there are very complicated patterns out there, I have not come across anything as complicated as that Maritime Museum example. There's also, there was a little bit of a, I think, disconnect sometimes in the project where I was trying to tell my volunteer sewers that this thing that we have on paper, this pattern, has been digitally done. It's started off as an artist drawing and then it's been digitally created. So we don't need to try and replicate it to its like digital perfection, if you know what I mean. But then people were like, no, but that's what's on the paper, so that's what we must do. Guys, come on. But yeah, I think it's a really fascinating question because there are so many different quilted petticoat patterns out there. Linda Baumgarten from the States has done some amazing work on quilted petticoats, but even in everything that she's gone through, and then everything that I've seen in Finnish museum collections so far, we haven't seen anything that complicated. It doesn't make me think that this isn't real, if you know what I mean. It just kind of pushed it up another notch to going, whoever had this made had some serious cash.
Yeah, yes, yeah. And I mean, the last question is very similar. You were the different jewels that are there, because you talk about princesses and I work on royal culture. And my question to you is, the jewels, do they have any historical significance? Like, if there's certain specific one in which you had to choose or you were trying to emulate that are in the headpieces, do they have significance and historical meaning?
You mean like the decorative pouches?
Yes, like the different jewels that are used in different coatings.
No, I don't think so. The interesting thing that I found out is that they never used any precious stones. All of these like 18th and 19th century Russian headdresses, they always are always using the like gemstone imitations made out of glass. So the only like precious materials used in them are like mother of pearl or pearl beads. Yeah, in terms of like, you mean like symbolic meaning?
Yeah, like historical meaning, because oftentimes when you have royal princesses wearing something, they would be, which is really interesting that you're saying it's dual imitation, because they would have worn real jewelry in any kind of headdress, in any kind of form. And what's really interesting is that they're using gemstone imitation, and usually they have historical significance like associated with the royal family, there's a specific color within the royal family, because I was just wondering if there's specific historical, have you come across anything like that?
Any references to this? I'm just trying to think. In terms, I've seen some examples of this type of headdresses where they use like weird materials like ornate buttons that would have been used for dresses. In earlier time periods in like 17th and 16th century, I found they would use because the Russian Tsars would be gifted some jewelry by embassies from Iran and like Central Asia and maybe from Europe, and they would take apart these jewelry because they would wear them and they would be used mostly in ecclesiastical objects and ecclesiastical embroideries. So you can see, I've seen examples of like Orthodox Christian objects that would have pomegranates and very like Eastern designs mixed with Christian symbols and Christian imagery.
Thank you.
I have a question for everybody on terminology. So there was a lot of different terms used.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to, I guess, ask, and I especially was struck by your use of replica, Laurie. I'm not sure if that's more of a conservation thing. Yeah, so I was wondering like what terms do you use and why do you use them?
I think as listening to everyone else, I think I realised that this was more production from observation of the original object. Although it does have a sense of replication, as like every process that I used was replicating experience of making as much as possible. I agree that the use of terms, like from listening to everyone else's, is a really interesting thing to think about and incorporate.
Yeah,
because it's so subtle. Like every act of making, it's so tacit, and you can't always really put it into words.
Yeah.
Fully.
Yeah, exactly. And I was just asking because I wasn't sure if that was coming more from a conservation point of view, because I know that, you know, replicating, well, you know, even in conservation, you might be trying to replicate a certain part of a surviving object.
Because in a conservation process, reconstruction would probably take a very different meaning. So reconstructing an object would be closer to a restoration of a historic object.
Yeah.
When creating a new object would be seen more as replication instead of reconstruction, because reconstruction has connotations of making it new again, as opposed to making separate.
Yeah, and that's something I've come across in the conservation literature since our first workshop, is that reconstruction could be reconstituting the parts of an object and putting them back together.
That's often used.
Yeah, where it's interesting, whereas in, like, I think in outside of conservation, reconstruction or recreation are more. Yeah, so I was wondering what everyone else, like, reflecting on your terminology, why you use what you use, and there's no right or wrong terminology necessarily, but thinking more about why you use the terminology.
I think my terminology is still very much kind of like a living thing going through several methodologies and
all about
changing
terminology
every time I write. I think Hilary Davidson wrote quite a good kind of lowdown on some suggested terminology as well, and that's sort of when I thought. The way I started seeing it was a replica is like an exact copy, or as close as exact as you can. And for the Petticoat project, that was just not possible. So as much as I've called it a replica in the article that I wrote it quite a long time ago, and then it took a long time to get published, and so on and so forth. So now I'm like, I've changed my mind.
Sure, you're allowed.
Yeah. So it's one of those things where, because we weren't making, it just wasn't possible to try and go for this sort of like,
because you don't have the whole object.
Well, exactly. So it's more of a kind of I saw it more of as a reconstruction.
Yeah.
But
you're reconstructing it how it would have been.
Yeah. But even then, because of the way we were doing this with volunteers and with such a limited budget, and you know, just me being super enthusiastic about it, it just is not anywhere close to being like a scientifically perfect super copy of what this thing might have looked like. It's an interpretation. Yeah. And that's what I have written about. I've said very clearly, it's an interpretation of what this might have looked like. And even though it's just an interpretation, it still has a lot of value, because it's so much more obvious looking at our reconstruction, so much more obvious of what the original object was and what its purpose was, than looking at the brown mush and just going,
And somebody can take that and build on it in the future.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Or if I lose my mind, I'll do it all over again.
What about you, Emma? How do you, because you're sort of making from a pattern, right? And informed by surviving objects.
Yeah, it's I don't know, I guess experimental reconstruction, because this is it. It's like I just don't have the answers to a lot of questions. Like I don't have a way really of finding out what the internal structure is for a lot of these finished shoes, and they do vary in construction depending on sort of what year we're talking about, really, and if they're manned.
Could you X-ray?
Well, this is the thing, is like, yes, but a lot of the things don't really differentiate really well, because they're all really natural materials, and they're all really thin layers. So it's kind of, this is kind of what I want to try, but trying to find the money to do that. And it's my university isn't into it, I don't think, as far as I've been able to ascertain. But I'm really hoping somebody's just going to rock up one day and say, like, oh, here, I've got this pair of, embroidered slippers that are falling apart. Do you want to help take them apart further?
Yeah. Well, if anyone's watching.
Yes. Because the annoying thing is they're either in museum collections or they're really expensive. So even if I did, could afford to buy a pair, I wouldn't have the money, but I also just wouldn't have the heart to take them apart. No, because they're rare enough things. If like kind of really beat up 1920s T-strap shoes you can find on the internet really regularly, that I would consider taking apart, but not a pair of these. So it's, I don't know. I'm sort of, this is somewhere I am a bit stumped to kind of what to call it, is because I just don't know enough to feel like I can really say, oh, I'm trying to actually reconstruct these. I'm trying to reconstruct the embroidery, I guess, or mimic the embroidery and learn from it. But yeah, experimental making, I don't know.
This is where
I haven't come down, figured out what I want to make
recreative
yet.
practice is probably more of an appropriate
Yeah.
term, because there is a creative element there that you have to get.
Yeah.
Well, there's a
What-
pattern, and in some reconstruction, they've been talking about the problems of authenticity. And whether it's quote, it's recreation, it's reconstruction, and this is the terminology that's going across any kind of boundary that we're having. I don't think it's a problem just within textile history, but even I'm struggling. Am I doing a reconstruction? And I didn't like, because I used your terminology, like I'm not using replica because I'm not replicating it. I'm not trying to do an exact imitation of it. But what they said is there's 3 different categories. There's recreation of the past, there's reconstruction with evocation, and then there's an actual when you're actually replicating. And there's a different distinctions between the two.
And that
They
is
help us.
archaeology.
Yeah, but basically archaeology. As well.
Yeah, although they say recreative practice is like stylistic. Which is we I think disagree with.
They also like to call things artifacts, which as a curator, I disagree with. So it's archaeology's got its funny bits.
Which is where I think we need to be like maybe aware of the boundaries between the disciplines.
Yes.
Like
Agreed.
but also like communicating across disciplines.
Yeah.
And I mean, Anna, what do you think of yours? Because yours is like part of you do costume and design.
Yeah, I'll probably do it like a creative interpretation.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I was trained in a design school, and I always like see these historical garments as part of a costume and a part of a character. And while working on this project, I was always kind of bringing my own design decisions into it, ultimately altering the original look of the headdress. For example, I've used polyester threads throughout the whole process just because it was convenient, and I didn't like working with linen threads. But then some materials were period appropriate, like the pearls and the brass arches and the linen cotton cords.
Which I guess is where, we always have to make, I can't remember who it is, has talked about informed compromises.
Yeah.
Right. And even Alka with your project, not being able to use like dung necessarily or beads, wax versus. So yeah, there's all these sort of decisions we make,
and how you record them.
Yeah. Do we have any more questions from the room, or we can take up?
So I have questions for Laurie, for Annie and for Emma, please. Laurie, I was wondering, I was really struck by your project. It's fascinating. And I was really struck by the way you said that you were actually following Lydia's process rather than just recreating a bonnet. So I wonder if that gives you like an opening into going into like a more social history of women's work and women's experience.
Absolutely.
And I wonder if you were thinking about doing something related to that, perhaps. Should I give the questions to all 3 first? And do you want?
Yeah, no, go one by one. It's fine.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It was so important for the museum itself, based in Nottinghamshire, to tell the story of Lydia, which as the bonnet was so damaged, they were inhibited in doing that. So going through Lydia's process by observing her stitch pattern, like as I could observe the bonnet, I couldn't really touch it or handle it. No way could I deconstruct it as someone would maybe to make a pattern. But looking at it, I could see like her hand stitch within the lining where she'd made decisions that are not, you can't read that. It's knowing. It's something that can only be demonstrated and seen. And it's so hard to put that into words. And through doing that, and it was so important because I wrote an article just for my university journal for it, I was not making a bonnet from the time, I was making hers. So it was less based around the historic research. That's not my background. I'm not a historian whatsoever. But is taking this one woman who lived, who made this thing, and recreating that and remaking that from her perspective is what interested me. And I'm hoping to follow that through into my further education in the future, for sure, because I'm only at the beginning.
Yes. And Annie, fascinating project again. But I was really struck by your decision to use multiple hands in the project. I wonder if there was a reason why you decided to go that way, if there was some evidence that the original was worked by several different hands, or there was another reason why you went in that direction. So I thought your thoughts on that would be good.
So the reason for it is not very exciting. It's a very pragmatic reason in its own way. When I was doing the project, I was the curator of education at the Maritime Museum. So then my boss was like, well, if you're going to do this, I'm not going to let you do it on your own. And I was like, oh, okay, community project, fine. So that's kind of where it came from. But also because I have such a strong background in volunteering, and when I was doing my volunteering for the Castle Museum in York, they actually had a weekly volunteer sewing group. And it was something that everybody who was a part of the group, everybody who attended, they really enjoyed it. And I thought that turning this into a kind of a project that has multiple facets to it would be something really interesting. I just thought if people can learn from this, then not only are they maybe hopefully learning a little bit of the technique that was used to make these, but they would also become more engaged with what the museum has to offer and what kind of surprises can be in the Maritime Museum collection. Saying, you know, it's not just boats, you know, we have so much, exactly, audience engagement. There's so much other stuff there too. And a lot of the other stuff gets overshadowed by the boats. So it was kind of then getting to talk to people about things like 18th century merchant ships and commerce and where the silk would have come from and where it was going. And since this was found in a shipwreck, it was actually a ship that was wrecked in Finnish waters, but it was not a Finnish ship and it was never actually going to Finland. So there were so many different things that I just thought, well, I enjoyed community sewing. Maybe other people can enjoy it. Maybe other people can learn from it. And hopefully we'll end up with something that can be displayed at the museum. So that's what I didn't talk about, was kind of saying this is going to be a part of the museum collection. This is going to go on display for at least a little while. And a lot of people who were involved with the project really loved that as well, that they were contributing to something that was going to be in a museum. It was a big deal from them because, you know, they were all as geeky as I am. So they were really excited to be able to contribute to something that other people could come and have a look at.
Was any of your funding linked to community participation?
We didn't have separate project funding for this at all. So this was all coming out of my curator education budget. And that's why the budget
tiny
very little. And I spent most of it on silk.
As one should.
As you do.
Again, a very fascinating project. I was really struck by your your mention of the fact that there are lost skills. Yeah, because I mean I'm dealing with some lost skills, and your way of putting it also was really sick. So my question to you is, how do you interpret the significance of skills that are lost? Like how do we contextualize this in the context of our historical understanding of techniques and processes? I mean, do you think that, I mean, what do you think about why certain skills get lost? Is it because of the popularity / some other benefit of newer skills that supersede them or take over, or that there's actually an evolutionary process within like shoemaking technology?
Yeah, there totally is. Yeah.
So yeah, your thoughts on that?
A few different things. Shoes. A lot of shoe skills get lost because of changing fashion. So for example, you know, the turn shoe construction that a lot of these would have been made with, that just, yeah, doesn't exist anymore. That as soon as, you know, ladies started not wearing dainty heelless slippers, really, that sort of just went, you know, there was no need for those skills particularly anymore. So that's the kind of reason something like that would have gone out of fashion. In the wider shoe world, it's really tricky to say sort of why things change, but I think a lot of it, we have actually lost huge amounts of shoemaking skill and knowledge, really, really fundamental stuff to even modern shoes in the last couple generations, because of overseas manufacturing and things like that. So there is there's one place you can go learn how to carve lasts in the UK. There's only one guy teaching it, basically, and he does a couple courses a year, and it is the absolute bare bones basics, because you go for 4 days and it's something you would normally do a very long apprenticeship to learn. So it's one of these things, you go, you try it. All the shoemakers I know who've done it have said, great, I made a pair of lasts. I now know exactly what I don't know, and I'm never going to make another pair. So there's one last manufacturer in the UK, and they do huge amounts of work for places all over Europe. They're literally the only place you can go, really, unless you're kind of bulk ordering from abroad to get lasts, and then you have to get, you know, kind of like 50 of them.
Are all these skills still overseas, or is mass manufacturing? This is the thing, is hand last making is just kind of going, because more and more people are trying to figure out how to, say, 3D print them. Which all the math around that just gets really complicated, and I really don't think anybody's actually figured it out so it works yet, but people keep assuming it does. It's all very complicated. Technology hasn't replaced most of the shoemaking skills, and if you look at the machines that get used today, like I worked for a company that in theory was the absolute state of the art in shoemaking, and their shoemakers are still like doing probably about half the processes by hand. It's so, you know, this is the thing, is I think fashion does play a huge part in certain skills just disappearing when it comes to shoes. Availability of materials also changes things really drastically, which is kind of linked to fashion. So when chrome tanning comes in, you know, shoemaking changes hugely, because you can get really sort of different leathers, different colors, different finishes. You know, and then, you know, you kind of get plastics coming in, and that changes all the internal structure. So most of us in this room, the internal structure of our shoes is given, even if the outsides are leather, by plastic. So materials sort of change things. And then, you know, if you don't have anybody that's still really capable of dealing with, say, the rubber, you know, top pieces, so the, you know, kind of bit there, if they're not selling them, why would they be making them? And then that skill goes, and then all of a sudden the only option you have is plastic. So shoes are weird because it's a very niche thing. And there's a reason that most people working in the shoe world have done very, very long apprenticeships. But those apprenticeships don't exist anymore. And then, so it's a weird thing. Yeah, lots of knowledge loss in lots and lots of different ways, unfortunately. Some of it very recent. And would part of it be because, I mean, as with clothing now, like it's just not very well made anymore. Like it's not made to last. Like shoes now, like still not really, you know, like clothing now is not made to last. So why would you need to invest in that knowledge if you don't really need the shoes to last very long?
This is very true, although it is a bit of a myth that shoes in history were meant to last. Like you get all these brilliant stories about women going to balls, and if their shoes were intact at the end of the night, it was a bad night. You clearly didn't dance enough. And there's this actually great account of a woman in the 18 teens talking about, or no, it's a man talking about the fashion for women to make their own shoes. And even if their shoes were falling apart on their feet, then they could say, oh, it's fine, I made it. Then that was like this huge status marker. So it's
more complicated.
It's a chicken and egg thing, but yeah, it's the fact that we don't expect our shoes to last 10, 15 years anymore. It is definitely a contributing factor, because nobody wants to pay for a pair of shoes that will. So yeah, who's supporting those skills? So buy good shoes, people, if you can.
I think we have a couple of questions online, and then maybe one to round out.
We do, but we're also only 3 minutes out from lunch, so I think we'll go to the big rounding out one. So we've had one question that is for all of our panel, and which I think chimes very well with the themes of today, and which we might ask the afternoon panel as well. So the afternoon panel, thinking about our answers to as well. So this was a question from Joe T, who says, there are some amazing projects taking place with such attention to process and care over all the geeky, nerdy details that we loved. But I wonder what we're learning from this beyond just how to make the thing. What type of knowledge are we rediscovering, and how can we bring the experiential knowledge into the wider historical narrative? So I think this is one of Sarah and I's big questions that we want to get out of the network, is essentially, what's the so what beyond, well, now I know how to make this thing, but what does that actually tell us more broadly about the past, about these
Or
makings?
why do we do the making? You know, in terms of like Alka's experience was because you sort of got to a point where you're like, I cannot get any more information unless I turn to this. And there's all different reasons, but yeah, sort of the so what question, like what beyond what we've learned from the project itself, how does that inform our research?
From my perspective, a lot of it comes from the fact I'm a curator and I look after museum collections. So the more I know about how these things are made, the better position I am to take care of them. And with shoes in particular, because you've got so many internal layers, so many different components that aren't obvious, if you don't understand how a shoe is made, you like being able to store it properly is basically impossible. Yeah, it's so that's kind of a big point for me, is it really just sort of will help kind of these museum objects last so much longer and be in a much better condition for future people to research and look at from whatever perspective they want, if we can take better care of them. So that's kind of one of my kind of core starting points for my research.
And I think you also said it's also to push back at some of the narratives about women being unskilled in Berlin work.
Which is something that I didn't really anticipate. Like I kind of thought, oh, well, you know, I'm researching women, that'll be part of it a bit. But just really like, there's a bit in Every Lady Your Own Shoemaker about like, oh, well, if you're having trouble doing this bit, go and ask your husband if he's not busy and maybe he'll help you. And I poo-pooed this so much. I was so annoyed that she'd said that, because every other part of the book is really, you can do this. You absolutely have the skills. And then I tried to do that in a different pair of shoes I was making, and I physically was not strong enough. I am no weakling. I've been making shoes for a while. I had to get my extremely muscly shoemaking teacher to do that bit for me, because there was just, in that leather, in that shape, no way. So it's sort of, it is making me think that quite a lot. Yeah. So.
And on the same vein, you say as a curator, it really helps. It's exactly the same, if not more, for a conservator, because, and that is actually what I'm basing my dissertation on, is how knowing how to make an object, knowing how to make a dress, a textile, is so vital. We learn material theory, material science to conserve objects, but not many of us know how to make them. And going through that process of making and unpicking what you have to do to make an object is so valuable, like over theory. Because just reading how to make a thing is not the same thing as making it. And to mend an object, as you were saying about the shoes, these women knew how to make them, so they knew how to mend them.
Yep.
And they could mend their own shoes.
And you do get evidence of that.
And that's more, you know, restoration for wear, but as a conservative standpoint for a museum, being able to make it is being able to mend it. So
or at least stabilize it.
Stabilize.
I think for me, this is going to go into a completely different direction, which is my kind of general background in history and cultural heritage studies and all of that, is a lot of historic textiles, as I'm sure many of you are aware, they're not being used as sources for any kind of historical study, really. They're being looked at sometimes as kind of, you know, it's beautiful, it's lovely, but okay, that's that. And this particular project, it was also about the kind of shared cultural heritage past. I mean, quilted petticoats were absolutely ubiquitous in the 18th century. They survive in so many different countries. You have them in the States, you have them across so many different European countries, but of course the materials for them were sometimes coming from Europe, sometimes not, depending on where the silk was from and where it was made and who was stitching it and where the design was from and all of this. So for me, it was kind of like saying, here we have this thing, and even though this is not actually a finished thing, similar things survive in Finland. These things can be used to just gain a deeper understanding of how these clothes were worn, how they were shipped to other places, why they were shipped to other places, and it becomes big. Everything is like conceptually quite big. But that was definitely a part of why I thought this was also an interesting project. It's relearning how the thing itself was maybe made, but it's also thinking about the techniques as you're kind of doing it, and then going, oh, well, there were a lot of people who would have actually known how to do this back in the day. And you know, it was just, that was the kind of chat that we were having when we were stitching.
Wider cultural stuff.
Yeah, so it's all kind of the wider cultural and cultural heritage context as well, which, in my opinion, historic clothing, historic women's clothing, historic all clothing really, isn't always being used to its full potential when people are researching or interpreting things. And in museums, in so many museums in so many countries, it is being misinterpreted or just not being spoken about.
Ignored.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have an answer to this, because sometimes reconstruction for me feels like I'm just reconstructing for the sake of reconstructing and for the sake of the process. But as
It's no bad thing.
you know, as somebody who, speaking from like a costume for theater and screen background, I think for films and for especially for period dramas, all of the costumes they require a solid base of research and knowledge about construction methods for them to look authentic and period accurate on screen. And so my wording is like
No, you're making perfect sense. No, it makes sense. I mean, that's where this panel is quite interesting, because I think unlike the second panel and some of our keynotes, which are probably more of a history background, this panel definitely has more of a museums, heritage, conservation, costume design background. It's actually really showing how, depending on your, well, as Hilary said, and her positionality, depending on where you're coming from, and why it changes the reason that you make.
And I've also,
and the knowledge you will learn from it.
I'll say very quickly just that I've also used my project in two different ways. One way was the whole curator of education museums thing, but I'm also using it in my PhD, where I'm looking, you know, there's intersectionality, but I am talking about it differently, and kind of when I'm trying to convince people why it's cool, I might focus on different things.
Yeah,
So
just because you've done the work doesn't mean you can't go back to it and look at it in a different way.
yeah, exactly.
Great. Well,
It is lunchtime.
thank you so much to all of our speakers. I think this has been a really great panel. We're going to break for lunch for an hour now, 45 minutes. I got my thing right here. And we will be back. So to those online, just come back 1:15 UK time. And yeah, great. Yeah. And we might even, we'll leave the headdress here for people in the room to have a look, and then we may even
Yeah, we should definitely show it off.
yeah, maybe
So
we'll
we can,
show those online as well, if you want to sort of
Where it's
oh yeah, here we go. But otherwise, for everybody else, lunch should be out on the table where the and then we might see if we can go and I'm the guys. Yeah, I'm gonna put some sauce.
Okay, we are ready for liftoff. Thank you for everybody for your patience while we dealt with this technical hiccup. We now have it so that everybody in the rooms is kind of at little stations around individual laptops so that we can all hear Abby. It'll all be fine. We've dealt with it. So I'm just gonna get straight on with this afternoon's session and introduce our wonderful speaker, Abby Cox. So Abby Cox is a dress historian, author and sewist. With a master's degree in decorative arts and design history from the University of Glasgow, Abby has managed to create a career out of dress history that would rival, sorry, I just remembered what this, what Abby's fantastic bio says. Odysseus' journey, working as an apprentice milliner and mantua maker at the Colonial Williamsburg Foundation, vice president of American Duchess Shoes Incorporated, and now as a full-time fashion history video creator on YouTube, where she shares her love of dead people's clothing. Abby co-authored the American Duchess Guide to 18th Century Dressmaking and the American Duchess Guide to 18th Century Beauty, and has been featured on NPR, the Wall Street Journal, and the Huffington Post. Currently, she's working on her next book about corsetry with Penguin Random House. Abby lives with her husband and 2 dogs in Bloomington, Indiana. So over to Abby, and hopefully we will all be able to hear her and everything will be smoothly technical from here on in.
I hope so. Hello, thank you for having me. I am going to have to open up my lecture notes, so I'm not going to be able to see the chat because it is how my laptop is set up, so I apologize in advance for this. So let me get my professional notes in front of me. I do want to say I'm so sorry that I'm not there in person. Unfortunately, fate had other plans in store for me. But despite everything, I am going to do my best to talk with you all today about what Serena and Sarah have asked me to speak about, which is basically the evolution of my recreation work and my experimental archaeology process throughout my various career points. So working at the Living History Museum, Colonial Williamsburg, acting as vice president of American Duchess, where, like Serena mentioned, we published 2 books in my time there, the American Duchess Guide to 18th Century Dressmaking and my personal baby, the 18th Century Beauty book, and also as my current version as a full-time content creator on YouTube. Now, because over the years and throughout my different jobs, I have both consciously and unconsciously adapted and altered my methodological practices to better fit within the confines and demands of my job and my audience requirements. So like while on the surface, I can totally see how like people might think, but basically you do like the same thing, right? Like you sew old-fashioned dresses using traditional techniques and experimental archaeology. Like what changes are there really, right? And well, if my wallet is any indication, more than you might imagine, and they're expensive too. Now, before we get into the weeds about these specific challenges and the benefits the different jobs and their respective audience entails, I do kind of want to set up some parameters about how I personally view this historic practice, recreation and reconstruction work and like my historical sewing techniques. This form of research and investigation is ultimately incredibly new. I know so many of you all in the audience and attending today are a part of it, and you're a part of this trail blazing that we are all collectively doing. That's why we're here, right? And like we're still figuring out what works, what doesn't work, what terms do we use, what terms do we not use, what's outdated, what's all of that sort of thing, what the best practices are. So as with so many things, there isn't one single right way to do something, and I just want it. And there are many paths to take on this journey, and like the path depends on what your interests are and what your outcome goal is. And so I just think it's important for everyone to kind of understand where I'm coming from with this, because again, this talk is very personal and it is not actually reflective of everyone in every situation that I'm speaking of. So I want to be super clear with that. So the first thing is we basically have, are you a process person or are you an outcome person? Another way to kind of view this is, are you into recreation work or are you into reproduction work? Because to me, they're different. And for me, I am a process first historian. And this root, this origin comes from my time at Colonial Williamsburg, where our collective goal was to explore the actual trade of mantua making and millinery and to understand the different ways the women worked in the 18th century and actually recreate their work in public in this historical setting. So this origin, this root of what I do, this foundation means that over the past almost 20 years, 10 years, I'm more interested in how and why makers did what they did versus trying to replicate something exactly of an original. Like I'm not as interested in reproduction work as I am in recreating the work itself, if that makes sense. So, I mean, exact replicas are cool, but that's not where I'm super interested in. So, and when you focus on the process, it's more about, to me, endeavoring to sit in that mindset of the historic dressmaker or tailor, to try and put yourself in their shoes and try to think how they would think and problem solve like they would problem solve. And most importantly, cut and fit on a multitude of different bodies. So, for example, sorry guys, this is a really unhinged PowerPoint. So for example, though, one of my proudest moments as a maker and in this process historian is when I've actually made mistakes. So I was making a gown for myself and I ended up cutting the sleeves too tight and they were long fitted sleeves. And I chose to fix the mistake. And even though the easiest way for me to fix the mistake would have been just to cut out new sleeves, instead, I opted to piece the sleeves and just piece them where I needed to and make it work. Because if I didn't do that, then the messed up sleeves would have just basically gone in the trash, and that's wasteful. Now, was this a massive pain? Absolutely. Was this the easiest thing to do? No, it would have been much easier just to cut out new sleeves. And did I hate every minute of it? Yeah, I did. I regretted it the whole time. But a few months later, I was at LACMA, the Los Angeles County Museum of Arts, and we were looking at one of their redingotes, and I actually saw the same piecing in their long sleeves that I used in mine, and I saw that maker had the same mistake, and she fixed that mistake the same way I fixed that mistake, and that was so validating for me because that told me that in that moment, in that minute of problem solving, I was there. You know, I stepped into that 18th century mantua maker and I had my problem and I solved my problem like she did, and seeing that was validating. So it's here that, you know, I've figured out I'm a process person. And I really enjoy that physical act and the mental challenge of sewing and making. And the final product is great. Like, obviously it's great. But like, I don't quite get the same satisfaction out of the finished product as I do through the process itself. So the second aspect of this historical practice value system is where you sit with materials and tools. And again, this is individual. While we all know that nothing can ever be an exact replication because we do not have access to the same tools or materials that were previously available, we all still ultimately have our own standards. And so here is where I'm very much in you use the closest thing to the original as I can possibly achieve camp. I really try to only use natural fibers unless I literally don't have any other choice. So for example, in this Edwardian evening gown, the lace in my skirt is like a nylon poly blend because I literally could not find what I needed otherwise. Like that was it. That was the only option I could find. So, you know, but I ultimately try to avoid using man-made materials, and I'm more inclined to opt for something a little bit more simplified, if it means that I can source a better quality fabric or trim. But there are always exceptions to this rule. Now, my other rule is, and again, this is unique to me, okay? Like I need you all to know this is a weird quirk of mine. Cotton thread sucks, and it's garbage, and I hate it, and I actively refuse to use it. And this is mostly for hand sewing. And like the general rule is, of course, like silk thread for silk and wool fabrics, linen thread for linen, and cotton and cotton for linen, and then like cotton thread for cotton. My rule personally is silk thread for everything but linen. Part of this is because I don't like cotton thread, modern cotton thread. I don't think it's good. It breaks all the time. It gets tangled. I'm just not into it. But also because ultimately I am much more interested in working with a correct weight of thread than just material matching, because when it comes to hand sewing reproduction work, you use different weights of threads at different points, and having that correct weight is so important when it comes to your hand sewing. And if you want to know my personal favorite sewing thread, it is Kinkame Silk Twist. As you can see, I have a very obnoxious collection of it because I can't just buy one spool at a time. So that's my rule. When I'm on a sewing machine, it is different, but for hand sewing, I have very strong feelings about this. That other people usually make fun of me for, but I mean, it is what it is. So, but these are my values, and this is kind of where I sit, so that way you all understand where I'm coming from when it comes to comparing my different career points. So to start, we need to go to Colonial Williamsburg.
Yeah, and the ad on TV for it's like, Colonial Williamsburg, you're gonna have a fun effing time.
Yeah, I used to say that all the time when I worked there. That was my constant earworm. So I'm sure it'll come as no surprise for you all. But Colonial Williamsburg is where I developed my processes and my standards, and I learned what I valued and enjoyed in historical recreation work. And here it was mostly focused on the process of the trade work itself, and through that, the finished product would have its value. So like a well fit and well sewn simple garment that could last for like years under abusive wear and tear is just and was just as important as creating like a fancy silk gown that was maybe worn for like one program. And in fact, that the clothes that can survive wear and tear ultimately had more value to them. And because it was a trade and process focused space, that meant that we worked mostly on cutting and fitting for real bodies too. And like experimentation was a part of the program. So while you might have been taught one way to cut and fit a bodice, through the study of original garments and experimentation, we were all able to kind of develop our own methods and approaches to cutting and fitting gowns to bodies. And while doing an exact copy of an original garment was a part of the apprenticeship program, like that was something that you were required to do, it was not actually your daily focus. And since Brooke is in this in the chat, I'm going to call her out again. Like Brooke really taught me the foundations of how to cut and fit a gown. But I also know that if you put us together today, we would probably actually do it differently. And there's nothing wrong with that. It is that individuality is a part of the whole process. And it's just an example of how mantua makers had to, like, everyone has different brains, right? Everyone thinks differently, everyone problem solves differently. So we all have our own unique kind of quirks when it comes to doing something. And so the shop really kind of allowed that space in so many ways to develop that technique and to kind of figure out what works for you and what doesn't work, because you would be taught one way to do something and you could go, oh, I really like that way that works, and then you'd be taught another way to do something else and you go, that does not work for me. I do not understand this. This is not, the computing is not computing. So that's just something to like of how we worked. So we were like experimentation and customer focus, and this was really easy for us because basically we had a whole museum of people who could be our customers and our co-conspirators. And so we were able to make clothes for blacksmiths, tinsmiths, weavers, and character interpreters. And each person had a unique body and unique needs for their clothing, as well as just a huge range of wear and tear. Functional clothing and experimentation was really valued, and we were given opportunities to explore. So some of my personal explorations were in 18th century hairdressing techniques, and also making wool flannel jumps for the blacksmith and tinsmiths to wear under their stays for additional warmth in the winter. So this is Jenny. She is a tinsmith, and I found this written description about wool flannel waistcoats being worn by invalids in the winter underneath like their shifts and everything for additional body warmth. And based off of this description, I wanted to make a couple, and I asked Jenny and Ashlyn, who's a blacksmith, to wear them so we could kind of get an idea of whether or not they worked, because they work in spaces that did not have heat control. And so we were able to have this cool, like, cooperative, collaborative experimentation process, which was just great. Also, Nicole and I like caused a huge ruckus on Facebook back in the day because we made black silk bib aprons strictly to explore why. Like, this is just why. Because I kept seeing portraits of women doing fiber arts and prints of milliners, even though they were later wearing these black silk aprons and usually bibbed. And I was like, well, why are we doing this? Like, what benefit is there that I'm not seeing? And the only way to figure out the benefit is to make one yourself. And like, okay, well, what does this do for me? What am I learning here? But woo, yeah, Facebook was hot on that one. But again, this is all about why. It's all about figuring out why and how something works. So our work was this balance of trying to present a nuanced representation of the past and using our unique situation to allow for this exploration and experimentation. And living history museums like Colonial Williamsburg are ultimately some of the few places in the world where this kind of experimental making and experimental archaeology can be investigated with like the controls in the space that you sometimes really need. Plus, it made for great interpretation points, since most of our job was actually centered around talking to guests about what we did and what we were doing. So to be able to bring the guest in and say, this is what we're doing today, here's why we're doing it, what do you think? And that allowed for a conversation to happen. And it allowed the guests to kind of be involved, and it helped us talk about history in a way that was different than just, these are stays, this is a gown, this are children's stays, this is cotton, this is linen. Like, it just allowed us to kind of engage almost in a sort of conversation, which was a lot more fun. And another thing that we started to do was to do gowns in a day, about annually. And that is because based off of the shop's research of cost of gowns and sewing, it was estimated that a plain untrimmed gown, like a lot of what you see me wearing in these slides, could have been made and should have been able to have been made by a mantua maker in a single working day, which is about 10 to 12 hours by hand. So like once a year, we would kind of put it to the test. I'm going to be really honest with you. I really did not enjoy doing this. I find them traumatizing. But at the same time, being able to prove to myself and to others that hand sewing an entire gown from start to finish, including the cutting and the fitting, in a single workday being possible, it changes your view on historic dressmaking. And it allows you to gain a better understanding of why some stitches look the way that they looked, where you need to put your time and energy into when it comes to sewing, where your stitches really don't matter, and where you can use speed. And it also is a great demonstration of skill buildup, muscle and muscle memory, which would have been reflected in an actual 18th century mantua maker. Because today, if you were like, hey, Abby, let's sew a gown in 10 hours, I'd be like, hey, no, I can't do that. I don't have the muscle memory anymore, because I don't sew that much anymore by hand. I just, I don't. But the one issue that we faced at CW is simply just the limited scope of time in which we focused our work, which was basically about 1770 to 1781. There wasn't a lot of room for moving forward or backward. So where like the historic mantua maker, she would progress along with fashion, right, as her career. We were kind of stuck, not always able to go super far back to gain historic understanding and motivation for why some things were cut a certain way, and not always able to move forward to fully understand and investigate how dressmaking evolved and changed. And so it was here that I really kind of felt confined a little bit, and I was dealing with burnout. And like, while I really enjoyed making clothing for my friends and my coworkers, and I really enjoyed exploring this whole like idea of like tidy and fashionable and simple clothing, I just kind of realized it was time to move on. But I will say I didn't fully comprehend until much later how unique this space was when it came to this experimental archaeology and this making. And even though it had its limitations, it is ultimately the foundation in shaping my approach and my values as a dress historian who puts so much importance and emphasis on making. Now, my time at American Duchess made me learn how to commercialize all of that, for better and for worse. So everything in American Duchess was centered around making historical dress, or more specifically in American Duchess's case, historical costume, accessible, especially for beginners. So while interpretation was our first job at Colonial Williamsburg, we weren't always teaching people how to do the dressmaking, okay? Like, we would be discussing a whole range of topics. Where at American Duchess, not only was the creation of historic clothing important in regards just to having stuff for marketing purposes, but the brand was really centering itself as your sewing buddy who would help you on your sewing journey. And we wanted to make sure that it was accessible for all sewing levels, especially beginners. So this meant getting into the weeds about why a dressmaker would do a particular thing. Hold on, I messed that up. I beg your pardon. So basically what I'm trying to say is getting into the why of why a dressmaker would do something, like it's kind of what we would do at Colonial Williamsburg, was not nearly as important as getting into the how and the what. It was results based and not like method based, if that makes sense. Like, it was like people wanted to know the X, Y, and Z of things, not like the, well, over here you have this, and well, I can see how like a mantua maker over here, if she was in this particular situation. Like, no, we don't have time for that. So our first book, The American Duchess Guide to 18th Century Dressmaking, it is a testament to that. And in that book, basically, I needed to figure out what kind of felt impossible at the time, which was trying to explain like different historic dressmaking techniques that ultimately are kind of like vibe centric, it's just like vibing, in a book form, in a tangible form. So one of the ways that I did this was a choose your own adventure approach, because as so many of us know, there's not a single one exact way to do a thing, especially with 18th century dressmaking. There are groups of techniques and broadly accepted methodologies and approaches, but there isn't one singular exact way. And so with that in mind, the construction techniques of the bodice linings and the sleeves specifically in that book, they're all actually slightly different or drastically different. And they all actually reflect originals that I've studied in collections, so that they're based on something original, but they also have different ways of doing something. So that way, ideally, the reader could kind of just pick which method worked best for them and their own brains and follow their bliss. And I'm so sorry. I hope that was not nearly as loud as it was for me. I think that for what it is, the book basically accomplished its goal. It was never intended to be a fully standalone book, but a companion to other dress history and sewing books too, like Patterns of Fashion and Cut of Women's Clothing. It was also meant to show that there isn't actually one singular right way to do something, but that historic dressmaking and this recreation work and all of that is ultimately wibbly wobbly, and it varies from person to person. Now, as for my own journey, I struggled a lot because I wanted to expand out of my 18th century comfort zone, but I also quickly learned how difficult that was to do when I no longer had access to the resources that I had, like original garments to draw knowledge and information from, and also academic databases to read primary sources. And these limits of knowledge and availability, it was really felt, and it was very frustrating for me. There was still like the broader collaborative feel that like we had in the shop, which was enjoyable, but the actual sewing process, it felt isolating and confusing at times. And additionally, because of how American Duchess was situated within the community, people expected us to kind of be experts in all things. And we'll talk more about expertise with YouTube. But at the same time, like, I was trying to learn myself. Since I was no longer in the 18th century, like, these periods were ultimately new to me because I had never had a chance to explore them before. And so I would say overall, like, this is my most costumey era, where I definitely was not following a historic practice technique like I would have preferred to, in part just due to limited resources. With that being said, like I am very proud of my 1830s gown that you all see here, in part because I had access to a workwoman's guide, which is a primary source that is just a treasure trove of information. But my mom also like conveniently just found like an 1827 wadded up silk dress just in the bottom of a bag at an antique store at the same time around I was making this. And so I was able just to have like this like once in a lifetime find just to reference for like some sewing information and some concepts ideas. And that really helped formulate that dress. But it was this realization that actually made me realize that I really wanted to start collecting antique garments. And that led me in a very roundabout way that has nothing to do with this talk to YouTube. Now, I don't know. I don't know. Like, this might come as a shock to some of you guys, or maybe it won't. But I've actually really struggled with my relationship between historical sewing and recreation practice and operating a YouTube channel full time. And I also really want to emphasize that this is a very personal experience and it is not at all reflective of anyone else on the YouTube sphere. And if you don't believe me, Bernadette and I had a very intense COVID-riddled debate about this particular subject yesterday. So like, you know, Bernadette and I were going back and forth on this because she doesn't agree with me on some of these things. So I think that's important to keep in mind. Again, this is very personal. Okay, you can go away. I don't know why you're there. Okay, so on the surface, I know it looks almost ideal. And for some folks it is. You can sew a garment, you can put it on the internet, and you can make money for it. But the reality is that YouTube is ultimately a very isolating and lonely job, and it is very repetitive. And for someone whose recreation work has always been kind of centered in this investigative and collaborative process, it has a hard time translating. And the other thing is too, YouTube is very final product focused, and social media in general is. You know, the finished product is incredibly important, and the audience, understandably, they need that payoff. So you can't like just follow your bliss on YouTube all the time or go down like your most niche and random rabbit holes, because marketing is extremely important for YouTube, especially if this is your job and your business and you have financial responsibilities. You now have to sit within this balance of being an artist or historian and a CEO, and things can get muddled. Design, fabric, color choices, all of this really matters when it comes to creating a YouTube video around sewing. You have to tell a story, you have to give motivation and explanation as to why you're doing something. It needs to be engrossing and it needs to photograph well, because if it doesn't, no one will click on it. I mean, it's just that simple. How the finished garment looks, how it is photographed also really matters, because the thumbnail is one of the most important parts of your video. It doesn't matter how well edited the video is or how perfect the shot of it or the storytelling can be. If the thumbnail isn't good, it's not going to get clicks. Like it's just that simple. So all of a sudden, I've jumped ahead, but anyways, I'll leave it here. This pressure to create something that is visually exciting and clickable means that more money has to be invested in making something visually interesting. And when you have standards when it comes to historic recreation and fabric use as well, you know, that can get really expensive. Additionally, when you're filming something, you got to do the framing and the angles and the aesthetics, all that too. You know, you can't just like get in the zone. And so you have to think about other things. And if you enjoy that filming process and you enjoy that whole aspect of it, like it's an enjoyable process for you and it's something that you like. But if you're like me and I just want to get into that headspace, I just want to think on the dressmaking itself, and I want to think ahead 15 steps, and I want to plan my next sewing steps and my fitting steps and how I want to do this and how should I put this together and then having to stop and think about camera angles was so frustrating for me. And so like this is a great example of how Bernadette and I are different. Like she loves that whole process. To me, it gets in my way, essentially. Additionally, relevant to this slide, there is like this weird thing that happens when you gain fame on the internet. People perceive you as an expert, even if you're not, and you don't claim to be. So there's this weird clout thing where when people see your subscriber numbers or your follower numbers, people just assume that that is like a direct correlation to your expertise, even though we all know that like that's not true. So like the idea of pursuing a project simply for the exploration, the what if, the finding value in failure, um, this approach can get kind of muddled because a lot of folks on the internet just assume that you should already know the subject matter in and out. And they might not always understand when you make a mistake and that the mistake is actually an important part of the learning process and the exploration process because they assume that you're the expert, even if you're not. The other challenge that I've struggled with is the loss of this collaboration. I've come to realize that making gowns for myself to wear to events is frustrating and boring. I, 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 I don't like fitting on myself. I can't cut an 18th century gown the way I've been taught to cut an 18th century gown, like because I can't cut it on myself. Fitting is lonely, and you get hot and you get sweaty, and you're just like, and you can't nitpick the way you want to nitpick because you can't reach back there to do it and you can't pin. It's just fussy and it's frustrating for me. And then I kind of end up losing that sense of pride and ownership in the product because it's not my hands that fit it. And it's not the fit necessarily the way that I would want it to be fit because I can't reach it. And I know that this might sound weird for people and for everyone, but I didn't learn how to sew with the idea of making clothing for myself. I learned how to sew because I wanted to understand how the historic clothes were made. My ultimate motivation has always been to better understand the antique garments I was looking at and to better understand the historic clothing that I love so much. So I also just naturally got into sewing from a different angle entirely. And so I've realized over the past couple of years that I actually really miss being the dressmaker. I miss that process. Um, and I don't get the same satisfaction wearing the garment that I do watching someone wear something I made them. Now, I still get to embody the clothes. I still get to talk about what it feels like to wear. I get to understand how to move and how to operate space in those garments, which is a very important part of this process and this experimental archaeology. But I really miss being the fitter. And I really miss having that active hand in the creation of the garment. Um, the other thing is that YouTube, because of how visual it is, there is a bigger emphasis on making pretty things and making exciting things, for better and for worse. YouTube has forced me to step up my fancy game. And while, yes, that's great, and like it's mainly produced work that I'm particularly proud of, like this 1905 evening gown. And I was able to, reference antique garments and I was able to reference historic dressmaking manuals and work within my practice. I still didn't get to fit the gown on me, Um, and and so I always get frustrated because I was standing there having Chrissy fit the bodice on me one night, and I remember just looking at her, and she was probably like up here, and I remember just being so jealous of her because I wanted to do that. I wanted to have my hands on that because how can I do historic dress recreation work if I can't do the fitting? And so this is where I've struggled. I love that part. I actually love that part. I don't really love setting sleeves, but I don't know who does. Um, Now with this, also we need to talk about money and expense. It's another point of conflict where at American Duchess and Colonial Williamsburg, there were always like kind of motivating factors on different sewing projects, especially at CW. We always had to be making something, and there was always something to make. We never like ran out of projects, you know. But with YouTube, so often it felt like you're just making something for the sake of making it, or like to go to a ball and for an event. Um, and when this is not like kind of your origin story, like I don't know, like I just have been like it's not as motivating for me personally. And then I kind of sit in the space of like, is this wasteful? Is this a good use of materials? Is this a good use of my time? Is this a more sustainable thing, or is this kind of not the best move? I don't know. I struggle with this. Now, with all of this being said, I need to say this very clearly. YouTube is a fantastic platform for experimental archaeology and material culture, especially when it comes to recreating historic recipes, food, cosmetics, trying out tutorials like clear starching. YouTube is great for that because you don't have to fit on a body. You can follow your documentation, you can acquire your materials, and you can go ham. And you can just document the process of whether or not this works. And people can watch you fail. And in this kind of thing, like failing is a part of the entertainment, you know, where like if you fail with sewing, like I don't know, it's not quite the same, right? Like, but if you're playing with starch and all of a sudden you catch something on fire, you're like, well, that's entertainment, everyone. Like, whoopsie, we learned something. But it's entertainment as well. And so I really enjoy doing these sorts of experiments on YouTube. It's literally just the historical sewing and historical clothing recreation that I've struggled with because of how I like to do that practice. And for me, so it's like if I can't fit the clothing, like I just like, well, what am I doing here? Like, what is this? That's just where I'm at. But for this stuff for me, oh, so good. So that's where it's at. You know, with all these different audiences, you always have to keep in mind what they want, what they're interested in, and basically how can you work within these different confines. And over the past 10 years or so, like I have had to adapt what I do and how I do it to fit within these confines. And then I've now had to grapple and come to terms with the fact that sometimes different platforms, while they might seem perfect on the surface, actually have some problems and they actually have some challenges. And so with that, everyone, thank you so much for listening to me and my mucus filled sinus cavities. Now open the floor to questions. And yeah, I did find that gift at 11 o'clock at night last night.
Thank you, Abby. That was fantastic. So if we can all little bundles of applause happening at various points of the building. Yeah, that was really fantastic. So those of you that are at home, if you can pop any questions that you have in the Q&A, those of you that are in the other little bundles in this building, if you can pop your questions also in the Q&A, and those of you that are in my little bundle, feel free to wave at me and ask your questions. But while people are doing that, I thought I would kick off with my own question, which kind of actually comes out of the conversation that we were having the other day, Abby. So I think that a lot of people, even academics within disciplines of history and art history, think often that when we're doing recreative practice, then yes, we just want to dress up in pretty dresses. Surely that's why we're doing it. And I think that both you and I come at it with more of a perspective of, you know, we like the making, don't particularly want to put the stuff on. And I think the thing that really came through your talk and through our conversation the other day was that importance of community and that importance of collaboration. And what I wanted to ask you to just elaborate on a bit more is what, particularly when you're at Williamsburg, what working in a collaborative way as part of a recreation taught you about how these communities of makers in the past would have functioned and what the dynamics of those communities of making in the past would have looked like, and if there's any insights that working in that way kind of helped you to have around that.
I think I'm trying to like, my brain is kind of doing flashbacks right now of like the different dynamics, because you know over my time at Williamsburg, you know, there was different dynamics. And so I went into like these different positions. So like, for example, with Brooke, you know, our dynamic was very much, I'm the student, she's the teacher. And I learned from her, and she passed down her knowledge and how she processed it to me. And over the years, like I distilled that and then I pass down my way of doing things to people. I think for like Nicole and I, when we were together, you know, because of like how the dynamics were in the shop, she and I were kind of just like, well, what are we gonna do today? You know, what shenanigans are we gonna get up to like this time? And having people bounce ideas off of and to argue with, I think there's something really to be said for the debate. I think obviously like as humans we have egos, and having someone disagree with you is, you know, can sometimes make you go, oh, you know, but I've always said, like in dress history, you know, disagreement is a part of the process. If you can't handle someone not agreeing with your thoughts on something, like you shouldn't be in this field. um you know, and I think we all lovingly argue together too. So I think that problem solving through debate um is something that was pretty unique, because what I'm hoping I'm staying on track, Serena, but something that like we would do somewhat unintentionally in the shop is if we were to recreate a fashion plate or a print, which was a common thing in the shop, because then we could show someone a visual of like, we're recreating this, da, 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 da. The debate about what we were looking at and how we would interpret that fashion plate, every person was different. And we all thought we were right, you know, but everyone ultimately saw something slightly different. And what was interesting about that, especially since we were operating from Virginia, you know, a British colony on the other side of the ocean, who would get this information, you know, passed down to them. A part of that debate was, and that was part of the practice, was no, we're not in London. We don't know what they're wearing. We're getting information 4 to 6 weeks after them, or sometimes 12 weeks if the weather's really bad. How are we as Virginians interpreting London fashion? And so we would have that debate, and like the argument could be that, like, you know, the previous mantua makers in America were doing the same thing of looking at this fashion print that they got from this magazine, and they're like, what do you mean it's designed like that? What do you think they're saying? I don't know. What do you think they're saying? I think it's going to look like this. Well, I think it's going to look like this because did you see what so and so was wearing the other day? It looks really new, and apparently she just got that from London, so I think it's that. You know, so that debate is definitely something that I think was an interesting part of the shop and that collaborative process, but also was in a way a part of the practice too, in the process.
Yeah.
I hope that answered your question, Serena.
Absolutely, yeah, because I think that something that's coming out to me is that it's not just about the garment itself and the making of the garment, but also the human dynamic and interactions and hierarchies, that we're able to access that in new ways through recreative practice, as well as knowledge about the making of the garments. So yeah, that's fantastic, thank you. So I'm going to go to some of the questions in the chat and in the Q&A. So I'm going to start with one from Robin, which is, what did you learn from making the black apron?
We learned that black aprons were very controversial on Facebook for reenactors. No, so ultimately it was like, yeah, I was trying to figure out why. And I think the biggest thing was cleanliness. You know, and this, I remember someone in like a Facebook, like they would never have threads. They would always pick them up and put them away and be careful. And I'm like, speak for yourself, lady. Like I am just like chaos gremlin over here, just, you know. But when you like wore just like a white cotton or linen apron, like the threads, just the static electricity, it would stick. Where with a silk taffeta apron, you could kind of wipe it smooth, and that like smooth finish of like this of the taffeta allowed it to like kind of wipe free easily, and it would also help protect your clothing, especially with the bibbed thing, because it prevented you from just kind of being covered in thread all the time. So if you needed to work and then you needed to run out, because I think people forget that like milliners and mantua makers were social. They had to run errands. They, you know, like wealthy clientele would come to you, of course, but ultimately, usually you were the one running the errand. And so you needed to be able to whip off your apron and go run your errand and look put together and fashionable, because as a representation of fashion and a representation of your work and your skill and your knowledge, like you had to look good as well. And as we with 18th century, looking tidy, looking neat, looking put together was an important part of the sartorial culture. And so we just kind of figured, oh, okay, it's like that. That works. That makes sense. Like that's a really easy thing to figure out. And other people like, did the black apron make it easier to see threads? It's like, yeah, it did. Or if you dropped something, you could see it. Also, we were thinking too with light reflection to minimize glare as well. Like if you're sewing something or like, you're making trim or something here more in your lap, that you're not getting white reflective glare in your eyes. So it can be a little bit easier on your eyes. Nowadays, I would almost equate it to being a night on dark mode on your phone versus light mode. Like, like light mode, whenever someone has light mode on their phone, I'm like, oh God, it burns. Like it's so bright, but you have dark mode and it's easier to see and it's softer on the eyes. So it was stuff like that. But yeah, it was just an experiment just to try and see if we could understand why. Instead of just, wearing your normal white apron, like why black? Why black silk? Like, or was it just fashion? Who knows? But it did seem to have a purpose, yeah.
Fantastic. Does anybody in my part of the room have any questions they want to throw in while I'm very focused on? Okay, I'll keep going. So we have another question, which brings us back to the kind of YouTube portion of your career. So do you find there are certain aspects of making that people are not interested in seeing and or that don't translate well on camera?
Yes, absolutely. I think this is something that I've struggled with. And I didn't really talk about it in the talk. I forgot to kind of make the note, but I can mention it here. There's also like, because you have such a wide audience and such a varied audience, because I mean, like if a video goes viral, it can have like 1 million+ views, right? Or, in the case of like a lot of my videos have like sewing videos can have anywhere between 50 to like 200,000 views. That's a huge amount of people, right? And everyone's coming in with their own expectations over what they're going to watch. And so you might have thousands of people literally expecting this to be a tutorial kind of situation where they're going to learn how to do it, when you actually filmed a process video of just like a vlog style, like casual, like this is what I'm doing and it's going terribly and I'm tired and nothing fits. And then you're gonna have people in the comments being like, well, why did I watch this? I wanted a tutorial. Or you can do this elaborate, careful, methodical, like sewing, just beautiful video where you're not necessarily giving like exact tutorial step by step 1, 2, 3, but you're kind of talking about your process. And then people be like, why didn't you show more of this? Why didn't you show me this? Like, I want to know how to do this, how to do that. And so like this challenge of tutorial versus process is definitely a challenge when it comes to like audience expectations. And what like and like the challenges within YouTube when it comes to like this historic recreation work and like historical practice and like historical recreation work. Because yeah, like sometimes you just want to do something because like the black silk apron. Like, it's like at the end of that video, I could have been like, yeah, this is why I did it, but at the same time, like I wouldn't necessarily think that would be a good video. Like, because people are like, okay, you made a black apron. Also for non-makers, so much hemming. Like most of historic dressmaking is hemming. It is the same stitch over and over again. You're like, I don't know how many times I can show you guys this angle. Like, or just like, underwear and simple clothes and white garment, like how important white garments were, like your caps, your neck handkerchiefs, your aprons, your shifts, your shirts, chemises, like regardless of the time period, like so much like white and white on white or gray or natural linen, and you're like, this is visually so boring because it's just hemming on white. Who's gonna watch this? Like, so That's what I struggle with a lot. And that's why like the 1790s ball gown's hot pink. Like the fashion plate I copied that from was apple green, so it was still a bright color, but I was like, well, what's visually gonna look interesting that's not necessarily gonna blow out my camera like, red can do. I was like Barbie pink, you know. So yeah, like I've had to like think about those things too. Yeah, weird different like variations, and Bernadette doesn't agree with me on this. She's like, oh no, I just like put those, kind of like simple sewing videos in the middle, and I'm like, well, I know she can hear me. It's also like, well, you are also Bernadette Banner, like you are the trendsetter in like the overall like niche bubble, and so you have a strong core audience who will watch you stare out the window. And so, she has a little bit more leeway. Where like for me, my sewing videos have never been my top performer. And so I've always had to have a lot more caution. And I could arguably overthink everything in order to try and make sure that video performs as well as it possibly can. So, like I said, it's not an exact science. This is very personal when it comes to your experiences. But
And
yeah,
also
a lot of
not
hemming.
necessarily something that is only a YouTube thing, because I think sometimes people buy an academic book thinking, oh, this is going to tell me how to make this thing, or like, no, that's not what we're doing. And then I guess that kind of connection to then what you were doing at American Duchess, which was a lot more, we've translated this into a step-by-step process. That there's it's audiences are perhaps coming at it with certain expectations and desires of what they want to get out of it, that isn't necessarily the same as what our priorities are and what we're trying to do with things.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I am gonna smush together a couple of the questions actually into one final question before we have another tea break. And that is about kind of, again, bringing us back to those communities of makers, and whether or not you have any insights into how we can create those communities within the kind of modern recreative practice and historical costuming and the online world and all these different kind of arenas in which we're doing this work. How can we bring those communities together? How can we create communities in these spaces that help us do things like fit on each other's bodies, or have those kinds of conversations that makers in the past might have had?
I mean, I think it's difficult because ultimately, like, physical proximity is what's important, correct? Like, and I think obviously having social media, having conferences like this, and I think also the increased academic validation of making as a form of study, making as a form of research, and having universities and museums realize the value in this will hopefully allow for more focused collaborative moments for people to come together. As for individuals, outside of, when you don't necessarily have access to like academic situations like this, having a community around you definitely helps. Having friends, having people to connect with, it definitely helps. But Bernadette and I were talking, I think it must have been last night, about how, like, if someone like came up to me and was like, Abby, let's do a event where a bunch of us get together and we make X, Y, and Z, right? And we just spend a week doing it and we document the process. I'd be like, sign me up. Yes. Like, just to spend that like immersive time. And I think this is why reenacting got so popular. Ultimately, it's just like, it had guns, and now it's like no guns, sewing, or other experimental, like, guns are boring. Like, let's make clothes, let's make shoes, let's make food, like, let's grow our own plants and dye stuff, like, but like we need a place to do that. We need that collaborative. And so like, you know, I think that must be what and the same, like, oh, that's why reenacting got started. Like, so it's kind of like figuring out our own way to do that, both with like using social media as a way to organize, but then also helping to encourage making as a form of study, as a valid form of study, and getting the funding like what you all have been able to do to bring people together and for like academics especially, I think connecting. I hope it's not this way. I know that like for a while, because of just how dress history was viewed as like not real history, don't even get me started on that. Like there's always been this certain level, especially like in the older guard, of like protectiveness and like this is mine. And the thing is like, especially making as a form of study, like you can't be that protective over the baby. Like we have to share custody. We have to exchange these ideas. And so I hope that we can just kind of continue to come together, because some of the best learning comes from the debates. It comes from the disagreements. You know, it comes from working together to solve a problem. And yeah, I don't know if that was a good answer, Serena, but
yeah, no, that's a brilliant answer. And I think also a beautiful note to wrap up on, that we need to share custody of the historical sewing baby and have those, really open, collaborative conversations in a really, in a lovely way. So thank you so much, Abby. We will let you get back to your rest and feeling better. And
thank you.
And everybody that is at home, if you want to go and take 10 minutes to have a little comfort break, have a cup of tea. And those of you that are in our other little pods here, we can now reassemble in the and similarly have a little break. And yes, so we'll be back in about 10 minutes at around 2:30 UK time. And thank you again, Abby.
Thank you for having me, and I'm so sorry I'm not there.
I know, we miss you.
But our next speaker, our next keynote, I should say, is Rebecca Morrison. So we're really glad to have Rebecca here today. So Rebecca recently completed her PhD at the V&A and Queen Mary University of London. So her thesis focused on the lives and business practices of English mantua makers, one of the most significant fashion trades of the long 18th century, as you've just heard from Abby as well. Much of her research considered the material record these women left behind, the gowns, petticoats, and other garments. Rebecca also incorporated practice-led elements into her work, primarily through the process of remaking early 18th century gowns. So prior to her PhD, Rebecca was an assistant curator and a researcher at Kensington Palace. She also has an earlier career as a costume supervisor and maker in theatres in the UK and New York. So thank you so much. And her keynote today is titled Unpicking Process, Experiments in Recreating and Reimagining the Methods of Making.
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you, Sarah and Serena, for inviting me today. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. So when I first was asked to come and speak today, I was having a think about what I should talk about, because there's already been quite a lot spoken about the 18th century, especially going back to previous events in this network. And although I'm working on something 19th century, I'm not allowed to talk about it yet. So it's going to have to be back to the 18th century. And I'm going to try and bring the sort of dimension about 3 projects that I undertook as part of my PhD. So how I came to decide on those projects, some of the obstacles I faced, and how I integrated them into my thesis. But first of all, I'm going to go back to the very first event we had in this network, and thinking about positionality, which was something that Hilary Davidson brought up. And am I moving forward? I will try clicking on here instead. Yes, there we go. Okay. So I came to my PhD via a rather circuitous route, and I'll openly admit to being an accidental 18th centuryist. And I'm sure, like many of us here, my interest in historic dress was sparked at a very early age. There was a trip to the Fashion Museum in Bath, as it was then. And I was also given a hand-me-down copy of the Junior Heritage, Batford Junior Heritage History of Costume, which I still have. And I spent a lot of time when I was about 9 or 10 copying pictures from it. So after that, I sort of everything became everything theatre. I did a lot of youth theatre, a lot of student theatre, but then brief interlude where I did an undergraduate in history of art, but then back to theatre I went. And I worked, as Sarah just said, for about 10 years in theatre, both in the UK and New York, mainly as a costume supervisor and maker. And again, coming from something that Abby was just talking about, I spent a lot of those 10 years fitting other people. I've never been one who's made clothes for myself, for exactly the reason Abby was saying. They're really hard to fit on yourself. So I was very used to kind of scrabbling around on my hands and knees with a load of pins, getting people's hands right. From that, I then I ended up moving into the 18th century when I worked at Kensington Palace as an assistant curator and a historical researcher. So I spent several years researching the interior palace of the interior fabric of the palace and the people who populated the spaces, especially during the reign of George II. And it was also here that I made my first tentative steps towards recreating historic dress. Not the 18th century, but this was a reimagining of the wedding suit worn by Prince Albert when he married Queen Victoria. I made the uniform, and a wonderful embroiderer called Helen Perks did the embroidery, and a fabulous costume props maker called Mark Wheeler made the sort of orange blossom Order of the Garter and a sort of floating star. And this, again, a bit like what Laurie was saying with the replica of the bonnets. There was an object that the museum wanted to go on open display as part of this room of war and play, but because it was open display, they didn't want to put the collection item in, so I ended up making this page boy coat. It was from one of the coronation. I can't remember which king. I feel like it should be William IV, but I could be completely wrong. And then after working with Kensington Palace, I was looking for something else, and I ended up seeing my PhD advertised because it was a collaborative doctoral partnership. And unlike most PhDs, they tend to be advertised in the same way as a job would be. And they are supported by a university and a museum and heritage organisation. And in this case, it was Queen Mary University of London and the V&A. And one of the things it said in the personal specification was they wanted somebody who could sew, preferably with good hand sewing skills, but somebody who would be willing to learn. So that was one of the reasons I applied for it. That's how I ended up with my PhD. But undoubtedly, I have a lot less experience of making historic dress than some of the other people who have spoken at these events. And my intention when deciding on and working on the three projects I'm going to discuss wasn't to make exact or even wearable reconstructions. And as has been discussed a lot already today, ideas about authenticity are a fallacy, and any remaking project is at best an approximation. And the elusiveness of authenticity has been articulated by others, including Hilary Davidson in her paper, The Embodied Turn, and of course, it's been discussed for many years, including by people such as Janet Arnold, and this is a very well-known quote from her paper in 2000, which is in Textiles Revealed, Object Lessons in Historic and Costume Research, which is quite a tricky book to get hold of, but if you do, it's got lots of really interesting articles in it. So, as I said, there are many reasons for the elusiveness of authenticity: physical, material, emotional, experiential. And although I'm skilled in modern dressmaking techniques, and as I said, having at times during my career made my living by constructing theatre costumes and exhibition props, my experience and knowledge are vastly different from that of an 18th century mantua maker. So my intention was therefore it was to find and articulate some of the key questions which arose from my PhD research and to work out ways in which to test them, sort of using recreative practice. And within my thesis, I always refer to this as practice-led research. I use this definition that's been laid out by Linda Candy, which she says, if a creative artifact is the basis of the contribution to knowledge, the research is practice-based. If the research leads primarily to new understandings about practice, then it is practice-led. And as I said, I was kind of try and find these key questions about practice. It was information, so there is a dearth of information about the practice of mantra makers, their skills and techniques. When I embarked on this project, and I embarked on it in 2016, there was very little published material, and the only easily accessible books on making 18th century gowns were the original Patterns of Fashion 1 that was published originally in the 1960s, Nora Ward's Cut of Women's Clothes, and Costumes Clothes Up by Linda Baumgarten, John Watson and Florine Carr. There were some patterns published by individuals or museums. The Royal Ontario Museum had published 3 18th century gown patterns taken by Susan Barnwell and Mary Holford in 1984. And there's a Canadian publication of a lady's gown in 1730 to 1770. And while there were others sort of published for the reenacting community, I either couldn't get hold of these or they didn't really have enough information about the original gowns they were taken from. And since then, it feels like there's been an absolute explosion of interest. There's been a new edition of Patterns of Fashion 1 and, of course, Patterns of Fashion 6, both published by the School of Historical Dress. As Abby mentions, the American Duchess books, Cassidy Pericoco's Regency Dress, Kendra Van Cleve's Dressing a la Turque. There's an upcoming one from Carolyn Dowdall called Stitching la Mode, and I'm sure I've forgotten some. But what it did mean for me was back then I was starting with a relatively empty canvas. And there didn't seem to be any one way of doing the research I was about to undertake. And so in some ways that gave me a lot of freedom. The lack of secondary evidence I also had a problem there. Unlike the French counterparts to English mantua makers did not form guilds or companies. So there was little sort of systematic evidence of their trade. And early in my research process, somebody commented that making a holistic picture of the work of the English mantua maker would be like building a life-size model of St. Paul's out of matchsticks. And in some senses, they were right. And the process was only achievable because of the wide range of digital resources now available. So I could sift through large bodies of data and gather up a multitude of brief references. So for my thesis, I surveyed the Burney newspaper collection, the Old Bailey proceedings. I examined over 300 insurance records dating from 1782 to 1806 from the Royal Sun Alliance Insurance Group, records of over 200 apprenticeships from the Board of Stamps apprenticeship books, trade cards from the British Museum collection, along with other visual sources, satirical prints and fashion plates. There were very few 18th century published sources on the trade, which two which are most cited were both published in 1747 and are very brief guides to trade. The most detailed account of technical skills is a French publication, The Art of the Tailor, which was published in 1769, which contains a whole 6 pages plus a single plate on the work of the French couturiers, but there's no similar description in English. So I therefore had to turn to the material record for evidence of working practices, so the garments they made. And in that sense, I was very fortunate because, as I said, my PhD was partly supported by the V&A. And I spent a lot of time in the Cloth Workers Centre, which was in Olympia, which sadly has now closed. They're moving to a new site in Stratford in East London, which will hopefully be open in 2025. Date to be confirmed. And when I started visiting the Cloth Workers Centre, I only had limited experience of looking at historic garments. As I said, I was fortunate in as far as I'd worked at Kensington Palace, and I'd done a master's in museum studies. So I knew a bit about handling museum objects. But I think when I started, I'd seen about 3, maybe 4 18th century gowns up close. This was what confronted me on my first day at the Lighthouse back in the early 2017. And my V&A supervisor, Susan North, who is the curator of early fashion, had selected 4 stacks for me to look at because of the 150, roughly 150 18th century gowns in the collection, there were only 4 stacks that hadn't really been altered. And she thought it'd be a good idea for me to look at something that was as was, just to get my eye in. But over the following years, I ended up looking at 32 items at the V&A. And when I say looking at 32 items, that means I spent days, if not weeks, with most of them. I took patterns off a lot of them. I drew details. I counted stitches. I looked at all the different materials, the alteration. There's one which was mind-bending because it had at one point been a mantua and then it was altered into a sack, and all the pieces were still there, and it's an amazing jigsaw puzzle which one day I will attempt to put back together, but not today. I then also looked at garments from other museum collections as well, because the V&A obviously doesn't have everything as much as I think it does. So there are a few things that they are missing. I also had a fabulous tutorial from the head of textile conservation at the time, Joanne Hackett, who taught me the whys and wherefores of the S and Z twist threads. And if you don't know your difference between your S and your Z twist, I would recommend you go and learn. Although there's been research from the School of Historical Dress that shows that there was Z twist thread in the early modern period, they just weren't European, so that could add another level of confusion. So there's a kind of lots of preparation involved, and then sort of thinking about these questions that I could perhaps answer through reconstructive practice or remaking practice. So the first one is, like Marie von Trapp, it's the start at the beginning because it's a very good place to start. For those of you who don't know about mantua makers, the trade emerged at the end of the 17th century, and they ended up making women's fashionable outerwear for the following 130 years. Prior to that, most women's fashionable outerwear was made by male tailors. And there's long been a sort of conversation about why this happened. Why did a trade that had been so firmly gendered switch gender? And one of the received wisdom was that seamstresses who had made linen garments took over this role, making women's clothing. But this is all the documentary evidence there is for that statement. So very often the seamstress occupieth the room and place of a tailor in furnishing the nobility and gentry with such conveniences as serve the whole body, especially in the summer season. And this is what dress historians for a very long time had used as evidence that seamstresses took over the role of making women's clothing. So I set out to try and work out how that would happen. And one of the other things that dress historians kind of often said is that there is there's a great similarity between the garments that seamstresses were making and early mantuas. And at this point, when I started, I couldn't really see that similarity. I'm going to jump forward a couple of slides. So this is a pattern which is actually in Patterns of Fashion 6. There's an earlier version of this in Patterns of Fashion 1 of a mantua that's in Shrewsbury. It's this one here, dated to around about 1710. This pattern was taken by Janet Arnold in the 1960s. This has been updated recently. So this is supposed to look like this. And when I started, I couldn't get my head around how that looked like that. And then one day I was at a workshop at the School of Historical Dress talking about zero waste patterns, talking about how to cut linen so that you do not waste any of the fabric, the most economical cut you can possibly make from these patterns. And Jenny Tiramani got us all trying to work out how to cut these with 3 different types. This is the shift on the left-hand side of the screen, how to cut these shifts with as little waste as possible using 3 different widths of linen. And she'd based this off this plate that's on the right, which is from Garceau's Art de la Lingère. And suddenly it kind of clicked. I kind of went, oh, I kind of see the pattern. So going back, sorry, I'm jumping back and forward here. So I'd always been told mantras, they're dead easy, right? You just start with a piece of fabric. They start at the toes at the front. They kind of go over the top of you, over your shoulder, down the back, form a train, whip up some seams up the side, and Bob's your uncle, Fanny's your aunt, there you go. And I was like, okay, do not get this, but it's true. So on this pattern here, this is the front of your toes, that's the back at the train. And these are kind of gauze that go down the side of the train. My lovely model here to demonstrate, these people here. And when you look at it, you think, well, that doesn't actually match the shift that the seamstress was making, but actually these are just continuous length of this piece here. So, and so, as I said, so that's the sort of shift pattern. So I kind of came up with an idea with Veronica Isaac at the University of Brighton to have some workshops with some students. She was teaching at Rose Bruford College of Theatre and Performance at the time, to work out what was the most sensible way of using the skills that seamstresses had and transferring them to making mantuas, and if the skills of the seamstresses did match up with that, or if there was another way of doing it entirely. Because the received wisdom about seamstresses is that you don't draft your pattern, you don't get your fabric on the table and draw a pattern and then cut it out. You fold your pattern. So here you've got one length of fabric which can make two shifts. So you fold it here, and both of these sections here are your fronts. These sections here are your backs. And then these green triangles become your gauze, purple triangles become gauze under your arms, and the grey wavy bits at the top of the sleeves. And so you don't actually need to really measure anything. You have a basic measurement of your client, your customer, to get the length right for your shirt or your shift you're making. But then you just fold the fabric into thirds, into halves, or however, until you get the right sort of geometric shapes to make your shift. So, as I said, we came up with this workshop with some students, and the students were divided into 4 groups because we had quite a lot. Group 1 used draping techniques, so cutting on the stand for anyone who's kind of done modern sewing. Group 2 drafted, or basically they folded their fabric in much the same way as seamstresses did with linen. Group 3 were allowed to combine the folding and the draping. In Group 4 were given a modern pattern and asked to get on with it and see how they got on. So here's some photos from the day. The workshops were repeated a bit later with a group of students in Sweden as well. And what we found out from the first workshop was having a kind of a copy of the mantra that they were trying to make to look at for visual reference was important. And actually trying to get students to understand this sort of way of looking at the fabric and looking at the shapes on the fabric and getting out of that modern mindset of using tape measure and grid patterns and marking things was really quite hard. And I'm going through this really quickly because I've got quite a bit to cover. But the first group in Rose Bruford, they only had a couple of hours. But actually the second group, who did everything on the flat, folding the fabric, actually came pretty close. They'd started putting in the pleat, they'd worked out where to put the sort of, because there's no shoulder seam, and they were getting there. The other groups, not so much. But when we got to Sweden and had ironed out some of the problems, actually they did really, really well. But again, the interesting thing was it was the second group who had taken the sort of seamstress approach to making the mantua that could make it the most easily, quickly and effectively. So here, and this group actually, because speed was of the essence, we did allow them to use sewing machine for the long seams, but this group decided to hand sew everything. And they made the body of the mantua They managed to get the gauze up the sides on both sides. They managed to put the pleats in the back. They managed to do the rovings at the front. And there's this volunteer, she didn't really sew, so she took lots of photos. So I think there were 3 of them who were in the space of about 2 hours from a standing start, put that together. They then put the petticoat together with sellotape. A bit of a cheat, and no one got round to cut. But it showed that actually you didn't need to drape it on a person. You could create all the pleats and the folds that you needed with doing it on the flatten with approximation. And actually, the participant who took the lead in this talked about the back pleats, and she said, we thought where the side seam would go, and we measured approximately a palm width from the selvage of the fabric because it felt right. We took a waist measure, decided how wide the pleats on the back would be, and marked it on the waistline on the back. We marked the width of the pleats on top of the back, and we marked where they wanted to have the pleats on the front. And that was sort of basically it. They just realised that, you know, just by sort of feel and literally using the width of their hand, they could pleat a mantua without draping it. And they thought of sort of ways of speeding up the process, because they realised doing it that way, rather than draping it and pleating it on the back, they could have left the centre back seam till last. So you could have 2 people working, one on each side of the mantua, and then at the very end, you marry up the 2 pieces and you sew it together really quickly. And interestingly, the draping group struggled with the side panels, but they found that if they sewed 3 lengths of the fabric together and then cut them diagonally, that would work. But that was more along the lines of how seamstresses would have worked. And actually, the group in both workshops that struggled the most were the ones who were following a modern pattern, so the kind of pattern you'd take from Patterns of Fashion or a similar book. And the mantua maker in that group, who works as a professional pattern maker in the fashion industry in Sweden, said, I was the mantua maker in the group that used only modern methods. We enlarged Janet Arnold's pattern onto the fabric, cut and sewed, pinned together. It was very tedious to measure all the pleats from the scaled patterns to the full-size pattern, which made it very apparent that this was not the best method, unless perhaps the purpose was to make an exact replica of an existing garment. So what I concluded from all this, and obviously like any kind of practice-led research, it's a perhaps answer, a maybe answer, it seems most likely answer, it's not a definite answer. I did conclude that it is possible to make a simple mantua without draping the pleats on the body or the stand. In fact, it can be quicker not to do so, especially if you don't sew up the centre back seam. Draping the pleats does also work, but you would also need to draft the side gauze, and the most likely way of doing this is by using a technique that would have been familiar to seamstresses. And although the final gown would need to be fitted on the client, having exact measurements would not be essential. And the pleats of early mantuas, as I'm going to mention in a second, fell free down the back in much the way pleats of saps later in the 18th century would do. So they only started to be stitched down when bodice lines were introduced in the 1720s or 1730s. And it coincides with the introduction of pattern matching down the centre back, and arguably shows the developing skills and changing techniques of the mantua makers. And it can also be seen in the introduction of separate sleeves, shoulder seams, etc., etc. So it's this idea that fashion is perhaps following technical development, which is something you would see in other manufacture, such as glass or ceramics, and it's very widely accepted in those industries that stylistic change quite often follow technical change. But I think it's really important within dress to acknowledge that fashionable change was in the hands of the most skilled and most technically sort of adept makers. And I think in a way to start thinking about that is quite important. These workshops confirmed my suspicion that mantua makers employed techniques familiar to seamstresses, but it was the sort of the seamstresses' embodied knowledge and understanding of how simple shapes could be manipulated, folded, or even measured by the palm of the hand, which allowed a simple garment to be the catalyst for the production of 18th century dress. And as I said, I'm going to move on to the second one. I whipped through that really quickly because I know my time is limited. and I'm going to go through the next ones quickly as well. As I said, what happened in the 1720s and 1730s is that the internal structure of gowns started to become more sophisticated. And so these early ones from around 1700 and 1710, the back pleats are not stitched down on the inside, they're just held with a piece of ribbon or tape across the shoulder that holds them in place. But a decade later, you start to have this sort of linen bodice on the inside, lining on the inside of the bodice. And this continues through the 18th century. And arguably, it's this sort of bodice which allows pleats to be stitched down. And then later, when you start having seamed back to bodices, that's one of the reasons that you ended up having the seams in the back later in the century. It also meant that makers didn't actually have to be with their clients. So here we've got a trade card from the mid-18th century which says, ladies residing in the country may be fitted in the exactest manner by sending their commands, by sending with their commands a gown or pair of stays which fits them. So once you have this way of building the gown on top of a bodice, you don't actually need the person there either. However, when I was going through the gowns in the V&A, this is not quite the earliest gown they have, but one of the earliest mantras, dates to about 1720. And it's a bit of an anomaly because it doesn't have the loose back, but it also doesn't have a linen bodice on the inside. It has these bands here. So instead of just having the one, you now have, I think there's actually 5 because there's the 5th one that's hidden and a bit of a lining on the inside. And I started to think, why? Why would you do that? What does that do? And it wasn't the only gown like that. This one that's in Scotland, it's now a sack, but they think it started life as a mantua. This also had the sort of horizontal bands across the back. They were cut at one point, and that was presumably when it was altered for somebody with broader shoulders. But then when they were doing some conservation work on it, I think in the 60s or the 70s, they pieced those bits back together. So I thought, okay, why? Why do you have those bands? Is it a transitional phase? Is this mantua makers trying to work out how to make gowns fit more closely to the bodice? So I decided this is my next project, was to come up with an experiment or a way of dealing with this. So I decided to remake the 1720s mantua, which is this red one here. Originally, I was going to make it full sized, but the pandemic hit and I wasn't able to get out to the fabric shops to get some really nice silk. So I just used what I had at home and made a half-sized version. But what I had been able to do before the pandemic hit was take patterns, to take lots of photographs, so that I could try and remake it as closely as I could to the original, but and so, for example, I started off by trying to work out the most economic way of cutting the fabric. And to do that, I laid it out on a piece of paper. Serena, my willing volunteer. This is how long? Oh, I forgot. I need to stick this bit together. This is how long? Nope, still not there. And one more time. There we go. That's it. Okay. So that's how long your piece of fabric would need to be when you went to the silk commerces. My paper was not long enough. So I'd cut the regular silk down to widths which are about 10.5 inches wide, so half the original silk. And anyone's welcome to have a look at that later. And as I said, laid it out to try and work out the most economical cut. And when you look at the gown in the stores, you also realise that all the panels on the train go in different directions. They're not cut the same way on the grain. So these two come in together, these two face the other way, those two both go with it. And it's all over the place. And the ones right at the very bottom, 5A and 5B, are just cut across the grain, which is something modern dressmakers, I'm sure any of you who have made your own clothes would agree is something you just don't do now. Everything has to be cut on the grain in the right direction. But again, it showed the sort of economy of cut, which is then what really rather surprised me when I came to do the back, to pleat the back in, to discover that actually it didn't start close to the edge of the fabric. It started a long way in. The maker had cut away a lot of fabric. But again, I was working out, well, perhaps it's to do with the fact that they wanted to pattern match down the centre back seam. And this is how you got the nicest repeats. But again, you had to cut away quite a lot of what was in the inside. So I carried on making. The other thing I discovered in the process was you had with this, so before this, the only other kind of later 18th century gown I made was a polonaise when I did a week at the School of Historical Dress. And there it's one of those ones where you make the front, you make the back, and then there's a shoulder piece that goes across sort of at the end. Here you needed to put the shoulder seam in very early on. Otherwise, you couldn't get these folds to go over the back here. And when you got them, they made this lovely kind of little lighted angled join, but they were really, really fiddly. But then I discovered you also didn't want to have the pleats sewn down at this point because it was too fiddly and you couldn't get the sleeves in. So what I discovered was actually the bands were really helpful in working out the width of the pleat. And if you pinned them in place, it would hold the gown just about right. So you could get this over the back and you could get your sleeves in and then you could sew it all together. So I'm still really kind of confused about why that was done. But I do think it is a transition between the gowns that hang without any bodice lining and those later in the century that have a complete bodice lining. And it was useful in several ways because it emphasized the order in which the gown should be made, how early in the process the shoulder seam needed to be sewn. The pleats from the front of the back were handled in a similar way to early mantuas, which were made without a shoulder seam. Later, as I said, later gowns such as the Robella Polonaise had a shoulder piece. This recreation highlighted how the gown could be made by multiple hands. Again, you could have somebody who made the train, all those panels that needed sewing together, while somebody else made the bodice and the sleeves. It also had downsides. It was very easy to slip back into modern methods because it felt like you were making a copy. So the fact that I used the paper pattern, the fact that I used thread marking, I was measuring with a modern tape measure and those sorts of things. Perhaps if I were to do it again, I'd try and just do it using the 1720s gown as inspiration. I'd also quite like to go on and make a later gown just to see how things progressed. So there's still lots of questions to answer. Always lots of questions to answer. Right, so the next thing I'm going to talk about is my third and final project, and you're all about to get your torches and pitchforks out. And I have called this, don't try this at home. So this is a gown that was on display in the V&A in the mid-20th century, and this poor gown suffered really bad light damage. So you might look at it there and think, oh, it's a pretty sack. It's like a kind of cream colour with a hint of pink. It was once pink. It was like shocking bubblegum pink. And the light damage from the mid-century had bleached out all of that colour. There'd also been quite a lot of 19th century alterations for fancy dress. So, and because, as I said, Blythe House was closing and everything was moving to East London, they did an audit of the collections, and there were about 40 items that from the 18th century collection that were put aside for deaccessioning, which meant they were being taken out of the museum's collection. And this was one of the gowns that was chosen to go. However, because there were bits of the petticoat, which was still a vibrant pink, and this is a very nice example of this type of textile, they wanted to keep some of the petticoat. So they said, would you like to unpick it? All right then. Unfortunately, I'm now telling you. But it went through all the proper processes to be deaccessioned. It was all signed off. It's all good. And so, oh, So this was the last thing I did at the Lighthouse, and it was done in a hurry because I literally had they were closing it to everybody apart from the decant team. And so I had about 2 or 3 days in which to do this. Also, I have to show you this. This was the inside of the petticoat. I've never seen a petticoat fully lined in silk before. Normally there's a lining of Persian silk that's about that deep. This bright yellow sarsenet in lots and lots of pieces. Again, it's a lovely jigsaw puzzle that you could have played, guess the previous clothing. But I didn't have time to play that game. So I started to unpick it. I decided to reverse engineer it as best I could. I'm about to show you a 30-second clip. And this is why I said I was doing this in a hurry. I did this, I thought, oh, I should have bought a tripod, because I was trying to unpick whilst holding my phone, and it will become clear, I hope. Can you hear me? You can't actually hear me, which is pretty good. Only about 30 seconds. It does make more sense if you can actually hear me talking. So who here has ever heard that 18th century dresses were really easy to unpick so they could be turned into something else? Okay. This was not easy to take apart. It was really, really slow. To the point where my supervisor, Susan, came and looked over my shoulder one day and went, "You haven't got very well, have you?" And I went, "You tried it." And then about 2 weeks later, I had an email from her because she was doing something similar with some 18th century waistcoats, and she's like, "Oh my God, you're..." And initially we thought it was sort of 250 years of baked in thread that just would not come out. But interestingly, the 19th century threads from the alterations came out so easily. They were a joy. I'm going to jump forward. They were a joy to pull out. The 18th century one, not so much. And again, this is where knowing your threads comes in handy. And the threads that were really hard to pull out were 2-ply. If you have a 3-ply thread where you have 3 threads twisted together and they're mercerized, which means they're nice and smooth, when there's 3 of them, they're quite cylindrical, and so they slide. If you have 2 and you pull on them, they flatten and become ribbon-like, and they don't slide. Added to which, if you have a hand woven silk, which basically means because it's hand woven, it's an unevenly woven silk, and it's a brocade with lots of floating threads at the back, the stitches get caught all the time. However, the thread doesn't snap very easily. They're still very strong. Also, stitches which look really simple are quite often quite complicated. So this is a trimming off the front edge of the sack. And the trimming was once upon a time a very nice sort of 3-dimensional little box pleat. So you had a flat bit, a raised bit, a flat bit, a raised bit. And so there's a simple running stitch that runs down the middle, but on each edge, it's sort of held down by what looks like tiny little running stitches. And on the back, it looks like great big basting stitches. But what they're doing is there's a little stitch in between the box pleat. And then they bring this thread up again and they bring it through the box pleat, back down under the trimming and back up. So there's a lot going on there so that it retains its 3-dimensionality, but doesn't come off the gown. So something that looks deceptively simple is actually not. Another thing that I found as I was taking it apart was obviously around the armholes and in certain parts of gowns where we think they took the most strain, there seems to be back stitches, which seems logical because what you want is a really strong stitch to hold it in place. Here on the back of the bodice lining holding it to the gown, there was what looked like back stitches. And when I started taking it apart, I discovered it wasn't a back stitch. It was a saddle stitch or a cobbler stitch. So instead of doing a stitch, then going back on yourself and doing another stitch, cobbler stitches are basically 2 running stitches that look like a lock stitch that you get from a sewing machine. So you run one in between the other, so that if one thread breaks, there's still a second thread there to hold everything in place and your dress won't fall apart. And again, it was one of those things, if I hadn't taken it apart, I wouldn't have discovered that stitch. And then this is my final slide on this one. So eventually I got half of it apart. I think that took me most of the time I had left, and we gave up after half. I took half the petticoat and half the gown. Lined it up to Garth's pattern, his very famous 1769 pattern, and it looks pretty similar. So there's a waist seam in the V&A one, which isn't in the Garth. There isn't this gore here, which is then flipped to create more of a skirt, but the shapes are pretty similar. So it conforms to this idea of what we think an 18th century gown and the pattern of one would be like. But it wasn't the end for this dress. For those of you who are into all things Copytoff and his object biographies, it's just another step in this item's life. So once I'd taken it apart, there was a moment of, oh, this is a brilliant teaching aid, fantastic. So it's gone back into the collection, it's been renumbered. So you can now find the bits. And once the stores reopen next year, you can go and look at them yourself, if that's the kind of thing that tickles your fancy. So what did I learn from all this? I'm not sure. It broke up the reading and the writing. I learned the taking things apart was a very unique experience, obviously, and it questioned all these preconceived ideas I had about how easy it was to sew an 18th century dress or how easy it was to take one apart. So I had this sort of embodied experience, that sort of tacit knowledge, which you can only really get through doing, was really important. And also, as I said, I used it to kind of answer questions that I couldn't find other ways of answering. I will openly put my hand up and say, I don't know if they are the right answer. They're a possibly answer. They're a maybe answer. They're a best guess answer. But they are an answer. And I feel as if there is some fairly rigorous practice behind that. I have got lots of notes about all of them. I am very, the other problem I had, of course, was then integrating it into my thesis. So anyone who's going to do this and then hand in a thesis, it's really hard to write about. It becomes very dry. I was boring myself to sleep just writing it, and I felt very sorry for anyone who had to read it. In the end, most of the process went into an appendices, into 2 or 3 appendices. And it was boiled down to the bare bones for the actual thesis. And I think that's something that is still one of the issues with this field, is the fact that there's a reason why IKEA don't put words on their instruction manuals. No one would read them. And I think the same is sort of true for this, which is whenever you actually try and read process, it becomes incredibly dry. And that's even if you're somebody who knows what you're reading. And if you're trying to aim it to readers or examiners who come with different prior knowledge, different skill sets, it's a really tricky thing to try and articulate. And maybe through things such as this network, we can kind of create a framework, common language that might make it easier as it becomes more accepted as well. That might become easier. But I think at the end of the day, it is. YouTube videos are great. If we could submit a YouTube video, yay! Maybe that's the way forward. That we have to find other ways academically of presenting this work, which will actually encourage people to engage with it and read it, because I wouldn't want to read my research on it. So I'm going to stop right there before I dig myself a bigger hole. Anyway, so I encourage people to try it, to do it, to put it into their research, and hopefully someone else can come up with a really clever way of integrating it, who is cleverer than I am. Right, thank you.
Great, we have about just under 10 minutes for questions. So does anyone have a question for Rebecca? Liz?
So going back to our reaccessioned object.
Yeah.
Is half of it, so you said you got through half, so do they have half that's still?
I haven't been allowed to see it because no one does. I think they've still got it all.
Okay.
I think.
In that way that it would be really from a student of like, this is half of it,
yeah,
still put together, and this is the actual.
So I did take both sleeves out. Because I was trying to find any bit of the sleeves which was original 18th century, And in the process of taking the sleeves out, I discovered that the 19th century person who'd done the alterations had put them in the wrong way around. So, so in a way, it was a good job the sleeves came out, because otherwise there would have been something kind of wrong. But I think they've kept it all. I think they have, so that you can at least sort of see the bits that are still, yeah. There's trimming still on half of it, and half of it is still made up except for the sleeve and the ruffles. Thank you.
Can you reveal what was the desired outcome of the final project?
The taking apart, it was really to look at, kind of to really dig down into that sort of tacit knowledge, that sort of, you know, that you can't, we talk about the fact you can't, one of the problems in finding authenticity is that we don't have authentic materials, we don't have authentic tools and all the rest of it. And this is the project where I actually got to use authentic materials and authentic tools. But even then, there was a problem, which is that the stitches are 250 years old, the fabric was 250 years old, so it's not the same fabric as it was when the gown was made, but it was that sort of once-off chance to actually see how stitches interacted, 18th century stitches interacted with 18th century textiles, and to actually see exactly what stitches an 18th century mantua maker might have used. And obviously, as Abby was saying, you know, when remaking in the 21st century, everybody is a bit different, and all 18th century gowns are a bit different, but there's also a certain amount of consistency as well. So you almost always see running stitches in the same sort of spots, and back stitches and half back stitches. And it was just really that kind of almost unique opportunity to sort of get real hands-on experience of how those things worked and how they interacted and how they came apart.
Has coming across that saddle stitch, has that made you rethink, like, oh, do I have to go back and, like, what else is what I thought was a back stitch that's actually like or is that, like, do you think that's like a really possibly a one-off thing that
I doubt it's a one-off thing. I think, but I think it would also be very difficult to work out on other things, because it does
look
cool. Oh, the other thing I did find, which I was going to mention, is that the long seams that go all the way up the back of the sack pleat, the longest thread I found was over 30 inches long. So when you're learning to sew nowadays, and certainly even in the mid-19th century, if you look at those sort of, you know, guides to sewing, like Teresa Delmott's and the Encyclopedia of Needlework and those sort of things, they talk about how short you should keep your thread, and a lot of people say you should never cut a thread that's longer than your wrist to about your elbow because of it knotting or snapping or whatever. No, they just cut a thread yay long and just
they like wound it around something?
I don't know. They said there was a knot where they begun, and they didn't really, but because the threads held so well, very rarely did you see any kind of tying off. And I did wonder also if they kind of knew which direction. So if you were unpicking it to alter it, if you know now, if you're unpicking machine stitch, you cut the bottom stitch because that pulls out a lot more easily than the top stitch. I did find on certain parts of the gown that if you kind of pulled it the right way, it would come out more easily than the other way. So almost as if the twist, if you kind of knew had your eye on which way the twist was going, you could work out which way would be easy to pull it out. But it was kind of stitch by stitch to take it apart.
Do you have any other questions from the room? Yeah, Victor.
Just wondering if the waist seams were that 18th century, that 19th century alteration?
No, 18th century. So early facts, like the purple one, not that early, but quite late to not have a seam. That one. So that one doesn't have a seam, and that's sort of the 1750s, early 1760s. But then once you get well into the 1760s, the waist seam sort of is introduced, and as that and gown on the whole become more tightly fitted to the body, which is something that happens as it progresses through the 18th century.
Do you have any
We do. I mean, do we also want to show the length of this to the people?
Oh, yeah. That way.
So we had a question from Angela Burnley, who asked, well, says she's only seen a flower sketch done with a plant. What are your thoughts on how this method's been done?
It wasn't a very long line of saddle stitch. I don't know, to be honest. I wasn't thinking about, I was just sort of like, oh, this isn't a back stitch, this is something else. But it was a very short bit and it had a slight curve to it. And I think I would imagine it was done in the same way that the other badge. But you know, again, it's something to experiment with. Have a play. Yeah.
That's a good idea. And then we have another question, which is, can you tell if the stitching was done using the needle by the right hand or the left hand?
Ah, so that's interesting. I don't have a photo, but the inside of the gown also had more silk lining than most gowns have. So sometimes you'll get a little bit around the hem, but it went from the waist all the way down the centre front and around the sides a bit. And when I came to unpick that, it did look like, because of where the thread, where the knot was on the thread, that somebody had done it left-handed. And again, I don't know whether that was somebody was left-handed or if you had two people working on it at the same time because they were in a hurry and so had kind of had to work the wrong way round. But there was a moment I was like, this doesn't seem right. It's going backwards.
Okay, cool. Well, we will show the audience how long.
Okay, I probably should at some point stick this all together. So that's just the centre back frame, that little bit. And then we have that showing up. Yeah, that's one bit. And this is bearing in mind this is half the length. So when I came to talk about where mantua makers work, how much space they'd need, especially, you know, you need to be able to fold or roll that up. You need a fair amount of space.
And this is the
finished thing. And this doesn't include the petticoat. This is just the gown, the paper.
In the human turntable.
Right, well, we might leave it there. If anyone has any other questions, I'm sure you can pop them in the chat and we can forward them on. So we're going to take a quick 5-minute break now. And then we will get straight into the final session of that. So we will see you back in 5 minutes. So about 3:37.
Hello, everybody at home, and hello, everybody in the room. We are going to kick off with our final panel of the afternoon. And we are moving on to thinking about pushing methodological boundaries. So we've got lots of really exciting and innovative approaches to recreative practice in this afternoon session. So we're going to start with Dustin, Dr. Dustin Neighbours, who is the project coordinator and a postdoctoral researcher for the Horizon EU funded project Colour for Crafts at the University of Helsinki. He specialises in the history of monarchy and court culture with an emphasis on female power and the performativity of gender, material culture and hunting in early modern Northern Europe and digital methods of analysis within historical research. Over to Dustin.
Thank you so much to the organizers for this. I'm so thankful that you invited me, even though I am a newbie in this field within 2 years. I know that a lot of what I'm going to say is a repeat. Sarah said that's a great thing, that it's a repeat of what I'm saying. So I do apologize if it's repetitive and some of the things you've heard today. Within the fields of archaeology and material culture and fashion and dress history, there is a growing emphasis and push towards an embodied term, of which Hilary Davidson defines the process of incorporating embodied experiential implicit and tacit knowledge gained through making and doing within historical research. At the same time, Larry Lynn has rightly asserted the challenge of studying historical dress and indeed the study of textiles and objects from the perspective of materiality and material culture through surviving material sources is by, quote, working out how historical remnants looked from the back, were assembled, and how they formed a unified whole. As such, the response to this embodied term and the challenges of material culture studies has been to employ alternative methods of research analysis. One such method is on-hand experimentation and analysis through reconstruction. As a leading scholar of experiential reconstruction of historical garments, Sarah Bendel has convincingly demonstrated and argued the experiential reconstruction and remaking as a means of supplementing historical records, to, quote, elicit further meaning from more traditional sources and to develop, quote, equip research with tacit knowledge of material things. But with that said, what do we do in the absence of materiality? When historical dress and material options are no longer accessible or do not exist? This is the very question that I continue to grapple with in my research, and the question that become the focus of my Janet Arnold grant-funded project that explored the materiality and material culture of hunting, especially in connection to female hunting. Through the study of hunting garments, the project focused on understanding how hunting historical dress and material options impacted the cultural practices of the hunting and the sociability, visual nature, status, and identity of participants connected to hunting in the early modern European society. The digital reconstruction of the lost dress of Queen Elizabeth I, incorporating the baton altar cloth, was a key part of this project because the hunt is another aspect that connects the baton altar cloth with Elizabeth I. The altar cloth consisted of embroidered hunting and nature scenes, while Elizabeth was, as have argued elsewhere, a prolific, passionate, and frequent huntress. Yet even with the survival of the baton altar cloth and Elizabeth I's dresses lost to time, it is difficult not only to get a sense of what garments she wore for the hunt, but also distinguish how A, the Queen's dress was constructed, fitted, and looked, and B, how and where the altar cloth would have been positioned on the Queen's dress. The accessibility of new digital technology, interdisciplinary research, and the absence of surviving historical clothing as a model, or the existence of surviving historical clothing as other models, digital reconstruction methods can aid historical research. This method provides a means by digitally replicating or reconstructing and visualizing historical dress in early modern sources, and perhaps recover lost histories. There are two main objectives for this research approach in the acquisition of the digital reconstruction skills: to help resolve the debates around the baton altar cloth related to whether it actually was a part of Queen Elizabeth's dress, or to generate digital reproduction, namely female hunting garment, in the future. To pursue this research, I engaged with and built on Janet Arnold's work, Larry Lynn's work, and an informal group of researchers called BAC Stitch, or Baton Altar Cloth Stitch, led by Charlie Hudson. Arnold and Lynn have argued and conventionally maintained that the baton altar cloth was part of Elizabeth's lost dress, while Hudson and the BAC Stitch do dismiss the conclusion of Arnold and Lynn that the altar cloth was not a dress textile. They do not offer a clear explanation for their conjecture, nor do they lay out their reasoning for concluding that the baton altar cloth was actually a table cover. Yet they do broadly confirm the need to investigate the past uses of textiles. It is this investigation that my digital reconstruction will contribute to. More recently, in collaboration with Dr. Libby Thompson, Senior Textile Curator with the Royal Dress Collection and Lead Conservator of the baton altar cloth, currently, I was lucky to discuss how surviving fragments could have been originally laid out to support the theory that the altar cloth was part of Elizabeth's dress. Dr. Thompson has kindly supported and shared her reconfiguration of the altar cloth, as seen here, right, in the way she reconstructed and laid it out. This information helped to identify the key questions to focus on. What do we do in the absence of materiality, garment, visual evidence, and written sources? How important is authenticity, evocation, revocation, recreation? What are we looking at? What do we focus on in the digital reconstruction? These are all the determining factors that we need to look at. And does the reconstruction support the assertion that the Baton autocloth was a part of the dress? To address these problems, there was three-step plan that I'm intending to do throughout this project. The first one was to gather and analyze interdisciplinary sources to establish the parameters of Elizabeth's lost dress. 2, to analyze surviving textiles by employing scientific methods and tools like spectral imaging to scan non-invasive HSI specimen IQ equipment to identify the different textile colors of the textile and extract data to produce digital reconstructions of these colors that they can be used online and in digital reconstruction. And finally, to digitally reconstruct the lost dress or skirt, as Larry Lynn has identified, of Elizabeth I using software and technology that incorporate historical materials and digitally reconstruct the colors. For the rest of my presentation, the first two, the first and the third methods are the ones I'm going to look at. Concentrating, before I begin in going through the rest of this, I want to say that the remaining slides, the images that are in here that I'm about to show you about the reconstruction that I've done are not the final piece. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. What I do want to show you is the process of how it's done, and also at some point the movement where I will be moving certain parts of the dress too. And they're mainly for illustrative and demonstrative purposes, to give you a sense of what the digital construction looks like and what comes out of the process. To begin with, the digital reconstruction of Elizabeth's dress falls in the category of what I would call evocation and recreation of the past. As such, the digital reconstructions are based on multiple types of sources, including the Baton autocloth, various textual sources, including Elizabeth I's wardrobe accounts, first-hand accounts describing the Queen's various states of dress, portraits and images of Queen Elizabeth I, and Janet Arnold's patterns based on surviving historical dress. For example, the style and design of the reconstructed dress was decided on the availability of patterns preserved by Arnold and the portraiture and images of Elizabeth I. 3 portraits and images were chosen for this study: the rainbow portrait, a woodcut of Elizabeth I hunting, and a Vizier portrait. The visual sources were then compared to similar garments that have survived in Janet Arnold patterns, such as those accounts that are survived from Queen Christina of Sweden, who I've been working on lately, as a comparison of what types of sources, what types of dresses existed in Europe at the time. These visual sources were then compared to similar garments, and then in collaboration with Dr. Thompson and Dr. Madik Kamathurki, a costume historian and digital costume designer, 2 of Arnold's patterns were chosen for the reconstruction. And these were patterns number 40. So it's right here on this image, but it is the pattern 42, the 1562 satin gown and velvet body worn by Eleonora of Toledo, and number 42, the 1600 velvet gown of Gräfin Katharina the Lippe of the Lipsius, that's held at the Lipsius Land Museum in Detmold. These patterns were chosen because of key features of dresses that will be combined in the reconstruction, and also because not only do they look at the similar dresses worn in the portrait depicting Queen Elizabeth, but they are the designs that will support the use of the autocloth. The next phase will be to utilize the specific technological software and digital tools for reconstruction. Using a Canon D60 camera to produce high-quality images, I photograph and digitally scan the surviving historical dress and textiles, material objects, and textual sources that were studied this past summer. These images were crucial to incorporating the authentic visual details of the embroidered textile and the fabric texture of the reconstruction. For the actual reconstruction, including making the dress pattern, sewing, applying the Baton autocloth textile to the dress, I used Flow 3D software. Adobe Substance Painter was used to refine the reconstruction of the dress and apply the digital reconstructed colors. Finally, to make sure the reconstruction is accessible to the public, SketchLab is a 3D media platform where digital models, including the digital rendering of Elizabeth's long dress, will be viewed at a certain point in time. The choice to use Clo3D is clear. Unlike CAD-based digital reconstruction software, Clo3D was developed specifically for the fashion industry with the flexibility and capability to push the limits of historical reconstruction by applying modern technology to historical silhouettes, to material silhouette bodies, and having the ability to build garments from scratch, alter them, and create entirely new patterns. Clo3D offers the visualization of layers, textiles, textures, fabrics, and material finishing. The digital reconstruction process is not easy. To start, I had to upload Janet Arnold's patterns into the software. I then have to take the tool and map out every single part of the pattern like this. This is what they look like when they are reconstructed in the actual software. From there, I then have to figure out how to make it fit on the body. So I have to move the placement, I have to scale it down, I have to make sure it fits the body of the avatar. After I do that, you've got the placement of the body, then you have to create the sewing line. And this is specifically where each part of the garment needs to fit on the body. What happens when you have everything in place, you've got all the stitching, you've told what it to do, then you can actually see the garment immediately fit to the body. Now, of course, I've got to add the bum roll that goes around. I have to fit the foot, but basically we have the outline of the body, we have the outline of the skirt. There's plenty of material. If you flip it around, there's plenty of material for it to move. So at a certain point, I will build that out and you will see all of that. So you can see then where we will put the back onto cloth, which is supposedly supposed to go to the center of the dress, where it's like basically a pattern that goes down the center of the dress. So that will be the reconstruction that we do. The result of this digital reconstruction methodology is visualization of historical dress that can be studied, analyzed, and contextualized to uncover the material characteristics not readily visible, such as textile patterns and the layered construction of hunting garments, identifying the sewing and stitching techniques to fit and how the garments were worn. However, this methodology has its challenges and limits. The challenge consists of approach being a slow and tedious process. Certain margin of error is expected. Essential technical skills are required. But what's good about this is the fact that you don't have to rely on material. You don't have to rely on getting hurt, which is something that I'm really worried about when working with, if I would even have to consider sewing. By utilizing this approach to make up for the absence of materiality, the methodology and the results of the digital reconstruction make an impact. While shedding new light on a variety of topics across a number of interdisciplinary fields, as such, there are several different developments. The acquisition of new tacit knowledge related to pattern, construction, fit, and movement, the potential resolution of the debates about the relationships of cost and historical dress, practice and theoretical experience of historical dress and material culture studies, and for me, having skilled and training in historical dress reconstruction methods. And finally, research practices increasingly involve adding to the practice of photography and increasingly involving new research ways in historical dress. A final example of the impact of this research and methodology is that it serves as a means of helping to document and preserve historical garments, an object to provide better access to the past. Queen Elizabeth I once proclaimed to a Spanish ambassador that, quote, the past cannot be cured. Especially with historical forms of dress, textiles, and being lost to time, controversial. While the past cannot be cured, the availability of modern technology to carry out experiential and experimental research methods make it entirely possible to recover the material past. Thank you.
That's fascinating, and especially coming from a school of fashion and textiles where the digital is so present in our teaching and our everyday lives. It's so wonderful to see it applied back onto the past. So let me just get up our next speaker's slides. So our next speaker is Zara Kesterton. Zara is a PhD student at the University of Cambridge, supervised by Professor Ulrich Rublak and funded by the Wolfson Foundation. Zara co-convenes the Material Culture Postgraduate Workshop in Cambridge and the International Women and Flowers Research Network, and she's also a keen amateur maker. Over to Zara.
Thank you so much. I should preface this by saying that, like a certain member of the royal family, I enjoy experimenting with Photoshop, but my results are not necessarily that good. So please don't look too closely or share any of this for the international press, just in case you attempt to. I think I can confidently say that I'm in a room and online with a lot of people who really appreciate the value that recreative practice can bring to our understanding of the past. Yet, as a student, I often feel that I don't have the skills, the time, or the money to undertake a proper reconstruction of historical clothing. I know that we never really feel as if we have the right amount of time and money, but I feel like I have negative time and money at the moment. If I can't afford to source the best and the most accurate materials that I can, to pay skilled craftspeople to teach me their techniques, or to take a year out of my all too short PhD program to make an 18th century outfit, then what is the point in attempting a reconstruction at all? My presentation today will explore how we can use elements of recreative practice to make digital collages. The methodology of collage making is not intended to replace more traditional reconstructions that we've seen so beautifully demonstrated here today. And I think that the purposes that it serves are quite different. However, I suggest that Adobe Photoshop offers relatively accessible tools to present an argument in visual form. Now, you'll see that I have none of Dustin's wonderful skills, but I think that we are both going to be talking about sort of the absence of materiality, and I wouldn't know where to start with Close 3D. So Photoshop is the best that I have. Today, I will reflect on how a digital collage that I created for my master's project 4 years ago enabled me to illustrate the ephemerality of 18th century fashion accessories. I will then consider how I've used Photoshop in my current research into flowers in 18th century fashion, presenting digital collage as a form of slow looking to help enrich our understanding of written sources. There we go. So my first attempt at digital recreation was inspired by this beautiful gown from the Royal Ontario Museum's collection. I was researching the life and the career of Marie-Jeanne Bertin, who is the fashion merchant most famous for her work with Marie Antoinette. So fashion merchants, who are also sometimes translated into English as milliners, occupied a unique place in 18th century French commerce. They were forbidden to cut and sew the main body of garments, since this was the privilege of seamstresses, mantua makers, and tailors. Instead, fashion merchants added the accessories, such as the flowers, the feathers, the lace, the ruffles, and the hats, that were essential to creating a fashionable look. It is therefore quite ironic, I think, that the Royal Ontario Museum's website presents this dress with Bertin listed as its maker and couturière. Fashion merchants were often jokingly called faiseuses de rien, or makers of nothing in this period, because they didn't make the actual garments, they just embellished them. Now, having worked a little bit on the other side of museum cataloguing systems, I can understand completely how the restraints of these systems, and also the wish to avoid introducing too many technical terms, likely informed the presentation of this gown on the website as we see it today. However, the gown that survives has relatively few of the adornments that a fashion merchant like Bertin might have added. She may well have had a hand in commissioning the embroidery, perhaps, but the gown is really missing all of the accessories that would have made it fashionable at Versailles in the 18th century. So in order to illustrate this point for my thesis, I decided to create a collage using Photoshop to combine images of the gown with accessories from contemporaneous fashion plates. I drew my images from the Galerie des Modes, which is a fashion journal covering the period from 1778 to 1785, and crucially freely available online on Gallica. And the timing is roughly about the same period that this gown is thought to have been made. So I used digital tools on Photoshop to cut out these trims, ruffles, and also a hat, and of course some flowers from these fashion plates, and then I could recolor them to suit the gown. I found that many of these elements needed very little reshaping to fit onto the images of the ROM's gown. For example, the bodice ruffles along the front here mapped very neatly onto the shape of the neckline, and they also fitted very well onto the tabs at the bottom of the bodice. So my interpretation is not intended to be a definitive reconstruction at all of what this dress would originally have looked like. So I haven't been able to see this dress in person. I couldn't use any evidence such as pinholes or see where stitches might have been to suggest where these accessories were attached, or to discover which elements were 19th century additions. So thinking about what Abby was saying earlier, this is kind of based on vibes alone, really. But this very simple collage did enable me to create a visual hypothesis about what the gown might have looked like in the hands of a fashion merchant like Bertin. Collage making is a process that is laden with history and is currently being re-examined both as a subject and as a methodology. In the 2023 edited volume, Natural Things in Early Modern Worlds, the artists Zoe Sadokierski and Katie Dean created collages of natural history illustrations for each chapter that invited contemplation on the relevant themes rather than illustrating points as we most often use illustrations in books. Sadokierski and Dean remind us that images present arguments as much as words do. Their ethos informs my current practice and helps to explain kind of retroactively why I found the process of creating this collage 4 years ago so valuable, even if my attempts feel very amateur looking back at them now. With my digital recreation, I wish to argue that the fashion merchant's work was integral to creating the fashionable silhouette in 18th century France. At the same time, the accessories designed by fashion merchants were intended to be unpinned and unpicked and to be reused by their wearers, so they rarely survive attached to the garments for which they were originally designed. And the work of fashion merchants is often forgotten today precisely because it was so ephemeral. So before I finish, I want to spend just a few minutes reflecting on how I use collage in my current PhD project on flowers in 18th century fashion. So artificial flowers were key accessories used by fashion merchants in this period, but they are almost impossible to find in museum collections because the delicate fabrics and the fugitive dyes mean that they scarcely lasted any longer than real flowers did. Many of my sources for this project are receipts like this from fashion merchants. So this is again from Bertin, the same fashion merchant we saw earlier. And these occasionally mention artificial flowers and how they're arranged. So I've gone through about 8,000 pages like this and tried to dig out references to artificial flowers. It's been really hard. These descriptions are very lengthy, they're difficult to interpret, and that's even once you started figuring out the handwriting. So it can become really easy to skim over the details and much harder to engage in a process of slow looking to try and understand how all these various parts fitted together. So the receipt I've shown you here is an example from Bertin that was issued to the Vicomtesse Louise de Pelaston. Louise became the sister-in-law of the infamous Duchesse de Polignac after she married into the Pelaston family in June 1780. About a month after her wedding, she commissioned a robe à l'anglaise in striped silk gauze and white Italian taffeta, adorned with garlands of pink palm tree flowers and flounces of gauze. So this dress specifically is part of a case study in my PhD examining the diffusion of artificial palm tree flowers among a small circle of aristocratic ladies at Versailles. So I created a digital collage using this fashion plate from the Galerie des Modes as my starting point. And I then used Photoshop to transform it into something quite different. I layered up these blossoms, which are from the Phoenix dactylifera palm. So I had a photograph of the blossoms. I cut out little individual sections of the photo and recolored them, and then layered them all up in appropriate shapes. I removed the stripes that had been over this part of the skirt and reinserted them into the bottom flounce instead. I also cut out a lace sleeve and a straw hat from another fashion plate and pasted these in over the top, and then had fun playing around with all the various colours of it, sort of retinting this plate. This process revealed just how much I still don't understand in these builds, which I think is common in both digital and kind of practical reconstruction. If anyone knows what a double chicote of cut Italian gauze is, I would love to find out. But I think this process really helped me to visualize the impact of these kinds of styles. And one of the advantages of Photoshop is that I can insert each new element into a different layer, and I can then add and remove different parts of it as my understanding of the text develops. So I spent a long time wondering if the striped, this sort of hem flounce at the bottom and hem striped gauze, if that referred to kind of this flounce or the ruffle along the bottom that you see a lot of the time in these fashion plates. But I could play around and put it in one area and remove it from another. So the resulting image helps me to communicate my interpretation of these builds, and it's only one particular kind of interpretation. And I think the real importance to my research comes from the process of creating it. So to conclude, Photoshop is a relatively accessible tool that can be used by those with very limited time and resources to design recreative collages of historic dress. I think it is particularly suited to studying 18th century French women's fashion, which was assembled from such an enormous number of accessories, many of which have not survived the passage of time. While digital collage cannot replace the value of recreating clothes by hand, it is a really useful way to encourage close reading of a text, to conduct initial experimentation about how a garment might have looked, and also a means to present a visual argument about the impact of 18th century fashion. I suggest that digital collage can help us to mediate between text, image, extant clothes, and interpretation. Each act of creating a collage helps us to switch our point of view and to engage with these primary sources, I think, in a more creative and hopefully illuminating way. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sarah. That was fantastic. So our next speaker in the room, we have Suzanne Rowland, and in spirit, we have Veronica Isaac. So Dr. Suzanne Rowland is lecturer in history of fashion and dress at the School of Humanities and Social Sciences at the University of Brighton. Her remaking practices include reproducing early 20th century everyday dress from regional museums and storytelling as a research and pedagogic methodology. Dr. Veronica Isaac is senior lecturer at the School of Humanities and Social Sciences at the University of Brighton and course leader for the MA in Fashion Curation and Cultural Programming at London College of Fashion. So, Suzanne, I will get to
Hello. Hello to everybody online, and hello to any of our students who are watching as well. So Veronica wishes she could be here, but she's teaching today. So what I'm talking about today is the challenges and the joys that Veronica faced in teaching the work of the many wonderful people involved in this network. So we're teaching and we're facilitating our students. I'm sharing some of the work from our students, and then I'll reflect on some of the issues and the joys that we encounter along the way. As Serena said, we're based in the School of Humanities and Social Science. This is important because our students are not practice-based. They often come with no prior experience of sewing, and that's fine. That's not a necessary thing at all. And we don't see that as a barrier to them engaging with recreation, reconstruction as a research method. We've got an undergraduate degree in fashion and design history, our MA in history of design and material culture, and our PhD programme. And across all 3 levels, we have students who want to engage with this research method. Just to give a brief kind of introduction to Veronica's practice and my practice, this is something Veronica is doing in collaboration with Rebecca and with Zenzi Tinker, and it's the remaking of a very fragile gown worn by Ellen Terry that's, as we've heard many times today, this is too fragile to be worn, to be displayed, and so the team are recreating another dress. And sorry, just to say, Veronica says the methodology developed through this project offers a model for other heritage organisations seeking a means through which to document, preserve and maintain access to garments which are too fragile to handle or display. From my own practice, this is a blouse that I recreated for a publication. It has a wholesale label inside it, which became key for me in thinking about the way women working in wholesale factories might make a garment. And this fed into my PhD, where I used storytelling as a research method to understand a day in the life of a blouse maker. So through recreating the blouse, I already had this tacit idea of a process. But I'm not here to talk about us. Let's talk about our students. So this is Charlotte Knight, a current 2nd-year student. And Charlotte recently recreated this Swiss riding corset from 1890. And Charlotte used Jill Salen's book, Corsets, Historical Patterns and Techniques. And one of the challenges she found was in sewing the busk. She said she tried to stitch as close to the busk as possible, but she couldn't bend it very much, so it was difficult to bring the needle through the fabric. Reflecting on the process, she quotes Sarah saying that reflective rationality is a key factor in obtaining a type of embodied knowledge known as tacit skill, as it allows you to learn from mistakes and think how you would complete a task differently. So she learned through doing that if a busk has 2 studs closer together at one end, then it should be inserted with these at the bottom. She also sometimes wore a corset similar in style to the one she was recreating, and she found that helped her posture and that it connected her to corset makers from the past. And she cites Hilary Davidson, that wearing historic clothing can challenge assumptions about garments, citing the corset wearing community who try to break myths about tight and uncomfortable corsets. My next example is Rebecca Timchak, who was inspired by this doll from 1830s in the B&A collection, and she made a bodice to scale using Janet Arnold's Patterns of Fashion, a bodice from the 1830s. Okay, so Rebecca had never made a bodice like this before, and she says the first thing she noticed was just how large the sleeve pieces were. The fiddliest part of the process was sewing the piping into the seam, as it was so difficult to gauge with touch alone whether it was placed correctly. So some of the piping was wonky, and that the gathered sleeve head only just managed to fit into the arm side, and she realised she needed to adjust the fabric weight for working on a doll size project. Reflecting on the process, Rebecca says, my main takeaway from making this quarter scale bodice is further understanding the love of historic dolls and why they were treasured. I could experience firsthand how they could have been used to transport the latest fashion. Being able to hold the garment in your hands, albeit at a small scale, allows for a tacit connection to the garment, as well as the added bonus of being able to inspect the back and the inside of the clothing. This is Lucy Rush. Lucy recreated a section of a 1940s make, do and mend jumper. This is Lucy's step by step, but basically she sourced a garment from a charity shop, and she unravelled it to be kind of as you would have done at the time, to get the yarn to knit her recreation. She says, I was knitted with a limited amount of yarn, like rationing of yarn in the 1940s. I was careful with following the instructions as I didn't want to waste wool by making mistakes. A lot of the pattern was repetitive and I found parts tedious, during which it became understandable to me how knitting groups or knitting circles were created to socialise and entertained. This showed the fusion of knitting with a social history of women. And she says that she underestimated how long it would take her to knit just one section. And she reflects that this is a piece of embodied information that you can't know unless you make it yourself. My last example is Amy Doyle, a recently graduated MA student who looked at St. Michael's Cosmetics. Amy collects St. Michael's Cosmetics from the 1980s, these palettes, and she looked at how they reflected the position of women in society. She also looked at beauty manuals as well. So she used material culture analysis to understand the makeup packaging and the contents within, and embodiment to understand the application of makeup looks on the face. So these are Amy's eyes on that side. And this is from the Complete Beauty book, the kind of the step-by-step that she was following to recreate a fully fashioned 1980s look. So she realised that she didn't start off by thinking that she would recreate this. It just kind of evolved during supervisions when we were discussing, like, how can you really get to what they were doing in those books? So she realised that things were very different then than they are now, and especially in the amount of products that she needed to apply to create these kind of frosted looks. And she says that recreation allowed me to understand the amount of time and product needed to create a particular look by somebody in the 1980s, particularly regarding the amount of translucent powder and blusher. Davidson calls this embodied empathy, as the recreator will have a different view of the time and labour embodied in objects, or in this case, a makeup look. And she notes this can increase the effect of the object or look being studied on the researcher. So those were my examples, and just these are some of the challenges that Veronica and I face. The first perhaps is in managing expectations, particularly of undergraduate students with limited stitching knowledge who come to do workshops and modules and things, that they must focus on the process rather than the finished piece. We aim to encourage sustainable practices, but the reality is we need to provide calico to ensure accessibility to all students, no matter what their financial background. And we have some challenges with equipment and space. We need access to our dedicated teaching room, the design lab, and this can often be booked up by people who are not in our department, which can be a little annoying. So we have to take materials around to different rooms. So just in conclusion, as a pedagogic tool, reconstruction develops students' understanding of historic dress and garment construction of a range of types. And this also includes their critical and historic contexts, and also all the different roles and the participants that are associated with them. It provides knowledge of construction and materials of historic dress as a practice. It offers our students the ability to apply their knowledge in the recreating of an item of historic dress that puts these methods into practice. And we're finding that they're working in quite a broad variety. They're interpreting remaking in some kind of broad ways. It also centres the life experiences of students to enable meaningful learning opportunities. So they'll often bring a story with them or a skill that they already have. We found that it engages students across a diverse range of learning styles, which is really key. And and that it unites practical skills with academic study to promote creative thinking, and mental well-being is something we find as well, and that it enables our students to shift from passive to active learners. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Suzanne, and also Veronica in spirit. So our next speaker is Victor Higa. Victor is a recent MSc in History and Philosophy of Science graduate from University College London, with an interest in the intersections of the sciences and the crafts, especially in relation to systems of cutting and the rise of scientific objectivity in the 18th and 19th centuries. So I will just get your slides up for you.
Thank you for having me speak here. Thank you, people online. I'm going to be talking a little bit about some scientific things here today, especially the scientific ideals of the 18th century and how they relate to one specific cutting guide, with a little experiment thrown in the mix here. So this is part of a paper that I'm working on, which, if you think this is interesting, there's a lot more I had to cut out. Looking at 18th century cutting guides and how they relate to dominant scientific ideals at the time. That is, how the dominant scientific ideals of the 18th century might change how cutting tailoring is written about. Here we're going to be looking only at the Tailor's Complete Guide from 1796, if some of you know it, with a little look at how that does things. And I'm coming from this from a history of science background. That means I'm really interested in like processes and how we generate knowledge and what knowledge we think is right or true. So this is not really a little bit different, I think, from what we've been working at so far. So what does science look like here in the 18th century? We're going to mainly looking at England and France here. We see this move from the qualitative to the quantitative when we come to measuring and doing things. So where previously, if you were doing a chemistry experiment, you might be documenting it like, well, I smelled this, or I saw this, I observed this. Now it's I measured this, I used these measurements, I used these instruments. So we're trying to put things into these systems that are easily documented and disseminated across these disciplines. It's a time when we see things like the metric system arise, very iconic quantitative system of 18th century science. We also see people trying to make universal languages for communicating science. We see people standardizing currencies, all sorts of stuff. We really like putting things into systems and trying to make them universal to more easily communicate them across sciences. And this obviously also extends to craft. In France, the National Academy of Sciences published a series of books for the Description des Arts et Métiers. We've actually already seen some engravings in Rebecca's lecture as well. This is from one of the other books on creating velvet. And what's really interesting about these is they're written by men of the academies, they're written by scientists, and they are talking about these crafts, and they're talking about them in exhaustive detail. This is a really nice engraving showing a machine for weaving velvet cotton from a book about making velvet cotton, which is 880 pages on making velvet cotton, how to dye them, how to cut them, all these details. And there's like 10 of these engravings showing different tools and processes. So when you've got something like this, you know, this guy, he doesn't really need how to do anything. He doesn't actually need to be a craftsman, because if I'm just a scientist, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, oh, you've got all the information here, right? It's all been systematized and made accessible. So we don't need to skill the craft anymore. The craft, from this scientific point of view, also gets moved into the quantitative. But is that what the crafts actually do? How do they respond to the shift? And here we have the Tailor's Complete Guide from 1796. It's a cutting system. It's been claimed to be the first cutting system. I subscribe to this notion, which makes it a bit different from a book of patterns. I'm not going to get into that. That's the whole thing. But what makes this important is that, as the authors say, it has long been to the great disgrace of London, where the arts and sciences are literally courted, that clothing human nature remains a secret to certainty. And there's this word certainty that I think is really important, because this, to me, speaks to the same sort of ideas about making something that's universal, that can be applied by anyone across documentation, right? So we are making here a certain system. And we know it was to some extent successful, because this ran multiple editions, and in 1809 it was plagiarized. So there's obviously some kind of need for this within the trade. And it also seems to reflect these scientific ideals. You know, that's all well and good. That's what they say. But like, is that true? Can I, as someone with a scientific background, go into this and read this and produce something from it that would complete what they're setting out to do, which is to make a pattern that fits to a specific body? So I decided to do that, and basically set up a little experiment trying to make a pattern for a coat for a thin gentleman, because I'm a thin gentleman, using the instructions provided in the book. I also chose this pattern because I have some experience sewing, but coat making, if any of you have tried it, it's pretty complicated. It's not an easy thing to do. So I wanted to make sure it was something I didn't already know how to make. Aside from that, it also has these 11 measurements. It's the most measurements anything in this book requires, which to the scientific brain is like, oh, we have more data. So obviously that will give it more chances to be a real system. And what's really important to note is I'm not trying to make an actual coat here. We are trying to make a pattern and see what happens when we do that. What kind of limitations are in the systems, if there are any, and how do those limitations reveal the shapes of knowledge that are at play here? So basically, that's what I did. And here we have our results. So this is the diagram for the cut from the book, and this is my pattern. I did it in half scale because I wanted to have a clear overview of what I was doing. One of the instructions in the book is to observe the original pattern and just really commit it to memory so you can draw it more easily. And I figured that was better in half size. And as you can probably tell, there's some issues that arose here. We've got some shoulder seams. They're not having a great time. They're not really matching up. There's a strange sort of distortion all over the pattern. And if you notice from looking at this, there's really not, if you've ever worked with 19th century cutting guides or modern ones even, there's not really a lot of information to go from here. In addition to that, the instructions were sometimes quite interesting. They told me to square, for instance, these bits of the shoulder, which I mean, I did, but it doesn't look good. I don't think that's a good thing to do, and it's certainly not square over here either. It also told me to take this measurement from 4 to 3 and pull it up from 4 to 5, which that creates another interesting shape up here that's not present in the diagram, but you know. So I think even if this is not in full size, we can tell that the system does not work for me. I can't make a functional diamond out of this. This is not going to look nice, is it? So why is that? And I'm not the only person who has problems with this. The Taylor Giles, who wrote the history of the art of cutting in England, said that it's remarkable that the authors should have felt justified in publishing such a primitive method, giving so little aid to students. So this guy is an educated tailor, and he was coming from the 19th century cutting tradition. He published his own anatomical system. So if he's saying this, it's not really good, and it's definitely not in line with 19th century ideals about these more, what we could maybe call more mechanically objective systems. So why is that? We've actually talked a lot about tacitity so far. I'm going to just define it because I think I might be using it in a slightly different way. When I say tacit knowledge, I'm talking about knowledge that's not explicated, and I'm sorting that into 2 boxes here. We have relational tacit knowledge, which is knowledge that's tacit because I haven't told you. It was like, hey, can you unlock my phone? And I haven't told you the password. That's tacit knowledge. But if I tell you the password, you can unlock it. But if you've never ridden a bike before, and I'm like, oh, you just got to balance it right, and I explain everything about riding a bicycle, you're not going to be able to do that. So that's a different kind of tacit knowledge. That's what we call somatic tacit knowledge, because it has to do with a bodily skill. You can't ride a bike without doing it. You can only gain this tacit knowledge by inscribing it upon your body. So when we look at this failure, it's important to keep in mind, well, how much of this is simply then from relational lack of information, and how much is to do with the fact that cutting at this time might be a skill that is partially embodied. And I think a lot of it is just informational. If I was raised in the 18th century, when he's talking about striking out and squaring, all these parts of things, I would probably be able to understand it. There are some assumptions here about it being an 18th century reader, which I think are pretty fair because it was written in the 18th century. But there's also an important thing to keep in mind, in that because this is, as far as we know, the first real cutting system that's mathematical in this way, that means that the authors were not raised with it. They were not people who jumped out of bed and they were like, we're gonna learn how to cut by using human proportions and make a system out of it. They were working backwards from a knowledge that had been passed down to them in embodiment through master and apprentice learning. And that might also mean that what they're producing here is not necessarily a system that replaces the skill of the worker, but one that supplements it, one that eliminates some of the problems with doing the skilled work of cutting, but relies on a normal level of cutting skill to fill in the gaps. And that's where we have the sort of more, at least I think, the more semantic tacit knowledge, which is more clear in how it's organized. So yeah, in conclusion, I think experiments like this, which are pretty sort of simple and focus on one aspect, can actually illuminate quite a bit about methods and especially the shapes of knowledge involved in specific processes. And it also speaks to the scientific ideals of the time. I noticed quite a few times through the lecture, to the talk today, that people kept talking about, well, oh, I'm not really being a super scientist about so what. We are still using the claim to science or the claim to legitimacy. And I think they were also doing that as well when they were writing this, which I think is really fun. But at the same time, they were only using these universal systems to the extent that they would find them useful to themselves, or perhaps not too complicated to supply. In short, it sort of is the cornerstone of what then in the 19th century would explode into the more mathematical cutting system. And I think it's really interesting. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Victor. That was fascinating. And also, I think we're one of those rare disciplines where having a paper that's about menswear and having a paper that's about men is the sort of the outlier in the very women's wear focused conversations we've had so far today. So fantastic to bring those back in. So our final speaker in this panel and our final speaker of the day is Bronwyn Clark. So Bronwyn has a lifelong interest in historic textiles and clothing and their construction. Her honours thesis studied late 18th century British worsted textiles, and her current Master of History Studies and volunteer work focus on documenting historic clothing in regional museums and exploring dressmaking practices in colonial Australia. I will just get your slides up.
Thank you very much for having me here today. It's been absolutely fantastic. Hello to the online people and apologies for the technical problems. My project is actually still in its early stages, although there's been a lot of thought. But already it's highlighted some of the themes mentioned in the outline for today's workshop. How remaking sits within a broader context of cultural and social practices of the past, different methods of remaking, and accessibility to the practice of remaking. This image is of the main street of the town I live near, taken sometime after September 1884. It's a typical small town in the Australian colonial era, with M. Herman Draper there on the corner. I'm going, oh,
Maybe just try the up and down.
up and down, yeah.
Back and forth.
Backwards. Oh, we're not getting that.
Let's see if I plug this in.
Okay. So I've lived in the Armidale district of northern New South Wales, Australia, for most of the past 36 years. And I just want to acknowledge originally this was Unawan land and important also to the Gumbaynggirr people. I pay my respects to the elders past and present and acknowledge the destruction to their culture brought by the colonial settlement that began in the 1830s. I also acknowledge that clothing was used as a form of colonisation and that Indigenous people were largely excluded from participation in the fashion of the era that I'm discussing today. So Sydney's down here. Armidale is about 475 kilometres or around 295 miles north of Sydney. It's an altitude of 1,000 metres or 3,000 feet. And it sits on the tablelands of the Great Dividing Range that runs down the whole east coast of Australia. White settlers started moving shepherds with large flocks of sheep into the area in the 1830s, and wool became the driving industry as it remains today. By the 1880s, the township of Armidale had a population of about 3,000 people. The railway arrived in 1883, significantly decreasing travel times to Sydney and making goods far more easily available. The current population is about 25,000 people. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Or not. Oh.
This one back.
Aha, haha.
One more. Yeah, these ones. Yeah. So the Armidale Folk Museum collection includes 3 dresses from the 1880s, 2 wedding dresses and a mourning or wash dress. The cotton print dress on the left unfortunately has no provenance, although the wear on the sleeves and the careful patching and mending tell the story of a hard-working woman who rolled up her sleeves frequently. The middle image is the January 1881 wedding dress of Emily Bradley. It's a lovely creation of silk satin and cotton gauze. And the dress on the right is the 1884 wedding dress of Ruth Howe. It's a stylish but rather more practical dress of a fine plain weave wool with silk satin decorations on the skirt. The 2 wedding dresses are very, very similar in cut and construction, despite the transition from no bustle to small bustle of 3 years later. In both dresses, the skirt is attached to the bodice lining, which was perhaps unusual by 1884, when the 2-piece bodice and skirt seems to have become more standard. Both of the wedding dresses are well made, suggesting that they were made by a dressmaker, but there are hints that there were constraints in their making. Firstly, the limited use of silk satin, particularly in this 1881 dress. Emily Bradley, the bride, was from the upper echelons of Armidale society, such as it was, and she married into one of the leading merchant families. She attended balls and formal dinners both before and after her marriage. The skirt of her dress is predominantly this open weave cotton gauze with strips of the silk satin as the lining, as trimming. And there's no underskirt or any sign that there was one, so it must have been worn over just the petticoat. There's also very limited use of lace, with 2 rows down the bodice front and narrow laces on the sleeves. And a photo of Emily in what may well have been her wedding dress just shows this small lace collar that's no longer on the dress. Now, granted, Emily did marry in the height of the Armidale summer, so perhaps there were practical reasons for this very light, ethereal skirt that she chose. But the gauze is not terribly high quality. It's a very, very open weave. And her wedding took place 2 years before the railway made it to Armidale, and goods still had to be brought by bullock dray over 200 kilometres up the range. So it's possible that her fabric choices were limited, leading to her dressmaker designing with whatever she had on hand. Next one. So the railway had made it to Armidale by the time Ruth Howe married Reuben Roan in 1884. Both Ruth and Reuben were from families established in the district since the 1840s. They weren't part of the highest social set, but were well-respected farmers. Ruth's dress is stylish but practical, suitable to wear as an afternoon or visiting dress after her marriage. It buttons down the front so she could dress herself without the aid of maids or sisters. However, the buttons are very simple bone buttons, very similar to the ones on the wash dress, which seems an unusual choice for a wedding dress that was going to be a formal dress when there were other options available. So was this choice constrained by availability or economy? And like Emily's dress, there's also very little use of lace, with only this delicate lace on the sleeves. And there may have been lace on the collar. The family unfortunately replaced it with a nice cheap nylon lace before they gave it to the museum. So I've not had the opportunity to examine very many dresses from the early 1880s, So I'm uncertain at this stage whether this rather complex one-piece dress construction is a standard approach, or perhaps an example of the dressmaker sticking to older methods while trying to adapt to newer styles. It's very definitely a one-piece dress. Thank you. So, like many of the women who lived in the region, there is little remaining evidence of Ruth's life other than this dress. There's also little evidence to inform us about the lives and skills of Armidale's dressmakers beyond a few names, despite the economic and social significance of the dressmaking trade. So my major research project is titled Remaking as Embodied Research Practice, a comparison of two approaches to remaking an 1884 dress. So this project will recreate two versions of the dress using different methodologies of embodied research. The first approach will be to make a replica of the dress as it is, using the same tools and construction techniques in as close to authentic fabric as I can find. This work will be informed by researchers such as Hilary Davidson and her replication of the Jane Austen palace and many others. The second remaking approach will take embodied research practice a step further and was in large part inspired by Wendy Gambler's argument in the 1990s that the most significant skills of dressmaking were in cutting and fitting. And your work on the scientific methods, etc., really fits very nicely with this. So I plan to make a version of the dress using the same style and construction techniques as the original, but using the cutting and measuring systems of the 1880s to make the dress fit me, and I'm rather a different shape from Ruth. About the same height. I think my thigh equals her waist measure. At least one of the Armidale dressmakers of the 1880s referred to using the American system, which may have been Mrs. Gartland's American Lady Tailor system, or another of the many systems of measuring and drawing patterns published at the time. So the second dress will enable me to explore the dressmaker skills and work further, particularly in patterning, cutting and fitting, and the effectiveness of the various measuring and fitting systems of the time. I may have to, borrow a friend to help with the fitting. A dressmaker would have been experienced in adapting styles to the diverse figures of her customers, and it will be interesting, I hope, to see how the same style of dress looks when made for very different bodies. In researching and preparing for this program, I keep finding parallels between the challenges facing dressmakers in Armidale in the 1880s and those facing me as a dress historian in 2024. We can go on to the next one. And just very quickly, access to materials is a key challenge. The time Ruth's dress was made in 1884, the railway brought goods more easily, but there was still a limited population. And these are the drapers that were there, but most of them were not specialising in fashion fabrics. They were specialising in household fabrics, etc. The auctioneers occasionally had drapery auctions. There were still limited choices. And for me in 2024, Spotlight and Lincraft are the two main sort of big box stores in Australia. Our Spotlight store is smaller than the smallest grade of Spotlight store, and it's fine if you want polyester. And Raw Fibre, which is a new shop, has about 50 rolls of fabric, mostly linens and cotton. So I've mentioned Weigel's patterns here, and I just want to expand slightly on that. These were a significant part of Australian dress history. Weigel's fashion journal and paper patterns began in 1879 in Melbourne, published by Joanna Weigel and her husband, who had worked in pattern publishing in New York in the mid-1870s. The Weigels set up an extensive network of agents across rural New South Wales and Victoria for their journal and paper patterns. Other important patterns were available to be ordered from Sydney, but Weigel's captured much of the market in the 1880s and continued to be published right through into the 1850s, and they were certainly available in Armidale from 1883, if not earlier. I hope to source suitable wool fabric while I'm here in the UK. Of the two possibilities I saw on Friday on Goldhawk Road, one was made in Huddersfield and the other in Italy. And coincidentally, I live outside of Armidale. My over-the-back Sphinx neighbour is a grazier who produces some of the best superfine merino wool, which he sells to Italian manufacturers of top quality suiting. And so I may end up with a fabric made from the fleece of the sheep next door. Isn't globalisation great? If we can go to the... I found references to 4 dressmakers with their own businesses in 1884, although there were a few others working with them in addition to apprentices and finishers. One of the things that's consistent in the advertisements of the time is, particularly when a dressmaker sets up a new business, is the importance of experience elsewhere. In 1880, Miss Mulligan, lately arrived from Sydney, also stressed her long experience in this colony and also in Europe. Mrs. Weston was lately from Melbourne, which was Australia's fashion capital at the time. And I haven't found out about Mrs. Clark's background yet. She's no relation. But she proudly announced that she would train apprentices in the American system. So throughout this era, there's a strong sense that Armidale Armidale dressmakers are working in a certain degree of professional isolation. And certainly for a dress historian in 2024 in Armidale, Dr. Lisa Hackett, who's my supervisor, has just moved to Queensland. And there's 2 others that work within predominantly serious hobbyists, but work with much earlier eras. Thanks, sorry. Armidale residents did have the option of mail ordering from Sydney shops, which did have an excellent range of fashionable fabrics. And of course, people were familiar with the fabrics of the time, so you could order a very lightweight suiting and know what you were going to get or whatever. So, but now there's no specialist historical fabric suppliers. Some high-end stores do carry some suitable fabrics, but nothing like Gold Hawk Road. I think I saw more fabrics there on Friday and I only went to one side of the street than I've seen in 35 years. So if we could just go to So I've briefly covered some of the ways in which the context of rural dressmaking in Australia was impacted by distance from major centres, affecting not only dressmakers but their employers and their customers. There are many more questions to be explored and much more research to be undertaken to discover more about the elusive women who dress these communities far from the cities. And I just wanted to show this image of Main Street, which we know was 1887 after a very disastrous fire, which burned right up to the wall, the brick wall of Mrs. Clark's dressmaking establishment. And we have, of course, all these very self-important men here. And right here on the right of the image are 2 women. If we can go to the next, we'll zoom in a little bit on them. Sorry, it's just a little tiny bit from front. But this very fashionably dressed lady in the doorway of Mrs. Clark's dressmaking establishment, I'm assuming is Mrs. Clark. She's kind of got a proprietorial, and this lady in the not so fashionable dress, I hope her new fashionable gown was not destroyed in the fire because there was a lot of damage to the dressmaking. If we can just go in a little tiny bit further. So this is the only image I have so far found of any of Armidale's dressmakers of this time. And I hope that my work will shine more light on the highly skilled work of her and her patrons and the work of others like her who contributed so much to the social fabric of the rural communities in which they lived.
Thank you so much, Bronwyn. We'll have a quick solo question. I will kick us off by asking the same question that I asked everybody else earlier about what you have learned and are hoping to learn, are planning to learn from your recreative work that is beyond the how they made it. What are you hoping that the so what of your research will be?
I think it's really more exploring those skills and particularly exploring more about that fitting and cutting and how it kind of worked, because we all know survival bias. Most of the things that remain in museums are the tiny things like Ruth's dress that would never have fitted anybody else. But somebody who is my size and shape is a little bit different. So to explore that, the process really, and those skills, but also translating some of those, the images and things that we see from the fashion magazines and the pattern and such into another gown and comparing the two that are the same style.
Yeah, fantastic. We've got any other questions in the room? Yeah.
Why do you think someone would have moved to that town from, say, Melbourne? Like, would it, and they seem to be a lot of businesses. Are they following their husbands who are, local farmers or involved in some way? Or do you think they're thinking, oh, well, this town needs a dressmaker, I'm going to go for it?
Look, it's really hard to know, and it's a really interesting question. I think potentially, there were a whole lot more men than women in the town still at that point. So maybe some of the young ones came thinking, well, and there was a fair amount of money as well. The sheep industry was making a lot of wealth. There were also some mining developments as well. So that could have attracted people. I think often though the married dressmakers came with their husbands who and set up their own businesses because maybe husband wasn't actually earning as much as they had hoped. And certainly at least one of them, I did find her setting up as a dressmaker within about 2 months of her husband passing away. So yeah, she was trying to earn with them.
I was wondering, because I grew up in a country town like Armidale in New South Wales, Australia. I was wondering if you've done any research and do you see these replicating in other country areas? The sort of types of gowns. I know because I'm from near Dubbo,
right,
and they have like a similar collection to Armidale, and they have these like very beautiful dresses. But I guess I'd never even really thought much about, when you're talking about the types of fabrics that they're using and sort of the tyranny of distance, as we're saying. It'd be interesting to see like if this is being repeated in country areas.
It's one of the things that I'd like to do as part of my research is really looking at other examples of gowns in other regional collections. We're lucky that 2 of those 3 1880s gowns we do have local provenance for, so we know a lot more about the women who wore them and when they were made. Whereas sometimes the gowns in collections, in regional collections, some keen collector bought them at a sale, or in the case of, we've got an 1837 jacket in the Folk Museum that the guy who really established it in the 1850s, he came across to the UK researching folk museums, visited his wife's family up in Aberdeen and brought a morning jacket back, which is in the collection. From Aberdeen that has no connection at all to our area. So, yeah, I think there's a lot more interesting work to do within regional museums.
And it really sort of goes to show, because I think your bigger picture isn't also just skill, these women, and their training and like what they're having to work with, right? Especially someone from Melbourne who moves to Armidale, she's like, oh my God, she should be used to having access to all of these fashion materials coming right off the boat,
And
how they adapt those skills maybe.
I mentioned to Sarah earlier that a little bit later, I think it's in the 1890s, Richardson's, which becomes one of the main department stores in Armidale, there were constant adverts over a period of months of saying we are seeking, we're actively looking for a Melbourne dressmaker to bring in to employ in the store. It takes them months and months and months, but they keep on saying, we're doing this. And she finally arrives and great hoo-ha about this Melbourne dressmaker. And I don't think she stayed for long. I've got to look more into it.
Lots in the 18th century in the newspapers about how I've just returned from London or I've just returned from Paris. And I was just wondering if your lady, if there's that sort of similar kind of publicity of, I've just returned from Melbourne, bringing with me all the latest fashions and fabrics.
It was, I mean, even after the railway came, it was still a really, really, really long hike. So people weren't travelling.
I mean, but in the 18th century, even in, so you kind of make a biannual sort of journey.
Yeah. So far, all I've really seen is kind of the new dressmakers coming in saying, "This is my experience. This is my background."
Would the established ones necessarily be advertising too much in the newspapers?
They were.
Maybe lots word of mouth. And
a lot of it was word of mouth. Sometimes it was if they changed premises. Mrs. King worked as a dressmaker for a fairly long time, but sometimes she was working by herself. Other times she worked for Mrs. Clark, and then she went and set up her own business again. So, and they were sometimes looking for apprentices, sometimes looking for good finishers. So they were advertising for that as well.
I think Suzanne had a question.
I was just wondering about the dresses that are in the folk museum. Can they be attributed to any of the dressmakers?
No, not. I haven't found anything at this point, and we first documented them in 2019, so I kind of think keep an eye out.
Yeah.
But I know that Mrs. Clark did also advertise at one point that she did lots of fancy dress costumes. And we know that Emily Bradley attended fancy dress balls. So, it's possible, but it's a fairly tenuous link. But I would love to find something to add.
You said there's a lot more men in the neighbourhood than women. You've got a population of 3,000. So how many women do you think are the directors? Is it 1 to 10?
No, it wouldn't have been that much. I mean, it was because there were a lot of younger guys working on sheep sections, and these are huge sheep sections. I mean, we're talking tens of thousands of acres for one property. So there are an awful lot of shepherds and drovers and general agricultural workers, some of whom are making some good money. So it was probably a 2 to 1, 2 to 3, whatever.
Yeah, they all work for you.
Yeah.
I think.
Okay, right. Well, you can all look at my screen.
So I'm going to kick us off with that same question that we asked this morning's panel around what it is that recreative practice brings to your work that is beyond just and now we know how they did it. So what is the so what? How does this enlarge our bigger picture thinking around the histories of dress? If we go in the order that we've spoken.
I think one of the important things is the value of the practice itself and the craft practices. It gives you an understanding, not only yourself, but anybody who works on it. So if you create a basic methodology, you learn that. But it's also an appreciation for the shared cultural heritage. It's teaching about the shared cultural heritage and practices that are shared within specific cultures, what makes them distinct, what makes them unique, what makes them different. I think that's a very important thing, especially when we think about one of the topics today has been museums and conservation and preservation, and all of those practices are all within trying to preserve, protected for specific cultures and things like that. That's what I take away from it, not just the own knowledge that I gain from it.
Zara?
I think that, when I was doing my collages, and I don't think I really know how they did it. I think that's not what I was trying to find out from it, really. But I think for me, it was more kind of as a means of communication. And actually, when I used the collage in my master's thesis, then I had 2 markers, and both of them commented on it. And the first marker said, really loved the collage, would have liked to have seen a lot more of this in the dissertation, because it really helps communicate your ideas. And the second marker was a classic kind of reviewer too, and said, no, actually, that seemed like a sideline, and I wasn't quite sure why it was in there. So I think it's something that I'm still clearly trying to work out, how to use this as a means of communication. But I found that just thinking about the palm tree flowers, which has become a complete rabbit hole that I've fallen well and truly into. But I've been speaking to lots of botanists, lots of people interested in sort of coming at it from a textiles perspective and from a botany perspective, and trying to work out exactly what kind of plants and what kind of palm this might have been. And I think that we've all just found ourselves drawing things out and trying to use images to communicate. So for me, it's kind of part of the process, and yeah, trying to relay what I've got in my head when I'm reading some of these texts and trying to think about, like, how do I share this with other people and encourage that debate and disagreement and communication that we've been talking about so much today.
Fantastic. Well, I guess I'm thinking about it from the perspective of our students and what they get from it, and I've shared those thoughts, I guess, in the conclusion. But as I mentioned, they're not practice-based students, and so it just seems a really valuable way of engaging students with texts and moving away from what is otherwise a history and a theory study, to get them to make and be creative and be together in a room. And because if they're stitching, they're talking, there are different conversations that happen because of working with this particular practice. And I think that it surprises students as well of, you know, what they can do, and they can sometimes, depending on their learning style, there's a value to it that isn't kind of realised perhaps in written work, that a student will shine in this kind of methodology, which is just so nice to see.
And Victor.
Yeah, I hope I already explained in the presentation, to be honest, but basically that we can use these methods to figure out something we can't from reading the text. And I'm especially interested in how it relates to the shapes of knowledge involved. What are the gaps, and what do those gaps tell us about who it was written for and the context that exists then?
And if I could add just one kind of thought to that, is it's about life. It's about what every people do in everyday life. And that's something that, you know, what you teach us about the science of, you know, learning the science of everyday life for someone versus someone who actually constructs. And your perspective is how students interpret life, how they develop life skills. That's all what I think kind of comes out of all of these different experiences, whether it's just your practices, but also what we're doing through, you know, kind of pushing the boundaries a little bit.
Yeah, I think there's something interesting that was sparking in my head while you're all speaking, bringing us back to, again, Hilary's keynote at the first workshop, and that idea of positionality. Because Suzanne, you said your students aren't practice-based students. And I actually wonder how many of us in the room would actually be able to define, oh, are we practice-based in some way? Are we not practice-based? What is that kind of, is that a false binary that is just produced by the way that the current higher education system works? And then Victor, you're talking about sort of coming at this with a scientific background. And then Sarah and I have been wondering about, well, what is science in this? What is an experiment? And are we thinking about those boundaries between science and the humanities, and very importantly, the arts, in, again, quite sort of artificial ways? And there's very interesting things about sort of the different approaches that people come at it from. So does anybody in the room have any questions before I turn online? Yeah.
Sorry if it's not very eloquent. I was just wondering, do you have a methodology how we students to structure the academic papers and the right balance? About their practical reconstructions about the material objects, the creative practice. Because when I was writing my dissertation on the headdress, one of the key criticisms was that my essay was very personal, it was not academic. But I couldn't really figure out how to turn my reflections about my experimentations and about my embroidery process into something that was academic.
Yeah. No, that's a really good question. I think Rebecca said something about it's one of the challenges we all face when we're writing about something that's descriptive. It is a kind of, perhaps in some ways making it interesting. But I guess what we do is the way we structure all essays. We kind of get students to work with particular texts, with theories, and we want to see, an introduction, and we want to see theories embedded throughout their written work. we show exemplars to, past student work, how they can do this, and we have a tutorial process to help with it. But I guess it's kind of each student will be looking to approach their project from a different theoretical perspective, perhaps. It wouldn't just be about the recreation, it would be about what else can they draw on, perhaps it is interdisciplinary or something like that. There's a bigger picture to draw from. Perhaps that doesn't help very much, but
I'm going to be insufferably self-promotional here and say that so Labour of the Stitch, which is my next book, which is coming out in theory in 2 weeks' time. We'll see. The approach that I've taken there is this sort of auto-ethnographical reflective writing, but integrating it in a way where there is my reflective writing that I am then using as a source from which I take quotes, and then have that sort of semi-objective stance in how I'm writing about it. And that was really inspired by an approach that Sarah Woodyard took, who also has a background from colonial Williamsburg, and who wrote about the making of an 18th century cap in a similar sort of auto-ethnographical way. And I think that can sometimes be a really useful way of processing that tacit experiential knowledge into something that we can articulate in an academic format, an academic writing format. Anyway, next book available from all good bookshops, I see. Do we have any other questions in the room?
Slightly different question. Have you since tried to make a code pattern using a later 19th century? Did it work?
It's been going all right. I have like a stupidly large folder on my computer full of cutting guides. I'm really hoping to turn into that a bigger project, perhaps PhD, looking specifically at mechanical objectivity and mathematics and 19th century cutting guides. But I've worked with some of the, I've made a quote from the De Vere's 1861. And that went pretty okay. I only have to just shoulder a lot there. That's one of the ones with the graduated programs. And that one worked pretty all right. There's so much more going on there in regards to all the help you get of like how to draw and how to do all these things, which is really helpful. But of course, none of these have construction detail. That's something new. That's something a lot of people who try to reconstruct men's fashion, it's like, oh gosh, well, how do am I putting canvas in here? Where am I putting the padding? All this stuff is usually something you don't get from consulting the original garments until you get up into the late 1800s. August's book, if you're in the 18th century, which I also have in my paper because it's super fascinating for a bunch of reasons. But yeah, so yes and no.
I was going to say, I have a question, and I think it sort of relates. There is a question in the Q&A for those doing digital reconstructions. So the Q&A question is, in how far are digital reconstructions useful when a large part of historic fashion is about the techniques of making as well as the sensorial experiences of the fabrics and garment? And I was just also wondering, I mean, I think you both have articulated the value of digital reconstruction. Like maybe if you don't, I mean, as Abby explained, and then even Rebecca explained, there's two approaches. Are you wanting to learn about the making itself, or are you wanting to learn about the product itself? So I was wondering what you both think of that. And I mean, it was really interesting to hear Dustin's presentation because I still just don't get digital reconstruction. Like I feel like I'm one step further to understanding it. And I know that they use it in modern fashion as well. Like I know that they use those programs. I went to a panel like before Christmas, I think, and it was on like the future of fashion, and they were talking a lot about how they use digital tools now in the mock-up process so they don't waste as much fabric in when they're trying to come up with designs or to fit things. So yeah.
Can I ask you to repeat the first part of that question? I didn't hear you. I didn't hear that. So blame the deaf guy.
Basically, how are digital reconstructions useful when a large part of historic fashion is about the technique of making as well as the sensorial experience of fabrics and garments?
Well, I think partly for me is that because that's one of the things that I was always afraid of, being told that you can't do this because I don't have that experience and I don't have that But I think what digital reconstruction does is it allows you to learn in a different way. It's not tacit as in I'm going here and feeling the fabric and I'm sewing, but I'm looking at the way that the design comes together. When you have a pleating pattern, how does it actually sew? And you visually see that. Whereas I may not have the time or the skill or the resources to be able to physically do it myself. I can see it online and I can do it. Now, of course, when we talk about the actual stitching, what's great about the Clo 3D is it allows you to do different types of stitching. So 16th, 17th century stitching, all the way up to 18th century. You do have to download those different options that are available, but it is there for you to use. Yeah, they have. And that's the great thing about Clo 3D is it's ever evolving, it's ever updating. What I was working on almost 6 months ago, it now looks completely different, has more avatars. What you can do is also create patterns and textures and upload it into the system yourself. You can also create and add that. So historians can add to this library that they have. So that's what I think we take away from this is that I learn in a different way that is maybe more practical in some ways in terms of efficiency, money, time management, that kind of thing. And what it also does is give people a visual that where you can say, okay, I'm doing it from the, looking at it. What was the two parts that I think you were
Practice learning.
Practice based, and I think I'm doing it from a more of a practice based online because I'm looking at the way the patterns come and I'm looking at taking the pattern, how the pattern is supposed to look. How do you fold? I've never worked with patterns. I've seen my mother do it for almost 20 years of my life, and I saw her doing it, but I never stopped to think about why is she cutting the pattern? How do you make the pattern bigger? I don't know any of that, and from you, I've learned. You're always having to scale, you're always having to manipulate, you're having to look at the body, you're having to think about where everything fits, where the stitches go. I learned this in a very visual way. Yeah.
Well, and interesting to think about that library of stitches.
Yes.
And whether we need work like Rebecca's,
yes,
discovering, saddle stitch things that we wouldn't have known was there to then feed into that. So there's this kind of connection between the physical recreative and the digital recreative, and they kind of work together.
I think Zara,
I think that this digital, I wouldn't even call it a recreation. I'd switch to calling it a collage, but it's never intended to replace actually doing things, because I think this, especially when I'm thinking about flowers, the sensorial element is so important. And I originally really wanted to, like last June, I very confidently said I was going to go to Versailles and I was going to have an entire outfit covered in artificial flowers, and then another one using real flowers, and I was going to see how the perfumed flowers and the real flowers worked and how they, faded over the course of an evening. And then I realized that actually I hadn't engaged with the primary sources that I'm looking at and these fashion merchants' bills enough. I didn't actually fully understand them enough to be able to go and then do that recreation. I didn't have, I didn't want to invest that much time and money in doing it before I'd really got to grips with understanding how does this all work. So it's really not intended to replace it. Very much for me was kind of like not really a last resort, but something, how can I make the best with what I've got?
Like a modern design as a sketchbook, right? With
exactly, it's a way to play with ideas.
Building on what you said, I think that thing about having a primary research as well, you absolutely need to have a marriage of the two. And I think there's so much that you kind of, once you've done that primary research, you suddenly click, you see things, you're like, oh, that's what that means, or that, and vice versa. And I think actually at some point you kind of need to put aside one thing and do the other, and otherwise you keep thinking, well, I don't know enough, I don't know enough, and at some point you just have to jump in and do it first, right?
And that's exactly what I was doing this summer. I'm taking this practical knowledge of learning and looking at and seeing the systems for themselves and doing that, and then going on and doing exactly what you're saying.
Before we move on or back to Bronwyn, there's one final question that I want to ask, which is again around this question of digital, which is from the chat, about essentially the capability of something like Clo 3D to model things like stays that will alter the body underneath, so alter the avatar that you're working on top of. Is that something that
It does have that capability. So Mara Kamakirti, who is brilliant, amazing, fantastic. She's a costume designer, but she also is a costume historian. So she's worked with film, she's done all of this. So she's taught me, she's worked with physically reconstructing or making costume based on past all of this. What she has taught me and shown me within this is you can you have the avatar and you can fit a specific shape. You can then put a bodice on it or a corset and then shape that to specifically how it's supposed to. So what you could do is you could put in the dimension of how tight it needs to be, how it needs to be, and the measurement of the actual, when you put the corset on, what would the measurements be from that? You can then insert that in. That's what I'm talking about. Later, I will have to include the corset, the bum roll. I'll have to put all of that on. But what this does is you have to create you have to create the bum roll. So I have to take your patterns and what you've done, and I have to take all of these other things to do to create this pattern, the shape of what it would have looked like. But it's a very multi-step process, which is the same of going in and having to make it by hand. Again, I do want to stress this is not to replace it at all. There's nothing that can replace the actual hand-on.
But in a way, and I guess a presentation about the sustainability of what we do.
Yeah.
That is a huge thing, right? Like,
yeah.
In a way, costuming and what we do, we are adding to the sustainability problem that fashion has, particularly if, I know adding the context was talking about it, you're making things for YouTube and then you wear them, a few times. And I know that's what modern fashion students do as well. I mean, that's what they were talking about it, right? It's so you can cut out some of that waste. So you can maybe get an idea and sort of experiment with things 3D before you actually cut into the physical fabric and then try them out as well.
I think one of the exactly. And you also have the fabric of the problem of that's the one thing you can't do is you can't tell when something's organic. You can't make something organic online. You can't show the natural bio-based ability that is on that. And that's I think that's where it comes in, where you need the hands-on experimentation to understand how that material works when it's done in that specific dye or within that specific, material.
Okay, so if we thank our panelists and then we'll invite Bronwyn back up for her own private personal support.